Hello and welcome to Liberal 12th Man Show. I'm Liberal 12th Man. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever I am meeting and greeting you in the world. What a day. I think the best thing to do is have these reaction shows or these review and reaction shows a day later so that we can properly, decompose, or just like decompress, I guess is a better word for it, right?
Yeah, don't decompose.
Not decompose,
Don't
exactly.
do that.
Oh man. But yes, I think that realistically decompress is a better word for it and kind of settle down, not get all wrapped up in the emotions. We're taking off flight here on the Liverbird. We have Brian with us and JK. How you doing, Brian?
I'm all good. Hope everyone else as well.
For sure. JK, how are you?
I'm all good, bro. Hope you guys do.
Definitely so. And I hope that everyone in the chat is doing well. Everyone's, as I said, feeling a little bit better from yesterday. I know some there. I will openly say this. Warn you now. There will be some trigger. There will be some trigger photos probably shown today that might trigger some unwarranted reactions. But I would like to say, hey, the result isn't the result we wanted, but all the same, it's not the result that we didn't want, in a sense. You know what I mean? You know what I mean by that, Brian? Like, as in, it's one of those things. It's like we wanted to win, we'll settle for the draw, but at least it's not a loss, because that would have really taken us out of it. So,
for me, it was the 180. For me, it was like you were having to kind of process. Again, you know me. I don't watch the match forensically. That's because it's just not not when it's live and you're in the top. So you get caught up in all the emotions and the bits and pieces that are going on. But having to kind of process that game that had happened, and just trying to get over the fact that we should have had 2-3 goals easily, But and I was coming to terms with it. It was a great performance from us second half. They're an excellent team. They're very controlled. They didn't, rip us apart or anything, but they're still a really good side. And I kind of come to terms with it a little bit. Wasn't happy with our finishing, and then boom, that happens. So you have to just hang on, just forget like everything else you were trying to think about the game has to go out of your head, because all you can think about then is the fact that you just should have gotten.
It should have been ended right there.
Yeah, and it was hard to take.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm good. You go.
Oh no, I was gonna say, it should have ended. We should have had an opportunity to have it be decided. And I get that they don't want to, the whole live bar pull bull crap. And you know what I don't like too, and this is something that I've recognized as of late, especially with some of these games, whether it was Poch, whether it was whether it was Pep, these coaches using the opportunity to say, oh, well, I hope referees aren't going to be wrapped up in the moment of this being Jurgen's like last match against our team or in this match and such. They've been utilizing that throwaway line almost, in a sense, to really like do their best in influencing these decisions. I personally think, I don't want to say it's a conspiracy. I don't think it's like, I'm not putting on a tin hat and saying, oh, everyone's out to get us. But it is interesting that, it's out there. It's being put out there. And then when it's being put out there by the coaches, that's a little bit a step too far for me, in a sense. Like, as a coach, you don't necessarily have to say it. I know that you can say it. You say whatever you want, but all the same, I think it's a little step too far. JK, do you get what I'm saying by that? In the chat too, guys. Like, do you get what I'm saying by that?
Yeah, just saying that all in all, yesterday we should have won that game, and I feel that that penalty thing at the end, another poor show by the ref and the VAR not even looking at it. But all in all, we had on our right hand side Kwanzaa, Bradley, and Elliott against probably a full strength City team, but Grealish missing. So yeah, I think I'm actually disappointed we didn't win yesterday. So that's how good we played yesterday, you know.
Yeah, it is disappointing, because it was. I don't know, whatever it is, and this is a funny thing. Whatever it is that Jurgen tells them in halftime, I wish that speech was the speech he gave to him before the game rather than at halftime. You know what I mean? Because whatever it is, whatever inspires them to like go out there and just run through walls in that second half, let's have that in the first half. It'd be a lot easier.
I think he does them
on
slaps,
the
you
old
know.
ticker.
You know them
I think
slaps he does when we win a game, when we
Yeah.
win a game, and he goes around slapping everyone. I think that's what he does at halftime.
Maybe he does. Maybe
100%.
just smacking people in the back of the head, and that gets them jargled into where they got to be with going out forward. But
Well, I think it sounds like
yeah,
he's
it
on
was.
mute before the game starts. It's like he's muted himself by accident. It's like it just doesn't go in. Nothing happens.
Yeah.
Like I'm with
Yeah.
you. It's like I know it's psychology and it's human nature and all that to be able to get G'd up in the middle of a game more easily because he can you're right in the middle of the game. You're up. You're before the game. Maybe not so easy to go out there, but this is something I've been saying, JK's been saying, you've been saying. It would be nice if we could go out and play well in the first half of the game and put some games to bed. So whatever it is he's saying at half time, put that in the tee-ish, in the first half or before the first half, not wait till the second 45. But yeah, it's not, it isn't that easy really. But Jurgen Klopp, if anybody should be able to motivate a team before a ball has been kicked, you would think it was him. And it's not going to get more. What more motivation do you need than Man City at Anfield yesterday? That crowd was unbelievable yesterday. I was a bit worried about the crowd. They were absolutely unbelievable yesterday. So the players got everything. The match was there. The atmosphere kind of writes itself. I don't know, man. I don't know. We had chances that we didn't take first half and second. We were sloppy first half, getting caught offside. We were sloppy with our finishing. Like I'm with JK. I have gotten to the stage where even that ref thing, I'm putting that to bed because that game should have been won by our own hand. We should have been 3-1 up. It was our fault that we weren't.
Right.
And I feel
I can understand.
I just feel that Gapco at the end, either he should have taken a shot himself, or instead of passing to Salah, Diaz was on his own on his left, and Diaz saw had an open goal. Because I watched the game again and I realized, Salah weren't the right pass there. Diaz was the right pass there.
Oh well, we're gonna get into that. We're gonna definitely get into that. I know that I was on some shows, not as a panelist, but just in the chat on some shows yesterday, and some of my comments were definitely taken out of context somewhat, but definitely propped up because of my comments about Cody actually. And definitely was going to get your kind of gauging of what it is and what it was for you as well on that. At least what it was for my comments, at least. Excuse me. But what was very interesting is obviously everyone's going to talk about the very important call that wasn't called. I guess it was apparently looked at, but it wasn't obviously brought. He didn't go to the VAR screen to look at it. Oliver didn't go to the VAR screen to look at it, and that's pretty much where we're standing with how the game basically was either going to be a draw or a win for us, all on a play that is undoubtedly called a foul. If not a yellow card, but certainly a foul anywhere on the pitch. And it doesn't, I I want to know what is up with referees and, trying to get they don't call, like, let's say there's a harsh foul or a yellow or even a red card early in the game. They'll tend to not give that call. They'll tend to like ease off of what they should be giving as a foul or giving as a card, but they don't give it early in the beginning of the games, or even so with the penalty box as well. Like when it's in the box, they tend to not call things that they would normally call on other areas of the pitch. And it's one of those things where I'm just like, if it's a foul at midfield, it's still a foul if it's in the box. It's still a foul. What is so difficult about referees and making those kinds of decisions? And again, I'm talking about whether it's in the beginning of the game, whether it's at the end of the game, whereas in this case, it was at the end of the game where they didn't want to have a controversial quote unquote call, favor one team over the other. What is with referees and making these decisions, Brian?
Well, if I had a penny, as they say, or over in America say, if I had $1 for every time a co-commentator has said, and it usually be this player on co-coms will say, anywhere else on the pitch, that's a foul.
Right.
Not just, this is like, it must be one of the most oft-repeated phrases in football. Anywhere else on the pitch, that's a foul. So why wasn't that a penalty? It's just, I can explain it. I don't want to, because no one will really accept the explanation. I can understand it. I know why it happens, but it's one of those things where it's just in the ether. It's not written down anywhere. It's a fact. You are right. They will not give something in the box that they will give outside the box as a foul. There are fouls and they're like, no, not giving it because it's a penalty. Because they're like, I'll give you a foul for that, but I'm not giving you a foul and a penalty for that. And that's just, again, I'm not expecting anyone to say, oh, I get what you're saying, Brian, or I'm just saying that's how they do it. It's a fact. Like, they will make calls. They'll go because that's what Cara was saying yesterday. I think it was Cara saying like the pressure decisions or pressure moments or something. Basically, what he's saying is to give a pen in a big game, they want more or they need more because they'll get it from the other side as well as that else. And it's decisions not being given, say, in the first 30 seconds of a game, because they'll go, right, that was a borderline penalty, but I'm not going to ruin the game by giving a penalty in a World Cup final in the first 30 seconds. So, yeah, they do make those, and that's where the human thing comes into it. Those guys are making those calls, saying, no, I need a bit more. I'm not going to give a pen for that. 15 yards to the right, that's a foul all day because it's just a free kick inside the box.
Right.
Well, yeah, he won't give you a pen for it. And that's what drives people crazy. But that's what does happen on the pitch. They'll look at it and go, yeah, it's a foul, but it's not a pen. As well, how does that, but for something, now I'm fine with that. Okay, I understand that, whatever. But that one yesterday, I don't know it's even a conversation. It's just a straight up foul. I don't know how that needs to be. I need that to be more of a foul. I need that to be more obvious or more clear cut. People saying McAllister wasn't trying to play the ball or McAllister turned into him. I mean, he fucking booted him in the chest. Like it's De Jong on Alonso. I mean, what are we playing here? So if that's cool, so right, guess what? Next game against Brighton, when we get a corner, I want to see us just boot all the Brighton players in the chest. Just go around booting players in the chest in the box because it's fine now, Mark. It's absolutely cool. Just so that's our new tactic. Just go around booting. Yeah, do that to all the Brighton players.
Yeah.
Come on, like, how is Jesus Christ?
I'm showing the photo. I'm showing the photo of what it is. Look, there's so many different aspects of it. I get that. I'm not going to say that it was handball because obviously it is handball technically, but I mean it's not because maybe it hit a portion of somehow it got to the ball first. I believe that even realistically, McAllister gets to the ball first. Actually, he makes contact with it like in this region of them of his body, right? And then by that it then goes and hits his hand. I'm okay with that part, important, not calling it a handball, but it's just the sheer fact that that is a outright penalty. How you can look at that photo and say, nah, it's still good. It doesn't even matter, because then that goes to say, then why did we see Curtis Jones's penalty be his yellow get elevated to a red? Okay, because of, even though he made contact with the ball, everything else. Yes, I get that he made contact with the player, but it still was a sense of, it was after the fact of making contact with the ball, sliding off the ball, hitting the player. But yet that's something that, hey, you should go take a look at that. You should go take a look and see if it can be elevated to a red. But this doesn't even get a look. The fact that it doesn't even get a look from the referee makes you go, what are we doing here? It's just, I don't understand it.
I showed two people who didn't watch the game that picture and asked them, what do you think when you see this picture? And they said aggression. That was the first word, you know. They were like, whoa,
yeah,
that looks kind of dangerous. And I told them, yo, that was in the last minute in the penalty box, no penalty. And they were like, yo.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I also think Oliver, he don't give yellow cards and stuff like that early on in big games. So he don't go. So in a weird way, he don't want to ruin the game. I understand that. That's why he don't give yellow cards early on in big games like Man City, Liverpool.
Yeah.
I think if he's giving yellow cards, yeah.
Oh, sorry. Finish your thought. I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say, I think if he's going to give a yellow card in the first few moments of a big game, he's going to ruin the game. And that's why I don't think he gives yellow cards out straight away. I think if that was Liverpool, Sheffield United, for example, not live on TV, I think he might give a yellow card for certain, like Kyle Walker's 2 challenges, you know?
No, I get, why it has to be like this? Why you have to wait until a guy is speared by someone's cleats, and is laying on the ground for you not to say, maybe something happened there.
Because the one I was watching, I was lucky enough, I was able to get a Sky Sports stream. And whether you consider me lucky for being able to do that or not, I don't know. That's up to you. It was Neville and Carrer. And I will kind of watch it, because I know if I can watch one of those, I will, because I know a lot of people afterwards, they'll be talking about stuff that they said or whatever. So, it's just kind of helpful. But they have that moron ref guy on it. I don't know, it was Howard Webb or Mike Dean or whatever. And he always
it's Mike Dean. It's Mike Dean, because Jurgen Klopp made a great comment, by the way. I'm going to bring up Jurgen Klopp's comment, but go ahead.
He always just agrees with whatever the ref said. He just, I've never seen him really disagree. And when I was watching that yesterday, you didn't see it in real time. It wasn't obvious in real time, because there was a lot going on around it. And then some other, excuse me, then some other stuff happened. So it took a little while before McAllister was still lying on the ground. And then they showed the replay. And he was kind of like, oh, hang on. And then they showed the second replay. And even Mike Dean was like, oh, yeah, no, you can't do that. He's like, no, you're not getting away with that, basically. Like, he didn't even try and get technical. As soon as he saw it, he just kind of went, oh, no.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah. Like, that's the foul. So when they showed it like the second and third time, and then when it came back, like, VAR was just, that's cool, you don't need to check it. He just kind of went, like the boys were talking about it, and then they let him in. He just kind of, I think he just said, Doku got very lucky there. And that's from the guy that basically will not disagree with these guys.
Yeah, if you've got to say something. When you hear when these former referees, get and say comments that go against their former colleagues, that's when you got to say that's a bad call. It's absolutely a bad call. Because they toe the line, they toe the referee line like anyone. And that is their brethren. They will make sure that they twist and turn and figure out one way or another, to like, because I remember when that Manchester United call didn't get called, he twisted and turned. Mike Dean twisted and turned to try to somehow make it seem like, oh, it was the right call to make. But then at the very same moment, he'll go around and do a 180 and say different on another call. It's just a matter of who is involved. And let me just say this too: City seems to be always involved with I would say always involved, unlikely to be involved in any controversial call going against them. There's not many controversial calls that I've seen go against them. I've seen them be a part of controversial calls, aka Everton. Okay, I've seen like them be a part of controversial calls, like right here. Hey, I even saw the part and point of like let me bring up this one of this when this is one reason why this guy is a rat. First off, let me just say that right now again. This is the reason why people on our side of the fence call this guy a rat, because Bernardo is dirty. Bernardo got tackled by McAllister, right? Didn't get the call. Picked himself up, found McAllister, and blatantly fouled him. Blatantly came out and tried to take him out. He got a yellow, but he was distinctly trying to hurt McAllister. It's things like that that make you go, what are we doing here, man? This is the argument when Salah went down in the box and Bernardo was trying to call him out was trying to say, oh, you're flopping, or you're taking dives. It's just rich coming from this guy to hear him try to pick a fight like that.
That's
Absolutely.
why he's world class. That's why he's world class at what he does. Like at that side of the game, like he can get.
That's one way to say it.
No, I mean what he does, like he can get fouled, foul player, whatever. Yeah, and then go instantly, just go for retribution. That player will come at him, and he will genuinely believe he's innocent. He will completely believe that he's innocent. He'll turn to red. Like he's one of those players. If he plays for your team, you love him. If he plays for anyone else, you hate him. But he's got that edge, man, that you have to laugh sometimes when you're just seeing what he's doing. And yeah, I know he goes too far into ratty stuff, but there are some players like that where you almost just have to stand up and applaud that level of shithousery. Like, it's just well done, mate. Well done.
Yeah.
It's okay, fair enough. That's you. That's him. And it's not good. It's not something you want to teach your kids to do or encourage anyone watching the game. But it's obviously a part of who he is. And I hate him. Don't get me wrong. I hate what he does. But at times you almost have to admire the sheer brass neck that the balls on. Just go around the pitch and do what he does.
Yeah.
He's always front and center of those kind of things. He knows how to influence a game.
Oh, absolutely.
With things like that, by doing stuff like that. They come from the dark arts, that Portuguese league where they still, a lot of that stuff is still kind of encouraged. It's encouraged. It's like, no, look, he's
Bruno Fernandes, Bernardo, like they're all very good at that kind of like riling up an opponent, using the dark arts, getting in cheap shots when they can, having an incredible amount of leniency from the referees. I don't understand how much leniency. I remember when, for instance, when Bruno grabbed or pushed a sideline official, and it was one of those things where I'm just like, how does he get away with that? How does he get away with that? We're asking, the chat is asking, why didn't we like, surround the referee? Why didn't we go after the referee or this, that? One, because play wasn't necessarily stopped, okay, at that moment.
Yeah.
I mean, he's laying on the ground and play is continuing on, okay? And two, we see what happens when you surround the referee. Guys, and you have a situation where you can get sent off. So it's like, and we've seen that happen to our players before, as in things have been escalated and we've gotten, the result of for instance, Virgil, even though it was a red card, and he was already going off, by him being surrounded, arguing about the red card, and even him going off the pitch eventually, that got him an extension of, or an even lengthier extension to his red card, or was going to at least. Those things are part of what it is, like, as and they frown against that immensely. So it's one of those things where, like, these players, you don't even know what to do. You're trying to continue on. Your teammates lying there with cleat marks in his chest, laying on the ground, like you don't even know what to do really, other than try to just make the most and try to score or try to get some result on your own, because you're not getting any favors, no favors given out in this game. That's why this Live Bar pool needs to end right now. It's so poor, such a lame nickname that is trying to be placed on us.
Well, if you remember as well, when Suarez came over, and Suarez was doing that kind of stuff. Well, Suarez is the absolute king of that stuff, by the way. And he kind of explained after a while that he basically stopped doing most of what he was doing, or stopped doing some of what he was doing, was because he was saying, like in Uruguay in South America, they don't call that cheating. They say, "Oh, look, he's being clever to win a game. Look at the way he was clever to get an opponent sent off." Mm-hmm. And he said it took him time to realize that in England the culture is different. That they don't want you to do that. They'll call you a cheat. Even your own fans will say, "Stop doing it. Stop cheating." Whereas back in Uruguay, or back in South America, like that's called, they call it gara, is their particular way of describing that aggression that they play with. That basically, like you keep getting back up, you keep until you can't get back up, and you keep getting back up, and you keep going and fighting. And he took it fighting and biting and punching and kicking and all that. And he said, like he did when you get to England, you realize culturally it's frowned on. He would have thought he was being clever to win his side a game, diving to win a penalty that wins us the game. I thought everyone, would be saying, "Well done, such a clever move." And he finishes the game and everyone's like, "Oh, you diving bastard, you shouldn't be doing that." So, they culturally as well, they come from different, but Bernardo has brought a lot of that with him as well, and he knows, and obviously he's got thick skin. He doesn't care what people think of him. But a lot of these players, when they come from that style, like that stuff is like, it's not thought of as cheating. It's thought of as being clever.
Right. Yeah. No, I understand that. Yeah. And let me read you guys. So this is what Klopp said. So speaking to Sky Sports after the game, Klopp was asked about the incident, insisted that he believed that it was 100%, I quote, 100% they fell. He says, quote, "I think it's worth talking about. Would you have given a penalty in the situation?" asked Klopp. And he was asking the Sky reporter. And that was interesting in itself when the Sky reporter, like, because he was kind of like, "Oh, well, yeah, your opinion doesn't really matter." Or something. He said something like to that extent. It was kind of funny because, yeah, it really doesn't matter that much because whatever. But he's asking a serious question, And he goes, I quote, "Isn't it VAR?" And that's what he's speaking of in quotations, VAR. Isn't it there for making the right decision? This situation in all positions of the pitch is 100% a foul. And it is a yellow card. He hit the ball, but if the ball is not there, he kills him. He then goes on to say this, and this is why I brought this, I wanted to bring this quote up from what Brian said earlier, is that he goes, speaking on Mike Dean, he goes, "He will find something, and all the others as well. It's a penalty for all people on the planet." And what was funny about it is, I don't have this portion of the quote in there, but I'll paraphrase what he said because I don't have the quote per se. But he was like, he asked him, he's like, "Oh, you have," he asked who the former referee was that Sky Sports has on payroll. And he goes, "It's Mike Dean." He goes, "Oh yeah, oh bravo to him." Basically, great side job or great position for him to fall into, right? And so that you can basically just continue to rubber stamp all these decisions by your former colleagues, and you're getting paid on television to do it. that takes all the. There's no pressure there, huh? He's like, that's a rosy spot.
Yeah, Klopp
Mike
knows the
Dean last
truth.
week. Quickly saying that Mike Dean last week, I think Carragher said, no, Neville said to him and Carragher, you're both from Liverpool. He was so quick to say, no, but I'm from Wirral, you know. That shows you his character, you know.
Yeah.
So we don't need to be talked about him, but when he said, oh, this looks interesting, I thought, okay, we might get something out, but it never worked out like that.
No, it's pathetic. It's pathetic. I'll give you even playing in a dangerous manner. That's exactly what this is right here. This is exactly what this is. We're just playing in a dangerous manner is any action that, while trying to play the ball, whether you make contact or not, threatens injury to someone. How that doesn't threaten injury to someone right there, I'd have no. If that's not the definition of this rule already, I'm lost. Okay. And then it says, including the player themselves. It includes preventing a nearby opponent from playing the ball for fear of an injury. A tackle or challenge that endangers the safety of an opponent or uses excessive force or brutality must be sanctioned as a serious foul play. Look, I don't know what and where we go from all of the apologies that we've been getting from the PGMOL. I can tell you this much, like as in, this is certainly going to be one of the hardest fought titles we've ever had to go through. You know, I know that we've had some really difficult struggles and fights before this, you know, coming up a point short, you know, before, but which is very difficult and tough to take. But this is really, really, really difficult to like, you know, to take in. And it's one of those situations where I get that we have to kind of like shake it off and just continue to move on. But I think if anything, we need to definitely rally around this flag and get together on this movement, because realistically, you know, I also thought, for instance, and Sam brought this point up earlier. Let me see if I can find his comment. He
Say
brought
hello
this
to
thing up
Tom.
earlier. What was that?
Sorry, just say hello to Tom and Rods that have come in there.
Big up, guys. It was a question basically about, you know, the players and how, like, and I understand a lot of players are friends off the pitch. A lot of players are definitely, you know, some maybe even countrymen, you know, in other cases. So they're obviously brethren that way. Excuse me. But he was talking about the niceties behind the game and everything else, and how like how they kind of like were shaking hands, or it was a nice vibe going on. I also didn't really like. It reminded me of like the Mellow. I think it was Mellow. Was it Mellow or was it Simicast? It was last year, I think. But I didn't like Bradley high-fiving Pep, to be honest with you. You know, like
Nope.
that's not what. No.
Do you think Robbo's high-fiving it?
No.
Do you think after we played Barcelona and he slaps Messi across the back of the head, do you think he's going around high-fiving it?
No.
Look, I want our managers to show respect for each other and the other clubs in front of the fans. I want our managers to represent our clubs properly, visually when you're on TV, not be getting, you know, into any of that stuff at the end, because once the whistle goes, you know, and some of the players walk off, okay, you know, a bit of, you know, whatever, you know, kind of a French guy passing one of his French teammates, you know, whatever, well, how's it going, you know, slap, bang, see you later. You know, that a look and a glance, and, you know, like that kind of high five thing that they do these days, where he's going to slap a guy's hand and walk off. You know, it's not a big, hey, high five kind of thing. It's just like a little way of saying hello, on you go, like you said. But, like, I don't care. Like, we played 5-a-side every week, 7-a-side every week. And we pick the teams randomly, right? And once the game starts, like if sometimes one of my best mates will be playing, if he's on the other side, I'm going through him. You know, and even at the end of the game, walking back to the car, like I'm still in that not fuck off mode.
Yeah.
You know, no, you know, it takes you. It's like, no, man, don't like. Come on, we just went toe to toe for an hour.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes an hour and 20 minutes if we played the late game. You know,
Yeah.
I'm not like hugging you at the end. Like, yeah, we'll go. Like, come on, an hour after the game when we're back home, yeah, we'll be having beers and everything's cool. But you don't want to be like, and so at the professional level, it should be, yeah. When you get back home later, you text your mates or whatever. But when you're on the field, minimal eye contact, walk off. Yeah, look, well played, but go fuck yourself. You know, it's that we should have won that. This is nonsense. Like
Yeah.
this is like Roy Keane used to talk. Like Roy Keane blew his top about this stuff famously back in the day. But some moron swapped shirts with someone at half time. Some like in a Premier League game, a big game, one of the Man United players swapped shirts with someone. Roy Keane nearly disintegrated live on television.
Yeah.
But this is the guy that like basically asked, or and when I say asked him out, asked Patrick Vieira outside live on camera in the tunnel before an Arsenal game. He said, "Come on, I'll see you out there." This is you don't want fisticuffs. That's what you want.
Right.
You don't want them being
Mm-hmm.
best mates. And Jesus
Yeah.
Christ, lads, this is I
No.
know that.
Yeah. I was gonna say real quick. Sam says it does sum up our rivalry with City under Klopp. The only thing he didn't like, and I can also go as far as to say that what is it a real? Is it possibly even a real rivalry then? If like because rivalries mean that you don't like that team, that you understand the visceral attitude that your fan base has, as that the heritage and history of why it's such a heated and hated war almost, on the pitch, of course, metaphorically speaking. But it's like one of those situations where it's like it's too it's too docile of a situation for you to say, yeah, this is a rivalry. Like, guys, and look, I know I can speak in American terms, but like, back in the 80s when it was like the Lakers versus the Celtics, they did not like each other. You know what I mean? The Pistons versus the Celtics, or all these different little teams. This is NBA speaking, I understand, but all the same, it's one of those things where they didn't like each other. That's why they got into fights with each other. That's why they got into like arguments with each other on the court and everything else. This is the reason why even, the situation, for instance, when Naby got hurt in that Manchester United game, like as in, no, that's not cool. Or when Ronaldo thought it was cool to like, be big and try to push people, and Ibu had to come to the rescue. Like as in, they understand, like those players understand the fact that that this game matters. It means something. All the niceties, once the game starts, once you hear that opening whistle, all the niceties stop. It's time to play. That person is your opponent. He's your adversary. Your main objective is to win, period. Not to be friends, not to say, oh, hey, good play or help. Nah, it's to play and be dialed in, period. No high fives with Pep.
No,
No hugs.
I see what Chris is saying there. Chris is saying the only foe is on the battlefield. Yeah, but that for us fans, that extends to all the time they're on the pitch. Right? All the time they're on the pitch. When 90 minutes goes, you run down, you go to the fans, and then you, like I say, you greet them as you're going off the pitch or whatever, but you go down the tunnel. We as fans do not want to see our players hugging and a kissing and a jiving with these boys, having a great time. It's keep it till tomorrow, keep it till later on, keep it till the WhatsApp groups afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
But not on the pitch and not in front of us fans because we don't want to see it, man.
Right.
We do not want that.
Yeah, spot on. And on top of that, you know what? I'll even go as far as to say the reaction, the way that we conduct ourselves on the pitch, this whole like kindness thing. Look, I deal with it myself. I see Chris Angels in the chat, pick up Chris and Steven. But like as in the niceties, that's the whole thing about people take kindness for weakness. They take it as like they look at it as, oh, this person's nice. It's a lot harder to be nice than it is to be mean, to be honest with you. It's easy to be mean, but it's a lot harder to be nice and be respectful of other people. So it seems like because we conduct ourselves on the pitch, trying to be respectful of the game, trying to conduct ourselves as professionals, trying to do these things at a proper level. Other teams are like, okay, well, that's where we can get them. That's where we can go into these tackles because we understand that they're not most likely going to do any type of retribution towards us. They're going to continue to allow for us to hit them, to get in their psyche by these dark art style techniques. And on top of that, we're going to have referees that aren't going to necessarily call the calls the way they should be called. It's just that simple, because the reaction isn't the way that you would normally react to a lot of these different fouls or these conducts by these other teams. And it's one of the things that I didn't like about our teams previously in the past years, when it's Hendo at the helms, is that a lot of teams took liberties with us. They would take liberties with us in that they would certainly, like, because everything's all like high five on, like, hey, it's good to see you on the pitch type, and high fiving and hugs on the pitch. You don't, that level is taken away where they take those liberties and they don't respect you because they know what they can get away with, and they know that you're not going to do it back to them. You're not going to go to that level of playing dirty like they are. You're not going to go to that level of doing those things. And I get it. I'm cool for rising above, but certainly, hey, there's only so long that you can be Mr. Nice Guy until the Incredible Hulk comes out or something. You can only be Dr. Banner for so long before the Hulk comes out, basically.
But I reckon like what it was yesterday, bro, I think if everyone had Silva's attitude, Pep knows they would have got red cards. And Sam said in the quotes about they're respecting our we gave them really a professional job. We smiled. So Butterley and Haaland were acting like they were long lost cousins the whole game, hugging each other all the time. And I was thinking, what's going on here, And I think Pep just does that where he will be nice, Haaland was nice, so they can get away with the dirty little tricks. Because if they went out there, they didn't want that beef at Anfield. They thought, he's a very clever guy, He's saying, do your dirty things, but on top of that, we'll be the nice guy. Haaland, him, smiling, hugging Bradley on the wings and stuff. So it's Pep thinks totally different to, say, other managers. Pep is a proper chess player, and he's told the people, hey, we've got to be nice, but behind the scenes, we've got to be naughty as well. And that's what Silva was doing, Kyle Walker.
Hey, JK, I'm going to come back to you on this question too, and then ask Brian for his opinion as well. I don't think I have the picture of this, but Stephen brings up a great point, and I'm going to also I'll also bring up Dustin. I'll handle Dustin's question real quick too. He says, "Why criticize the players and stuff first? Refs making a normal decision, and we're talking about an amazing win." Yeah, no, and I get that. I get the fact of, like, I'm not necessarily saying that it's all on the players, but the players do take some accountability in the sense of they've got to go out with the right mentality. They've got to go out with the understanding that two teams are not looking at this game from the same perspective. One team has a Bernardo. Go ahead.
No, sorry. I just think Dustin. I know that Dustin missed maybe the first 10 minutes, because we did do refs. We didn't start, because he said there, why are you starting on the talk about refs first? Like we went on the refs first. We did a good 10, 15 minutes on the refs. So we aren't just going straight at the players. Like maybe you missed the first bit or something, Dustin. But we had don't worry, that was first up. We talked about the ref. We're not blaming the ref. I don't know who this guy is, but anyway, we talked about the ref. That was the first thing we talked about, was the ref. So maybe Dustin just missed it. I think Dustin might have just missed the first few minutes, because we're not going straight to blaming the players.
No, everyone has a sense of accountability. I think everyone should always have a sense of accountability. What I was going to say is this, though. Stephen brings up a good point. He brings up the point of saying, that being said, we didn't take our chances and conceded a crap goal. The main Diaz chance was more difficult to miss than score. Not good enough for him. But the reason why I wanted to bring up that statement was, what was interesting about the first goal that we conceded, and this is what was very interesting about it, is the play was Aki taking out the player, as in, like, he was in offside position and he was blocking and basically pushing the player out of position, right? And we play man marking, and we do a mix of man and zonal marking. So it's not all man marking and it's not all zonal marking. Okay, it's like a hybrid mixture of the two. And by taking out like a zonal marker, okay, from that area, right, that normally would have stayed in that area to try to be ready for a short corner, okay, or at least for a near post corner. By taking him out, you allow for that runner, which was Stones to run in, and normally Stones, especially that part was being marked by Nunez, he's going to have space to run into now. Now, I do remember that we've got a play
Nobody's
that
getting
people are saying,
run out, guys. Sorry,
huh?
nobody's getting run out of here for. Don't worry. Like, sorry, Tom. I know Tom was only joking, saying he might get run out for saying Diaz, and Stephen is saying people can run me out. I don't care. Nah, man. Look, everyone's. This is a free
No,
space, man. No one's going to
no,
be
I'm
run
not
out.
going to run you out because of your
Put all your
opinion.
opinions. Well, yeah,
No,
put everything. We want
no,
real opinions in the chat. We want, we
yeah,
don't want people. So yeah, no one's going to be run out. Like, this is
no,
a good space, man. Don't worry about that
yeah.
stuff.
I'm not even talking about Diaz. First off, I'm talking about the corner kick. I don't even know what's going on.
No,
You
it's
know?
just some people, just a
Yeah, I
couple of
know.
comments. Yeah, no, it's
No,
cool.
if
And
anything, I want you to say,
we'll
I
definitely
want you to have an open
we'll
opinion.
get to
Yes.
Diaz. We will get to Diaz. I'm sure.
Right.
No
We will
doubt.
definitely get to Diaz for sure. Well, we'll certainly bring that portion up. We'll get to Cody, we'll get to Diaz, we'll get to all these different parts and points. But I was just talking about the sheer fact of that play. So by him being on offsides and pushing the player out, okay, I know there's a lot of jockeying going on in the corner kick. I'm not saying that necessarily shouldn't be that should be called like penalty or foul, or that it should be taken away per se. But I am saying that I know that I just saw a penalty, or not penalty, but a foul called on, or a goal taken away from Endo standing in offside position and not pushing, not moving. What would have been the difference there? You feel me? Like, as in, what would have been the difference there? How they decided who the VAR official read the minds of the defenders and picked out who's zonal, who's man. In their mind, they figured that out apparently, and we're saying, oh, okay, that now we can say that Endo is interfering with this play, but yet Apke can do this pretty much a segmented version of it, okay, and he's not called for that. I don't understand exactly what VAR's purpose is, to be honest with you. If VAR, I understand that people can come and say to me they don't want to have re-refereeing, which is exactly what I just called out for that call, for numerous calls actually. The call for the call when in the game that Mo got called for something similar. I think it was either Mo's goal, or I think it wasn't Mo's goal, but Mo was like apparently interfering in some way or another, and it really wasn't. It was like that wasn't what they originally were even looking for originally. But I can understand you saying, "Oh, we can't re-refereeing," but isn't it about getting the call right more so than trying to uphold the referee's honor? I guess in that sense. Am I alone on that, JK? And then Brian, I would like to hear your opinion too. Oh,
Okay.
I think JK might be. JK's on mute. I see it. Go ahead, Brian. You can answer. You can answer. Brian, JK's on mute.
Yeah. Well, I suppose, look, going back to what they did.
Yeah.
I think. Look, I think who said it after? Someone said it afterwards, and I was thinking the same thing. It was like, yeah, the first thing I thought was that corner taken quickly. Someone else was saying it was like, it was like the Trent corner, and I was saying, yeah, there's a certain thing about that. Basically, we can never do that again, and they can never do that again, because that's that little routine that they tried there will only ever work once. Because as soon as people see what they're trying to do, they go, no, look, it's not repeatable, basically, unless some stupid team hasn't paid attention. But the way he was getting pushed out of the way there, I don't know why he didn't realize what was happening. I mean, he's just been, look, that's him. That's like, there's nothing wrong with where the guy is. and he's pushing him out of the way. You're allowed to do that. We wear shin pads in football. You know, there's still contact allowed. So if you lose a strength battle, you lose a strength battle. He should have started asking himself, why is this guy pushing me out of the way like this? He should have realized maybe there's something coming here. Like, did he? I don't get it.
But what do you do? Oh wait, Brian, real quick interjection. What do you do though? Because then what is so if he I get it, he's getting pushed out of the way. So what do you do? Push back? Do you hold, grab? Do you do what happened to Diego and tackle him? You know what I mean?
No. Like, I'll tell you what I do. Right? He's shoulder to shoulder with me. Right? He's shoulder to shoulder with me. He's on my left. I'm on his right. And he's trying to push me to the right. Okay? All I'm going to do is take one step back.
And I'm behind.
Yeah. Well, no, I'm behind him. And I don't have to. I will. I'm like, if I'm standing there, and I don't know if I'm not like a Premier League player, but he was doing. If someone's trying to push me, it's going to occur to me there's something going on here.
Right.
You know, he's not trying to get this ball. I'm not trying. So I'll just, as soon as he does it twice, it's like judo. I like to use people.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you do the judo move. You do like the you just do the judo move and kind of like allow for him to push down.
In football, you lose people if you use people's if you figure out what someone is trying to do before they do it, and you use their intentions and their momentum against them, it's a huge weapon. So I would have copped on that there was something going on there. I would have gone out of his way, step behind him. But it's look, they executed it well, but the guy should have been a bit more switched on. I think that he was being moved. He was clearly being moved. Stop letting yourself be moved. But it did all happen very quickly.
Yeah.
So and it, like I said, it happened for him. It worked once. Clever, like, you know, well done, nice set piece. If we'd done it, we'd be putting our hands up, going, brilliant, really clever. And look, that was it. That was them for the game. Like JK was saying earlier on, he was getting really annoyed with Szoboszlai hugging Haaland all the time. I was like, was Haaland playing?
I didn't know Haaland. I saw Chris's. I think Chris had it on his avatar. Was pretty funny. A couple other people had some other different players on their avatar. They had basically Endo, and they had the GTA thing with like either KDB or even with Haaland's face on the dog, as in like, yeah, they had Haaland was for all the talk about his trebles and how, like, you know, and how he was all into this and all into that. You know, it's funny. The players that commented on Trent's comment were MIA. They all got, I'm going to be honest. I mean, like, they were all pretty much MIA. I mean, they just did not look like they knew what hit them, to be honest with you. Whether it was Kyle Walker, whether it was Haaland, whether it was even who else made a comment on them? I think KDB didn't make a comment, but I think it was Diaz. Like, as in, they were all pretty much MIA for the matter of that. Or maybe it was Roger that made the comment. But
I feel that as is it Rushdie said in the comments, like, if you played the game of football, you know, on a corner ball you can't be offside. So get goal side. I feel that as soon as what Brian said, that he was leaning into him, he should have realised, hey, what's going on here? Quickly swivel around, get goal side of him. You know, I think, yeah. So if you played the game, you should know exactly you can't be offside on a corner. Free kick, different situation. You know, he can be offside, so let him be. And also at the same time, McAllister was holding his shirt. And Mike D noticed that straight away. He was like, oh, he had hold of his shirt, so it is a goal. So
yeah. No, and I get that, but it's one of those things where, look, I mean,
that is another point. Sorry,
I know a lot of people are angry.
Just one thing to clear up that JK brought it up, because I have seen that as well. Sorry, I have seen that as well from a few people that are this and that, and it's like, yeah, you can't be offside from a corner, guys. You just can't be, because there's people who go, that was offside. It's like, oh my god, learn some basic football rules, guys, before you go diving 2-footed in here. You cannot be offside from a corner.
can.
The second ball, yeah.
Yeah, it's like, so from when you're lining up, they can stand wherever the hell they want.
Yep.
But like I said, I don't know what you guys think, but I think if we pulled it off, we would have been saying, how clever are we? You know, so I just think give them their props for what they did. But that was all they did. That was my kind of point about Haaland. They had a few bits and pieces. I know that Doku had a big chance there and pinged it off the post. We saw Haaland once when he turned Van Dijk, and Van Dijk basically, you know, he went toe to toe with him, fair play, but he won that battle. He won that battle in the end, even though Haaland got the shot off. He pushed him wide enough to make it a much more difficult chance, and he ended up scuffing it under pressure. Apart from that, the guy, and I think he had 6 touches in the game, and if 5 of them weren't in that one move, I'd be shocked. He touched the ball at least 3 or 4 times in that, and he had something like 6 or 10 touches in the game. That just shows you completely irrelevant, completely anonymous, totally invisible. You know, I know.
Haaland all game had 22 touches, for instance. You know, a lot of their key players were absent in this game. If anything, I've seen a lot of different things come out saying how we figured them out despite having a noticeably, you know, I wouldn't say weaker team, but definitely not as not the healthiest team to be out there for our starters, our normal starters. I wanted to but bring in Chris Angel in the house, Beijing Reds TV. How you doing, Chris?
We've interrupted his dinner, apparently.
I know. I don't make sure he's
no.
Yeah.
It's still lunchtime for me and stuff.
Still lunchtime, okay.
No, people do love that.
It's good. It's good. I wanted to definitely get Chris. I wanted to definitely get Chris to invite to because Chris and I were having a little back and forth on Mr. Cody. Oh no, we're gonna make
you moved on to a new thing.
I know. And yeah, you know, because it was, you know, we can get into some of these players, you know, we can talk about we'll talk since you're here, we'll talk about Cody first, then we can talk about Diaz.
I wanted to talk about a little bit because I know you guys spoke about refs earlier and stuff like that. Am I one of the only ones that thinks and stuff that we did not win the game because of the ref decisions? We failed. Like, I don't think.
Yeah, we said that. We did. We said that early on. We did. No, 100%. Just before you say that, we did.
Okay.
I said it. Okay. We should have won that game before this thing happened. We should have been 3-1 up.
Yeah.
So 100%. We're 100%. I think everyone in here is like, horrible decision. But, and I think that's what we'll kind of get on to later, is that it was there in our hands before that. I don't think anyone that watched that game could disagree with that we had chances to win it before.
We had chances. We had more chances than they did. We had more, as if you look at just the XG alone, you know, we had 2.7 XG to their 1.56, and their 1.56 is primarily because of, and albeit ours is a little bit higher because of the penalty kick that we had, but also theirs was higher because of the Stones opportunity that they had. So, but you know, we had our opportunities. We definitely had more opportunities, and it should have been more like a 3-2, if not a 3-1 type game in our favor. At least that's what I'm saying. But we dropped the ball by not finishing our dinner. You know, I know though that I wanted to speak on, and again, this is why I wanted to make sure Chris, or I sent out the invite to Chris, is that I wanted to bring out some clarity to what my statement was, because sometimes when you're in the chat, and then look, this is why this is why I say in the chat, hey, just give me what you need to say, or what you need to what you're trying to get your point across. I don't I know that like you can also sometimes sorry, I saw the private chat there. You know, sometimes you can see what you have in your mind or what you want to say, and you're trying to engage with someone, and I'm able to speak what it is that I'm saying, and the other person's sitting there typing. They're trying to do the best they can. Put all the context you can into the text. I don't care if it's long. I don't care if it's like it ends up being a monologue. Do what you need to do to make sure that you at least allow for your point to be made. Okay, because like I know I like to type and write, and what the comment that I had was basically, look, Cody did not play great yesterday at all. Cody has not been playing well at all in general. Okay, he got 14 minutes yesterday and 14 minutes worth of time to make something happen yesterday. Okay, so heck, most of the times we don't even rate someone that has that little bit of time on the pitch. Normally, I don't even rate someone to say whether they had a good game or not per se. But all the same, he had his opportunities. I think the pass from, even though it was offside, the pass from Mo to Cody where he still missed it and hit the crossbar is kind of like where Cody is mentally with this game, looking for it and trying to find what it is that he was dialed into for some portions of this year and especially last year. Still looking for that aspect of his game, for himself. Was primarily trying to say, and this is what I'm glad Chris is here for, is that I'm primarily saying that we're going to need Cody going forward. Cody and Diaz have been the two mainstays up front for us over this period of this winning streak that we've been on. We're in a 7-game winning streak or something, or unbeaten streak, at least 6-7 games unbeaten since the Arsenal game. We haven't lost basically, and that's when we've had the regaining, and then lost again of Dom. Mo's been gone. Very important players. Diego's not with us. Very important players for that front line that aren't there, and Diaz and Hakpo have had to hold us up during that time, and even Nunez not being there. And our midfield has definitely stepped it up, as they have all year. I mean, we've gotten a lot more scoring out of our midfield than we've gotten, I think, in, I don't know, last 5-6 years, it seems like. Okay. But I'm just trying to get across that Cody and Diaz, despite the fact that they are not necessarily in everyone's high graces, we still need them. That's all I was trying to get across. I said we need Cody to figure whatever it is in his game. We need him to find that form quick and fast. That's all I'm trying to get across. It's not a matter of like, as I'm trying to, what Scam Rock said. He said something about like the red wall or something that he thinks I'm on, or something stupid. Like, as in, it's not about trying to protect these players. It's more so about just noticing the fact of, we're going to need him to step it up. If he doesn't step it up, it does neither us or you guys good out there. That's what I'm trying to get across. I hear people always go, we want him to succeed. Cool. It doesn't sound like it, but all the same, cool. I understand. That's great. But let's just give him the opportunity to try to prove us wrong. That's
they
what
don't.
True.
They want him to succeed. They say, I want him. They mean I want him to do well for Liverpool.
Mm-hmm.
If he joined Inter Milan tomorrow, they won't give a fuck about that.
Exactly.
If you say we want him to succeed, Oh, look, we all just want players to play well when they're at Liverpool. I mean, I'm not going to be sending Christmas cards 10 years after he's left the club.
Exactly. That's my point. Like, as in this whole thing about it, I could care less if Cody goes on into like goes on to Ajax or goes on to Bayern Munich, wherever he goes on to. Let's say hype that he goes on. Like, wish him the best, cool, but it's not like I'm invested in his success any longer. I'm invested in his success only when he wears this red kit. That's what I'm trying to get across. And
what's the main question? What's the main kind of question to the panel?
Well, Chris, you can give your side of the story if you like. Because I know Chris was very. He's like what we're doing here when I said that say what you will about Cody, we need him to step it up.
Okay. So if everyone doesn't know who the type of person I am, I know Brian has dealt with me, JK has dealt with me before on the YouTube scene, 12th man people in the chat have dealt with me. Negativity comes natural for me. Positivity doesn't go well with me.
Right.
Doesn't, right? So there was a segment yesterday when we started talking about Gakpo and giving him his ratings. And for some people we were a bit harsh, for some people we were a bit fair. But knowing 12th man always likes to show us the light at the end of the tunnel. I wasn't having it because
Right.
I'm not having it. I'm sorry. So,
Right.
but I think me and Tough joke back and forth and stuff because this is the type of people we are and stuff. We'll get over it and stuff. But I think there was like a scuffle in the chat between you and someone else, and I guess you were trying to prove your point. And I think interpretation is very difficult when it comes to texting or messaging. Like if you don't hear it from the person's mouth, people could interpret it differently.
Certainly.
So I think that was the issue in the chat yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
But I think we're good though. Like for me, I still feel the same way. Like
Yeah.
because there was a point where like kind of flustered me, and I'm like, nah, there's no way. And it's like I think you said you can correct me if I'm wrong and stuff. You said we need Cody to give rest to the front three or whatever, something along those lines. And I'm like, no way that's what it's come to for Cody and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It was more of like yeah, so it's more of like for me it's like a pride thing. It's like there's no way that's where he's at right now and stuff. So it's kind of like I kind of felt like a little bit disgusted for him in a way where it's like, my guy, like what are you doing?
Right. No,
like you guys, technically speaking, like technically when it comes to like footballing wise, he has the gift. So maybe I took it a little bit personal or whatever. But I don't think so. I was just having fun and stuff. But yeah, you know, Brian, I'm sorry, you were gonna say something, Brian? My bad.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, it's like there can be two realities at the same time. You know, like the guy can be absolute dog muck for us right now, which he is. Well, there's no other way of saying it. He's coming in.
All right, Brian. I like to hear it, Brian.
No, he's doing like, again, I'm not going to praise guys for kind of doing the basics. So right now, again, I'll say this as well. Cody Gakpo is probably the first guy that will turn around and go, "Oh yeah, me. The last few months, what you expect me to sit here and go, I've been amazing? You think I'm going to sit here and go, I've been brilliant?" He may sit here and go, I've been really poor, but it's because of this. But he'll definitely be going, yeah, that's not the best of me. If you think that's the real Cody Gakpo, no, I can do way more than that. I can score goals. I can create goals. I can run a game, you know, as an attacking player. I can play at the highest level. That's not the real me. So what we need to sort out is how. So we can sit here and go, this guy is absolute muck. And if in 2 years' time he gets the right system, it's this and this, and he gets a show, it's not like, oh, you said he was muck 2 years ago. Is it right now? If we don't find the right scenario for this guy, we're going to be just praising him for doing simple things, and he's going to be in this position, which is infuriating for me as a fan to see him. And I'd imagine him for a player as well, because it's just, if you were to turn around to him and say, Cody, man, it's cool, don't worry, your job here is to play second fiddle to everybody in that front room. He's going to be like, oh, thanks, man. Have you got my agent on the phone there? Because we out, you know?
Right. Yeah.
You know, that's not my future. I want to know. So I'm saying this. There's a couple of players in this squad, and he is one of the main ones. Clean slate for a new manager, but a new manager coming in is either going to make him or sell him. Basically,
make or break him. My point of what I was talking about Cody was more so we're going to, even though our players, namely Salah, even Dom, there's reason you can tell that there's some rust still on Salah. Okay. So what I was primarily saying is that he's going to be utilized in one way or another, whether you like him on this team, whether you like him, whether you want or like him on this team. That's beside the point. That's what I'm trying to get across, is that some people don't want him or like him. So therefore they, in their mind, don't even want him on the pitch, much less on this team. That's stupid. And let's push that side. That's not even a conversation. He's part of our club, but
he's getting minutes without a doubt.
But because of the circumstances, he's certainly going to be pressed into action, whether he's playing well or not playing well. That's what I was trying to get across. I'm hoping and hopefully I'm relying on him to figure whatever it is out and get that form, because we need him to continue to hold us up. okay, to do his part, if not do his part and more. But he's just trying to find himself in trying to do his part right now, much less do extra. Okay,
Okay.
so I want him to excel, to be the first teamer. I want him to want to be the first teamer. I'm sure if he doesn't want to be that kind of player, then yeah, sure, you can question his drive. But I think that Cody's not that player. I think Cody is a player that does want to excel. I think he is someone that is committed to work. He doesn't, it's not like you see him clock out or check out in games and not be a part of games. That's what I was trying to get across. And I'm saying that going forward too, we're still going to have to see this mixture of senior players and youth players playing together and having to hopefully have them meld and create opportunities or create some unity or some solidarity or with each other, some fluidity with themselves, and make it be that he's the veteran presence on that pitch, giving some of that leadership, giving some of that direction. He's got to step it up. You can't put it on the backs of these young players. What we get out of these young players is what it is. That's what I was trying to get across, is that he's got a big role and a big position, a big role to step up into. He hasn't necessarily done it as of late, but it's not like we haven't seen his ability before. And I'm saying that I want to see that come out again. That's all I was trying to get across, And like, it's usually when I say comments like that, that's when that whole top red BS comes out, or this oh, you can't be critical or this or that. Like, as in, no, I want to be critical, constructively critical of these players. I want to have constructive criticism certainly for these players. I think what I said is constructively criticism for that player, saying he's not to the level that I want him to be at. But it doesn't mean that I don't want him to get to that level.
One thing I'd only push back on that slightly. The only way I'd push back on that slightly is that asking him to be part of any kind of leadership group on the pitch or anything like that, I don't think he's anywhere near that. I don't think I really don't think that guy is anywhere near that. He may be, the only way he would have kind of that kind of role of seniority would be just with his age, because he's like, basically, it's sort of, if someone asked you, which would never happen, if someone asked you, show me what a footballer with absolutely zero confidence looks like, you just show him videos of Cody from the last few games, because it's got nothing to do with ability. It's just his confidence is absolutely in the bin right now.
Yeah,
because of many things. And you ask anybody that's ever played any sport, any kind of sport, confidence is, once your technique is down and all, confidence is massive. And it's knowing that you are a part of a team, knowing that you're not not the 12th man, knowing you're the first man. Knowing that you're like, and he's still like, who says it all the time? So I think it's Pops. He just looks so lost all the time. And until he finds his own role in that team and his own confidence, I don't think he's going to be, I'm not saying he can't do it, but I don't think he's going to be in any position to kind of, take on a burden of also being the main guy up front. Maybe that might be something that's actually holding him back a little bit and stopping him, because I think let him find his own kind of thing and in 2 years' time. But I keep saying this because a lot of these conversations, they tend to go down, they tend to pass a point where we're talking about, inevitably, we're talking about a player and specifically what's happening to him in a Klopp system, because we talk about his personality and then we start talking about the system. In 2 months' time, that's out the door.
It is.
Like, this isn't into, so it's so, it's so close to being like I say, the clean slate that's coming up. The new beginning for every player, new system, new tactics, new everything. So it's when we get to the point of saying he can't do this or he can't do that, it's like, okay, yeah, maybe not in this Klopp team, but in 5 minutes' time, we're not going to be talking about a Klopp team anymore. So that's why someone like him needs to hold back. A Gravenberch is the same. Doesn't matter if you're not getting games at the moment, because there's a couple of those guys that the new guy is going to come in and go, yeah, that's my kind of player, man. That's exactly my kind of player. And you might look at someone else, go, no, don't need him. Don't have a use for him. No, it's not going to be a big issue in this Liverpool squad because it's a quality squad. There might be one or two, but the young players he has are excellent. But I just think, just wait for that clean slate and hope he stays fit and chips in with what he's been doing. But I feel for the kid. And I'm still calling him a kid. I genuinely feel for him a little bit because he just looks like he looks sad. He doesn't look happy to be playing football. And that's a big red. He just doesn't look happy on the pitch. Be happy on the pitch. Man.
I think he's got a. I'm not. And then this is not some excuse. This is not some. I'm trying to make a. I'm trying to defend him and something like that. I'm just trying to say, like, he does. I think he's got a. His wife is pregnant, or he's got a newborn. I think there's something. I think he's going through some things.
Lots of players have probably had new babies. So.
Oh, and I'm not exactly. That's why I just said. I'm just saying out there, like, as I know that he's got some other stuff going on and everything in his life, but everyone's got something that they're dealing with in life. They all got to be professional. Got to be big enough to be able to, obviously navigate those waters. But yes, let me see about this real quick. All right, K-Mac, give me 1 second, K-Mac, and I'll get you involved in a second. We're going to be joined by K-Mac in a little bit here. But yeah, I just wanted to make sure. And again, that's why I wanted to make sure that Chris was able to come on the show and engage, because like sometimes when we're talking with people, our engagements, like as in you want proper context. And I'm someone that, I'm willing to share my platform, especially with like my brethren, Chris and any other, Beijing Reds TV is good to me. I'm good to them.
No,
but to make sure that
you don't gotta worry. You got, if anything, you got my number. You can just call me the same way. Like Brian's a regular on our channel. Me and Brian, we might not agree in opinions, but I mean, Brian's an elder. You know me. I'm always gonna show respect to Brian. JK.
Jesus, motherfucking Christ!
I know. Wow. He said elder.
No, but it's about respect, man. At the end, they were all adults here. Like. I think I am the youngest one in the group here and stuff. So I'm gonna say craziness sometimes. Sometimes you will agree, sometimes you won't.
I think we do agree most. To be honest, Chris, I think we actually do agree most 90% of the time. But
sometimes I go over the top. Yeah, sometimes I do go a little bit over the top. But
sometimes,
we're good.
Once in a while.
But I just think the game yesterday, I think it was just very emotional for all. Like for all of, I think it was a game that. It was there for us to win, and I think that's the most frustrating.
Quick question, Chris. Quick question.
Go ahead, Brian.
The Colombian press. What's the Colombian press saying about Diaz this morning? Is it a thing that he missed a few chances, or?
Yeah. So I was going to talk about that actually when we get to the topic, but I guess.
Cool. We'll get
no.
Okay.
No. Well, you know what? So all right. So I'm gonna bring K-Mac in. We're going to discuss. We're going to have two topics before we get into these ratings. But we're going to have two topics left here to talk about. I'm going to talk about. We're going to talk about Diaz, and then we're going to talk about We're going to talk about our midfield after that, just so you know. So I'm going to bring in K-Mac to the. You're
talking about our Shogun 12th man, our Shogun.
Heck yeah. You know I'm going to bring up Endo. I'm going to bring up Endo. I know I'm going to bring up Mac 10 too for sure. Mm-hmm. But K-Mac, how you doing? K-Mac, can you hear us? K-Mac, can you hear us? K-Mac, I don't think K-Mac can hear us.
No, he's got to turn his mic on.
Yeah, you got to turn your. I think you might be on. No, it's not. I don't know. He's not muted.
He's got those plug-in headphones, and he's got to turn them on.
Yeah, maybe so. Here, let me double check, make sure. I don't know if you can hear us or not. I'll put it to check your mic. But yes, we're going to talk about Diaz. We're going to talk about Diaz. I don't know if he can hear us because he's not responding to us either.
No, we can't hear you.
Yeah.
Can you hear me okay?
No, we
can.
Yeah.
Now we can. Okay. Can you hear us? Can you hear us? Nope.
I don't think you can hear us.
I don't think you can hear us though. Okay. So let's get into this Diaz talk. Since you brought it up, Ryan, let's definitely get it in. to the chat as well. This is your opportunity. Hey, no fighting amongst us here. Have your opinions. If your opinions don't vibe with each other, it's all good. We're all Reds here. That's the most important part that we have to keep in mind. So, say what you say. I know, just don't get obviously don't get disrespectful, but hey, this is as we said here, it's a safe space. We're it's Reds community here, proper Reds community in the sense of not that Arsenal red or any of that BS. So I don't know if our
Can you hear us?
here.
Can hear you now. Yeah, can you hear us?
Can you hear me? Okay. What was the question? Sorry. What was the
Oh
question?
no worries. No, I was just bringing you in and introducing you to the chat here.
Oh, okay. Big up everyone. I've met everyone here, so
yeah,
we all know each other. We're all in good company. I didn't catch the. I obviously heard you talking about Diaz. We can go into detail on Diaz, but just the game in general. We were brilliant. We were absolutely brilliant. I don't think people are talking about that enough. I think they're talking about the corruption and the not getting the rough of the green, and Michael Oliver just being a Man City shill. That we all know about.
I'm not used to this. This is too positive for him and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, we were just absolutely brilliant. And the crazy thing about it is we're using the fact that we've got Gerald Quansah and Bradley and Harvey Elliott and we haven't got Mo Salah and we haven't got Trent and we haven't got Ali, and we're using them as excuses, the fact that we haven't got them. But we need to give the others credit because they've come in and just done an unbelievable job. They just have.
Yeah.
And there's no excuses anymore. I think that's what's so good about Liverpool this season. Last season we used loads of excuses. We're just not anymore because it's just it just is what it is. We just have to get on with it. And yeah, we got fucked over again. That's 5 points taken away from us. And I'm talking about the Tottenham just being a draw. That's just a 1 point. But it's just we just get on with it. We're going to win the league. We're going to win the league.
Yeah. Yeah. No. Look. Speaking of playing brilliant, but not as Stephen and as Nilante and as others have said in the chat, not necessarily finishing our dinner. Our boy Lucho, or some of our boys Lucho, all our boys Lucho. I'll just say it like that. Our boy Lucho, played really well yesterday. Played well, but didn't play great. And I would say didn't play great in that he would have gotten that great or those accolades if he was just able to put away one of the opportunities that he had. Chris, you were mentioning about Chris, I think was going in on about how the Colombian press is handling, what he's going through right now. You want to go more in depth with that a little bit more, Chris, or do you?
So So there's I don't know if you know, you probably do and stuff. Esprilla, he's like a pundit now and stuff.
Yeah.
And he pretty much said politely to switch it up, not to say the exact same words he said and stuff, but he said pretty much if he can just learn how to finish, he'll be the best player in the world type thing. So it kind of attests to what happened on yesterday and stuff. Because to be honest, I think, not to be unbiased, but I think this is probably his best game. If we're looking at effort, if we're looking at beating a man, if we're looking at the way he ran his butt off and stuff, but
his best game as a Red, or his best game this year,
as I can remember and stuff. Because as I can remember, because in regards to beating,
I mean, you're missing one of his best games was when he was playing with Mane and Salah and
but I mean,
in the Man United game, he had an incredible game in that game.
Yeah, but I think this was probably his best game in regards to just, like I said, beating a man, running past a man. We haven't seen it. I think a lot of us have been calling for him to do that for a very long time. and he was able to do it and stuff. You know what I mean? So, it's just you can forgive one miss, you can forgive two, but three.
He didn't have three.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah,
he had three.
He did.
You know what I mean? And it's like,
well, what? Wait. So the one shot, so one of the attempts I think is looked at as being a missed chance, but it's the one where it went out for a corner kick. I think Kyle Walker got back for it, and actually,
all right. There was one. I think there was one where he goes in and he shoots. He went
first
far
half.
left.
The one in the first half from the edge of the box.
Yeah, like why go far left to go right?
Yeah,
you know what I mean. So at the end of the day, like that's the thing too. If people,
because you realize he only had 2 shots.
He had 3.
I'm looking at it right now.
No. So the third one, he had a really bad touch, and Kyle Walker,
the bad touch. Yeah.
And all he's got to do is just touch it on, and he's clean through again.
Yeah.
Like,
but I think is that the one that I was just referring to, that Kyle Walker ended up getting a piece of it and sending it out. Because I'm looking at the stats right now. He has 2 shots. He had one in the one in the 42nd minute, and he had one in the 63rd minute. That's it.
Yeah, 12. Yeah, but 12. Just to quickly, I'm not saying ignore the stats, but basically what we're saying, if you watch the game again, how many times was Luis Diaz in a position where you thought he might score a goal? I get you go into big chances and shots and all that, but how many times when you're watching the game did you think he could have? And I would go.
Could have and should have scored. No, you're right.
There was 3, and the one was the bad touch. Yeah, the 3. Right. So, yeah, he won't have 3 big chances. He won't have 3 shots on target. But it's just, if you watch the game, he was in. Yeah, there was 3 chances that he had.
3 chances, right? But I get it. But I mean, that's why, like, I get it. I'm not just going off of just the stats. I'm just saying the only reason why I'm not trying to make a defense for Lucho at all. Again, what I am trying to get across is that, like, if someone goes, he has 3 shots, but he didn't have 3 shots, it's kind of like, I'm just trying to make sure that we're factually accurate.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
I just want to quickly highlight what Lucho's job is in the team. His job is to take the pressure off our defense and midfield, get the ball run, so the team can get back into position. That is his main job. Yeah, we want him to score. Yesterday, he should have won the game for us, no doubt, but he didn't. So, but he's actually on top of his game now. Compared to what he was 6 months ago. 6 months ago, the guy couldn't even get a cross in. He couldn't even get a run together. So seeing him now, like yesterday, was probably the best game I've seen him in since he joined us. Yeah. But he let himself down by not finishing the game off.
Yeah. And on top of that, I thought there was one attempt, I think, I don't know if that was the same attempt or not, but there was one attempt that he had that it might have been the 63rd minute, but he could have possibly even just gone around the goalkeeper. He was so far in front that he possibly should have went to the left and then finished and then and then it would have been an easy goal. It doesn't help too that he did have one goal. He did have one, and maybe this is why I think he had 3 shots. There was one that he put the ball in the net, exactly, but it was offside.
I have news right now coming out of Colombia. Apparently, there's been an offer submitted for Luis Diaz. Apparently,
from who?
I will find out for you right now.
Yeah.
But what I would have been saying about this is not because this isn't a Luis Diaz conversation. It doesn't matter if his name is Trent, Salah, Diaz, Szoboszlai, whatever. The guy that had those 3 chances yesterday, it's not that he's Diaz, it's not that he's Gakpo, it's not that whoever. It's the guy that had those 3 chances yesterday should have scored one of them.
Exactly.
That's all this comes down to, is that we had 3.
Yeah.
Do you know how many moments and chances you get in a game against City? Even if it's an open game and end to game, do you know how many really open, proper moments you get? Not many. And these could be title-winning moments. These could be deciding moments. Mm-hmm. He had his moments. And it's Luis Diaz in a nutshell. Brilliant. Fantastic. Absolutely works his bollocks off. Runs like nobody else on the pitch. Mm-hmm. Dribbles, tackles. comes down to that final moment, and no one's saying he hasn't scored goals. He has scored some goals, but clutch freaking moments. And no, it's just not quite there. And Asprilla is saying, if he could finish, he'd be the best player in the world. Well, exactly. That's why some players are only really good, and some players are elite, because some players can't do everything. And one of the things that Diaz can't do is be an elite, reliable finisher, because if he did, because he's 27 nearly now, he'd cost 250 million, and he'd be playing for PSG, right? Because that would be the ultimate footballer. Like Asprilla said, he'd be one of the best in the world, not the best in the world. Because if he could do everything, look at the way he did Thingy and what's his name? You know, fucking Billy and Bobsy there. He left both of them on the ground, and he runs down, and what does he do? He smacks
Rodri
it
and
straight
Walker.
Yeah, he does it straight at Kevin De Bruyne's head, and it goes out for a corner. A brilliant move, and okay, we got a corner out of it, but could you not just hold your composure for one more second and cut it back again? And he just smacks it straight at De Bruyne, falls on his arse. And now I get it. He was probably shot. He was probably done. You know, it was that that classic Steven Gerrard thing, where people say, "Wow, that was an unbelievable goal against West Ham. How did you think you could do that?" He says, "Because I couldn't run. It was like an hour and a half. I couldn't run. I could kick it or do like that was it. So I just belted it. There was nothing left in my legs." So you often see that someone gets to the end of a run and they make a bad decision because they run out of puff. But it's just like, come on, guys, just one of these chances. Jesus Christ, man. Even if it's Salah, even if it's whoever, it's not a Diaz thing. It's just you're not going to get those kind of chances.
No, you're not. Look, it happened to Nunez earlier this year. I know that the criticism is different when it comes to Nunez somewhat sometimes. But
can I talk about Diaz because you now going on to a different player? Is that all right? I thought.
No, I wasn't going to go on to Nunez.
Oh, sorry.
I was just saying Nunez had his opportunities. I remember one time Nunez hit the crossbar or hit the bar 4 times in the game. And that was the narrative. I mean, those are 4 opportunities, obviously, that he could have scored goals on, you know? So, I mean, like, but all the same. Go ahead.
The crazy thing about it as well is, like, 6 months ago, we would have wanted Diaz to get those chances. And now we'd want Nunez to get those chances. Because he scored those chances.
Yes.
But that's just the way it is, isn't it? I thought Diaz was absolutely sensational until he got into the box.
Yeah.
But the thing about Diaz, it's no surprise really, he's not a finisher, and he's also not an assist monster. Like,
he's never been.
He's not that guy. He's not that guy. He doesn't assist, and he doesn't.
Yeah.
He barely gets 5 assists any season in his career, and he barely gets over 10 goals.
Why did we buy
in
him?
His career? Like that's just it. Like, and the thing about it is, and this is what I wanted to make a point about, is everybody thinks we bought Diaz to replace Mane.
No.
Well, we haven't, because we haven't replaced Mane with the type of player that Mane was. So we're clearly looking at doing something else on that side of the pitch. And it looks like it's just work ethic, and it looks like it's just putting players under pressure, or maybe tracking back, or maybe just keeping possession, or maybe having an outlet on that side to then take away the runner or the marking from a Nunez or a Salah. Like, but it certainly ain't going to be to replace Mane. But then it's like, well, if you're putting Diaz there, but for that reason, and he's not producing that, then what did you get Gakpo for? Because Gakpo's a left-sided player who could do just as much as Diaz does on that side. Probably score more goals, if I'm honest, and probably create more, because he gets about 10 assists in the Holland League a season, because he's really good at crossing the ball in and passing the ball into the box. But that's not what Diaz does. So, you know, square pegs, round holes. Like, what are you putting him on that side for? If he's not scoring and he's not creating, and that's what he's getting. He's getting the chance to score and create, because he does in games. He gets the chance to score and create in games, and he doesn't do it enough.
But Nolante says,
just like Man City today, just like Man City yesterday.
Nolante has my answer is the same as Nolante's. Nolante put it in here. It says Hackbo hasn't got the flair of Diaz. That's the difference between the two players. They're like, as in, I don't expect Cody to be on the left wing and do what we saw Diaz do yesterday, which is like put people on their backs and demand
12,
double
12
and triple teams
But 12 man, that's the first time we've seen Diaz do that in over a year, mate. It just is. Like, and that's what Chris is talking about as well. That's his best game he's had in the Liverpool shirt. It just is. Like, he looked like a Colombian international. He looked like he was playing against Brazil and Argentina yesterday.
Like I said, I was joking around, but I revoked his passport. He don't got a green card. He don't got a passport. He can stay there he can stay at Liverpool for international duty.
Any news on who that club is? Any news on who that transfer bid came from?
Apparently, right now there are 3 clubs apparently: PSG, Barcelona, and the third one apparently is unknown. Apparently,
yeah. I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense. A player can't play or has no finishing ability and is, decent but not great. PSG and Barcelona, clubs like PSG and Barcelona would be naturally the ones that you select that would line up to try get his services.
Diaz's dad. Diaz's dad's come out and said he wants to go to Barcelona.
A joke. I know.
Did you see him yesterday? Did you see him yesterday? Diaz's dad in the crowd bouncing around in his white puffy jacket.
Yeah, he loves it.
Yeah.
He loves being at the game.
Don't worry, this guy is on a world tour. Everyone's like, "Oh, is he still a bit sad and down about what's happening?" Look at his dad. If his dad is having that much fun, Diaz is cool. Don't worry, they're over that thing. Okay, look, I'm not saying over trauma or whatever.
No,
he's happy. That guy is having literally, like I said, that I think is it a De La Soul song? It's like that song Awards tour. And he's just talking, he's just singing like every time I see him, I'm on awards. Five Quest, it's like I'm on awards tour. He's just like, I'm all over the world. I'm just showing up at all the best games. And it's like there he is,
rocking the gold chains.
And he's got a white puffer. He's not messing around, man.
He looks like
everyone. His family. His family. They're these poor farmers from Colombia. These poor, the normal little farmers, little peasants from Colombia. Look at him, man. He looks like one of the Two Live Crew or something. He's there, like, he's like, come on, man. He's having the best time ever.
Yeah, exactly.
What's the weather like in Colombia? This guy never wears any coats or jumpers. He's always in a t-shirt. Like at the Liverpool game, it's absolute Baltic at Anfield.
Yeah. How about because this is going to be a long show, I know, but I wanted to make sure that we talked about this particular, our midfield, in particular, this gentleman right here. 16 million,
warrior. What a
16 million, right?
Like De Bruyne went off, and De Bruyne was talking, like he wasn't having an argument with Pep. He was literally saying to Pep, how are you going to stop him? Like he's just having in his pocket. Like, okay. How are you going to stop Endo?
He was like, Endo's a beast. He's like, Endo's a beast out there, man.
Endo nutmeg Rodri 4 times in that game. I watched him.
Yeah. He made Rodri look. He made you go, Rodri's the best DM in the world?
He's got more about him than a defensive midfielder, by the way. Like,
he's broken up Pep and Kevin De Bruyne. He's literally split them up. He's broken up their relationship. Yeah, he's ruined their bromance.
Their bromance.
Yeah, they used to get on. Because of what? That Japanese guy came along, and now you don't like me anymore. He's killed it, man. It's hilarious. It's so funny.
No, you could tell he's improved his game. Why? Because he never got a yellow card even yesterday.
That's important. There you go. Great point. Yep. Great point.
I personally think he's our most important player to the end of the season, by the way.
Wow.
And I've said this already in a couple of other pods. If we can keep him and McAllister fit to the end of the season, we win the league.
Oh, well,
the others can fill in. The others can fill in the gaps. But those two are they are so important in the middle of the park.
Yeah, they are important. The gentleman also wearing red there. Has Coach checks on the ground, trying to hold on to Endo. McAllister looking at what's going to be done. Look at the guys that are around him too. By the way, Rodri, Foden, all great players. All players we're told that we're going to
Look,
do bits. Right?
I know nobody likes him because he plays for City and he played for Chelsea, and his injuries kind of hampered him. But Mario Kovacic is one of the best midfielders of the last 10 years.
Oh wow, that's a bold show.
No, he's one of the in his
Kovacic
position.
was good, man.
Oh, he's an unbelievable technician. He's just he went to Inter, Real Madrid. This guy was the next big thing, and he's not a flashy player, but if you're to watch him, I mean, that guy, his first touch is incredible. Like, there's a thing when you'll be watching the game again, there's a thing where we get a corner and there's one guy in the City box that dribbles past like 4 players, dummies him, and just runs out of the box and launches City attack. It's him. He is one of the best under pressure footballers in Europe. 2 or 3 men on him. He's like, do you remember Moussa Dembele at Tottenham? You say it was unpulsable. You could send 3 players and he just dribbled. Kovacic is like that. Why he played for all those clubs. But no, for me, I just wanted to say he's just one of my favorite players out there. But Endo, look, it took him time. That's great. Everybody, it's fine to have your, opinions to start, but they should have been tempered a bit. And look at what happens when he gets in the team. He is massively important because he just sits there and then everyone else can play their natural role.
He plays his role. He knows his role. He plays it well, too.
He frees up McAllister. And if everyone's like, oh, McAllister's not a DM. Yeah, of course he's not a DM. We don't want him to play a DM, but Endo's not ready. So we're playing him at DM. Now he goes in at D8. Endo's settled. He's happy. He's freeing up our players. He's freeing up maybe one of our defenders a little bit more. But he's freeing up McAllister mainly. So that K-Max spot on. If he was to miss the next 10 games, we're back into shit again. Because we're having to move things all around the place. You put Endo in, just sit down to 6. Perfect. Yeah. Absolutely perfect. It's just your little kind of chess piece. Sit him in there and everything else can fit around. I think for him maybe, but I don't. The other one for me, like almost player of the season, is Gomez. Like Endo and Gomez, if we win this league, will be 2 of the most important players. I think Gomez, for me, almost the most important. He allowed us to deal with those injuries. But Endo coming in, it's not just because Endo does stuff, but freeing up the other players around him, so we see the best in McAllister. So they'll be unsung heroes. But if we win this league, we will not have been able to do it without Endo or without Joe Gomez.
I can understand. I've always said that Endo. Everyone knows my stance on Endo, but I also think that Klopp's original premise behind his vision for the team. I don't want to say the name of the player because I don't want to trigger some people, but I think he really wanted to have that. He really wanted to have that Thiago style of player that can dribble, that can pass, that can open up the game with his ability to hold on to the ball and control and be a controller. A regista, in a sense.
Quick question. Do you think he's pissed off Klopp is leaving? Do you think, because when Endo was joining, he would not have had any kind of a sniff that Klopp was going. I know he won't be pissed off. He's at Liverpool, but I think Endo probably thought 2 years of Klopp, maybe. Do you think he's kind of sitting there thinking, oh, hang on a minute, well, the new. That's a bit, because there's a couple of players that came in for the long term, it won't really matter. But Endo was very much a kind of a Schmatka, Klopp kind of not emergency stopgap thing, but and Gravenberch as well.
Best life.
I was just saying.
Endo's on holiday still.
Endo's on holiday still.
I will talk about Thiago though, because I think we've just got our own Thiago replacement. I think McAllister is quite possibly a Thiago replacement.
Well, that's what I was trying to say. Yeah, that's the reason why I think he's playing in that role. Yeah, I think he's playing in that role because that role was initially for Thiago, but McAllister is so versatile and so an incredible player in itself that he could use. He didn't have Thiago. Okay, well, I'll use McAllister and allow for him to grow into that role even more so. I think that was the original concept, and I'll use Endo to finish out games, or Endo to be able to, be that option for different teams that we want to utilize, more of a DM destroyer style concept. But Endo has finally really taken the hold of this 6 role, and has made it to the point where you have to. He's like he's one of the first names on his team sheet now, and especially in that 6. And kudos to Endo, because I mean, I remember when we had Fab trying to, get his role solidified in the 6. There were people there was, I think, a point where he was actually on the verge of possibly being loaned out. This is Fab, at least,
No,
because
I was talking about that last week, that there was a story that came, like when people talk about how long it took players to get into our team.
Right.
That was the one I always remember, is that Fabinho was taking so long to get into the team that it was getting to the point where December transfer rumors were starting up.
Right.
And one of the first that I saw was this, and it was a lie, obviously, but that it was basically a newspaper put 2 and 2 together, saw that he wasn't playing, and said Klopp doesn't like him. He's going on loan to PSG. So it was Fabinho going to loan on going to PSG on loan, because he hasn't been playing. Whereas it was just Klopp just waiting. Then he got in the team and pretty much never lost his place.
Yeah, that just shows the modern day fans, Brian, that there's no patience at all. It took us this long for fans to actually now say Endo is so valuable to the team. The guy's been here for a long time, He's played a lot of games, and it's now, I think if you've got a football brain, you can say players like Darwin, one day he's going to be hitting the ground running, If you don't really know your football, you're probably just moaning all the time, aren't you? So Endo's just done what he actually was brought in to do. And it's good to see, actually.
It is good to see. And I'm glad that he's doing it. I'm glad that McAllister is finally getting to do the role that we've all were anticipating him to do originally, which is played at Advanced 8. I'm glad that a lot of these players. I'm glad to see, because I'm glad to see that Dom is back as well. Dom getting his fitness back and getting back into the groove, into everything, is going to be important to us. But I know I've been asked. I know we've been talking about a lot of subjects. I'm going to get into these ratings. If you guys want to stay with us, Chris and K-Mac, you're more than welcome. Would you want to stick around for the ratings, or?
Yeah, stay around.
Okay. All right, let's get in.
I got to step out and stuff.
Okay, Chris, no problem.
All right. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, big up. Thank you for jumping in.
Peace, Chris.
Catch you later, mate.
Later.
Okay. So let's get into this.
I'll take my face off.
Whoops. Let me make sure I have the right thing on. Give me 1 second here. I'm sorry about the technical difficulties here. Okay. Oh, that's why I get it. All right. So ratings time, people. Big up for everyone showing love and sticking with us. We are going to get into these ratings. I know that a lot of ratings are going to be interesting. I know we're going to have some definitely discrepancies on how and what we think of some of the ratings, or some of the people that we will be rating on. But all the same, let's just do our best to just to be honest. To be honest with what we have here. And again, I'm sorry, I'm having like some. For some reason, I'm having some technical difficulties getting this to do the right thing.
Kick it.
You've got 88 slides. Jeez, how long are we going to be here for?
Yeah. No, it's not 88 slides. I know exactly. I know. Before you get all scared.
We're at one.
Before you get all scared. No, I know we're at one.
I'm like, where training presentations?
Right. Okay, let's see. All right.
It's like the guy
How
How I
get
Met
this
Your
right?
Mother.
It'll actually.
Like the guy from How I Met Your Mother, he just loved doing slideshows at work. They're like presentations and that. What was his name, man? Lily's husband. Damn.
I don't
Oh,
know. I don't
yeah?
really watch much TV.
I've never seen that. I know it. I know that.
All right, let's see if
show,
this works
but
out then.
That was a classic.
Is the
I
guy that
didn't
plays
know
Dougie Hauser MD as a kid? Is it him?
No, his name is.
I think that actually might be. Yeah, I think you might be right about that.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think it's him.
I think he did
He
play. I
looks
think he did play
nothing
Jimmy
like-
Hauser.
Yeah, he looks nothing like he used to. If you saw him,
But I
in
don't
that,
know his name.
It's I remember. I don't even.
Here we
I
go.
don't ever watch studios.
I know it's.
I don't get that. I don't
Jason
get that.
Segel, yeah. I think
All
his
right,
name-
all right.
Okay.
Here we go.
So
Here we
what?
go, people. We are ready. We are ready. Let's just start off with our keeper.
Okay.
And I did find out this is his name. His first name is basically it's Kevin, right? That's the English the Irish version of Kevin. Am I right about that, Brian?
Yeah, Queeving is Irish for Kevin. Yeah.
Good for Kevin. I just want to make sure. Yeah. Okay, so Cleveland Kelleher. That's I know. It's I know a lot of people have been. I've seen a lot of people trying to like pronounce his first name, and have certainly struggled. You know, and then but I was looking it up and I saw that his name was it means Kevin as well, or it's the version of
If
Kevin.
you don't know how to say it and you try and read it, that's unpronounceable, right? Like K-O-M. I mean, but it's Queevin. Like
Queevin.
it's Queevin.
I'm
Once
so
you
going
said
to
it,
call him Big Kev now.
yeah, but if you were to read that, I mean, I don't blame anyone for not being out, but like, yeah, KK, Queevin Keller.
Big Kev.
Kev.
Yeah.
I'm going to call him Kev from now on.
Yeah, me too. That's it.
Ginger Kev.
Here's my man. Big Kev. Big Kev in the sticks.
You know, you were saying Endo is like the most important player at the moment. But I'm thinking if we had Adrian in goal in the time Allison was out.
You're not wrong, man. You're
For me,
not
this
wrong.
guy is probably one of the most important as well.
Yeah, you're not wrong there at all, man. He's massive. He's got to stay fit and stay healthy, and yep.
Mm-hmm.
So CK, what were your ratings for CK? You can go.
CK
We'll go
Calvin Klein.
Calvin
Call him
Klein.
Calvin Klein now. We call him Calvin Klein.
I mean, those are his initials. Those are his initials. CK number one.
CK
oh yeah,
number
right.
one.
I think that is. Is that the frequency too? I think. Yeah, that is funny.
I think it's an aftershave. Is that 1 out of 100 or 1 out of 10?
So
One
yeah,
to
so if you
100.
want to give him a 9.5
Oh,
or
geez.
whatever, just say 95.
I know.
That's
He's
Slap
gone
hands
all
go
year
next
now.
level.
Yeah, he's gone all
85.
That's what the Americans do, isn't it?
Yeah, that's us Americans. That's just us Americans.
Hey, can we do halves? 85 for me.
Yeah, so like if you want to do a half, in essence, you
Do
want to do
87.
8.5, 8.2. That's why
85.
but rather than have the decimal point in, I just had the 1 to 100.
Right.
So yeah, if you want,
And
because I remember High Lord likes to give 7.2s or and stuff like that. So I was like, all right, cool.
85 for me.
Okay, an 85. All right.
8.5. Yeah.
AK, what would you rate him?
I would give him an 80. I think Kelleher, he only has one sort of minus point to his game is where he lets goals in, where the ball is quite close to him. I think yesterday was a bit tricky. Yeah, I understand that, but it was really close to him. I think if his arm was just about a little bit lower, he would have saved that. But I'll give him an 8 out of 10, 80 out of 100. Yeah.
Okay. Brian?
Yeah, like JK knows I love him, and he's normally right about everything. But as someone who's played in goal a lot, you've got to know, man, that actually the closer a ball is to you when it's hit, it's harder to save. Like if you can see it coming from even 5 yards, like it's that whole near post thing. You should never get beaten at your near post. Goalkeepers hate that if you say that to them. They're like, okay, so I'll just stand on the post, yeah, and leave the goal open to the other side, because he wouldn't take the near post then. He'll just shoot the whole open goal bit. So
Right.
as a keeper, it's like the closer a ball is to you when it's hit, sometimes it is actually harder to move and get down quickly enough. So I don't, it's like if that is one of his flaws. I think it's a flaw that most goalkeepers would have, is getting beaten by an early shot that's close to the body. You know, because again, a footballer attacking a goal with the momentum behind him, facing the goal, hitting the ball, kicking the ball well, should beat the keeper. That's the point of football. The advantage is yours. You know, the keeper is there to a degree to stop you, but if you aim it well, there's enough goal, you should go in. So, I mean, the guy is kind of flawless, I think, at this stage,
Yeah.
at the highest level. I mean,
Yeah.
not perfect, but I mean, he can do absolutely everything. There's nothing Ali can do that he can't do. But Ali
I
gets
think he can do things better than Ali, and that's a real bold statement. But I think with his feet, he's better than Ali. I genuinely do, and I can't blame him for that goal, because that's the way we set up. We don't set up with a man on the post. Like, you got a man on the post, that ain't going in.
Yeah, but you don't set up like that. So yes, so anyone goes, why do we have a man on the post? Yeah, we don't do it. So there's no reason. Yeah, goalkeepers don't like a man on the post either, because it blocks their vision. It blocks
their vision. Yeah, exactly. It blocks your vision.
And sometimes that player will step into the goal as well.
Right.
Yeah, it's actually sometimes players goalkeepers are like, no, this is my space. I don't want a man here and a man there. Right. There's no perfect tactic, you know. If a good cross met by a good attacker will result in a goal. I mean, that's just football. Otherwise, then we're not scoring goals. Yeah. So, again, that was a bit of a long one on Kelleher, but, you know, I still think just for our 10 remaining games, JK was actually spot on. If he will be one of our most important players.
Yeah.
As long as
that was a huge save from Foden as well. It's a huge save from Foden.
Mm-hmm.
He's one-on-one with him.
I saw him gotten K-Mac. I saw some Zubi criticizing him last night, saying, I told you. Look what he did to Foden. With when he punched it and hit Foden, he's like, look, I told you he wasn't that good. It's like, oh, come on, dude. Seriously? We're on that. That's the one thing. And that's not even a goal. It goes in because it hits Foden's arm.
Handball.
You know, it's
would have been ruled off. Would have been ruled off for handball.
I don't like to call out the agenda stuff, but this is an agenda that was, he's not that good. He has 6-7 outstanding games. Then he makes one mistake. It's like, look, see, I told you he wasn't that good. Ali wouldn't have done that. He did what he should have done. He did, it was unlucky.
Yeah.
Like for me, and I've said this on a number of shows. If this guy plays at the end of the season, the sky's the limit. Like, seriously. Like, if he carries on the form that he's got, because he's going to get better, by the way, because he's been playing with everybody at the back. Ali plays with the best 4 at the back all the time. This guy's been playing with makeshift centre backs and left backs and right backs and DMs, and he's just been playing with a mishmash of everybody. Can you imagine if he had a solid back 4 in front of him and they all know exactly how they work together? He could be a world-class Irish goalkeeper for a number of years. Like, he's 25. He's played less than 50 games for us. It's pretty incredible. Like, it really is. Like, I've never seen a goalie with distribution so good. Like, and he makes Edison. I mean, he's played better distribution than Edison, and everyone says that Edison's the best goalkeeper with distribution in the world. I think he's better.
In 50 games, he's already got 3 trophies.
It's pretty scary.
No, it is.
Yeah.
All right, so
I'm still sticking with 8.5 though. Sorry.
Okay.
Because he didn't make that many saves.
Well, no, he did. He made 5 saves. 5 saves, 3 in the box. Normally, you're not making 5 saves.
Did he save the one that hit the post? Because I haven't looked at it back. Did he
punch it? He punched it. I don't know
the one with Doku when he hit the post and came back into his hand. Did he tip that? Did he tip that onto the post?
That's a good question. Let me see.
I don't know. Because he's getting a 9 if he did that.
Yeah, no, that was a tough one. That was a tough one to see. But he did. I thought you were talking about the one where he punched He punched the ball so hard, it smashed into Foden's face. Like he didn't hit that ball; it smashed into his face and
I
just
think it
went
hit
off.
his. I think it hit his arm as well. I think it hit his arm and face. Like he went like that. Like I've got to jump off, guys. All right.
All right.
But good chatting with you. Okay.
Definitely.
Easy,
okay. Take care.
Catch up with you soon, man. Bye.
So all right. So let's move on to Connor. How are you guys feeling about Connor? I thought Connor, sometimes we forget about the fact that these young men are just that they're young men getting thrown into the fire, basically, just to see what type of iron they have. Connor Bradley's been really doing a job, and I think Connor's really been. He possibly should have got shot off rather than pass that one opportunity that he had. I think he could have possibly scored for us in that opportunity. To tell you the truth, if he gets off a good shot, he had the positioning and the opportunity in front of him, but he chose to cross it instead of shoot it. But it was relatively solid. You didn't really hear much about Alvarez or anything like that on that side of the pitch. What was your rating for Connor? We'll go Brian, then we'll go to JK.
Yeah, the thing about the crossing instead of shooting, yeah, that as well. I don't know. Maybe if he's a bit older and is a bit more confident, he maybe does take the shot. But maybe he's also thinking, play for the team, make the best decision.
Mm-hmm.
The Nunes one where Nunes nearly broke himself off the post.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That was a bit worrying, bit too much on that one, but just fine margins, really. He just puts, someone there was saying earlier on the fact that we're not worried about Keller starting shows how far he's come. I think Bradley's almost even at that stage now where I didn't want him starting if we were starting Kwanzaa. I said that because I didn't want the two young kids on the right hand side. So it turns out that's what we did anyway. Joey Gomez starts instead of Robbo, and then but I thought maybe it'd be either Bradley or Kwanzaa, but that showed massive faith, massive trust in those two young players. Kelleher as well in behind them, Elliott in front of them. JK said it earlier on.
Mm-hmm.
That whole back line on that right hand side, that's just youth. That was a huge vote of confidence in them, and Bradley was part of it. Nothing from Alvarez. Nothing from Haaland. Maybe not a lot from Foden. He would have to deal with all these people at different times. De Bruyne throwing his toys out of the pram when he goes off. It wasn't his most spectacular performance like those earlier ones, but the idea that a lad like that can go in there and we're not even kind of going, wow, we had that Bradley kid in yesterday and he had an amazing game. He didn't get beaten. He did they would have expected to tear him up. And this is amazing to see a young kid like that and 6-7 games really into his Liverpool career, starting against Man City alongside Kwanzaa. How can you say anything less than 8? The 8s, 9s for a performance like that for a kid. How can you put it any? I can't fault any of it, even if it wasn't, perfect. So I don't give him a 90. Give him an 80, give him a 90. I really don't care. It's just for a kid that age in a game that big. Can you imagine the noise on the pitch yesterday from that crowd? Imagine being on that pitch yesterday at 20 years of age in your first season, not expecting at the start of this year. Did you think Oh, Connor, you'll be playing against City at Anfield. Yeah, right, mate. Yeah, what?
No.
What have you been?
No, you're spot on about
that.
that.
You'll start right back at City. No, come on.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And dealing with it again after what just happened, coming back in head down. This is not normal. Not normal.
So you're giving him? You said an 8.
muted. Yeah, I was muted. 80. 80, yeah.
Okay. JK?
Yeah, I just want to quickly say that the mad thing is that Trent got injured, and you think, okay, Gomez would take his position. And then what happened? Robertson and Tsimikas got injured. And that meant that Gomez had to go to left back. And then Connor got his chance, and he hasn't looked back since. So sometimes certain circumstances shows up some hidden gems, you know. And I think this guy here, I think he had a few chances to actually maybe get a goal. But all in all, I think he sort of took care of their left-hand, our right-hand side and their left-hand side attack. So I'm going to give him 85 as well.
Oh, 85. Okay. All right. Got some 8s in there. Trent, shushing them. Yeah, big up. Appreciate that.
Give me 2 minutes.
Okay, so
2 minutes, yeah. 2 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, so I would say, so we're saying 80. Okay. All right, then I'm down with that too. I think that he definitely showed some brilliance of his own to hold his own in a stage that when a lot of us saw this, that we were going to be putting 2 young academy players that a lot of us don't look at as academy players any longer, but considering that they're playing at this stage, that was something in itself. And that's why I was extremely proud of the young man to do that. So I could say giving him an 80 is good. Big up Nolante, give him an 82. I saw an 8 from KJ. How about for another young man? Again, I did not necessarily expect to see Kwanzaa and Bradley on starting a game at this magnitude in this game. But what can you not? I mean, there's a lot you can say about this young man that is deservingly so impressive. Definitely needs his accolades. Playing well above what you would expect, I guess you could say, right? Is that safe to say? JK, would you agree with that when it comes to Kwanzaa?
Yeah, I think all in all, Kwanzaa yesterday, amazing as well.
Yeah.
You know, young guy playing against City. He had to deal with Haaland, with Virgil, Alvarez as well. Alvarez non-existent in the game. Foden as well. It just shows you the good work our players did actually. Silva also never really in the game. And Kwanzaa with Bradley to play that right-hand side of our defence did a top job. So I'm going to give him an 85 as well. We've got to think that it wasn't Burnley we were playing. We were playing like Man City, the champions, you know. And that's why I'm giving these guys all like 80, 85 high sort of numbers. Because I think they sort of dealt with their attack at majority of the game.
Okay. What were you guys giving them? What were you guys giving Kwanzaa? Yes, man is now the young man is now a man for sure. 85. Okay, 8.5 or 85. Okay. I can live with that, to be honest with you. I thought he played really well. There were moments, you know, even he said it himself, there were moments that he could have done better. He got a shot off that you weren't exactly expecting to see. But he's playing well. I think he's really coming into himself, knowing this is his opportunity. You know, this is his opportunity to make the splash that he wants to make. You know, and he's taking it. He's making the most of it. So, I'll give him an 85. That's cool. How about let's move on to our captain, Mr. Virgil van Dijk. I thought Virgil had an exceptional game yesterday. He obviously got the man of the match when it comes to Sky. Sky Sports gave him the man of the match, but I mean, he was just 4 interceptions, 4 tackles, made 2 last man tackles, had 2 clearances, was 77 for 79 for his passing, so 97% passing, was just absolutely just the diagonals that he does opens up the field so much for our team. I don't think someone recognizes that, but his diagonals that he does are so important, and it just switches fields. It opens up the field for everyone. It releases the pressure from the defense and automatically starts the offense off in a great position. 6 of 7 for his long balls, 4 out of 7 for ground duels, 1 out of 1 for aerial duels. Was really, really dialed in. I think had a shot off target that was off the corner that he missed the header. But there's not much else you could say about this guy other than he's just exceptional when it comes to his play.
Did you do Kwanzaa?
Yes, we did Kwanzaa. We gave him an 85.
Yeah, I'll give it. Okay.
80? Okay. Yeah, we gave him an 85.
Did I miss Robbo? Did you do Robbo?
No, Robbo's next, but we got BVD right now.
Gomez. You did Gomez?
Not yet.
No, not Robbo. We're going to do Gomez before we do Robbo. Robbo's on the subs, but
okay. I only
Gomez is next, but we're on Virgil right now. KJ gave Virgil a 95. Yeah, Dustin says man took Trent's role playmaking from center back. He is, I mean, those, like I said, those diagonals that he creates, it's just like a lever, just a release lever for the defense, and it just opens up so much for us going forward. What we're gonna give Virgil, Brian?
It is. It's like you said. It only takes one man on the right to just make a move, and he can just go boom, and it just can take all. You can just in one move be 80 yards up the pitch, and it might not come to something, but he's not going to boot it out of play. It's pretty. Yeah, look, him at his best is kind of ridiculous. The stuff that players back in the day. They were better at some things than he is in terms of, whatever it might be. Not many things, but long passing wasn't really a thing back in the day. Of all the things that they used to do, it wasn't really a big thing. And I think he has to be one of the best at that thing, with just turn and step out and knock one. So again, I say every week that guy's 10 out of 10, but we just don't recognize it because he's made it so routine.
Yeah. I agree.
90.
You give him, Nilante gave him a 200. I got you.
The tussle with Haaland was classic, though. The tussle with Haaland was really good. I'm not saying I would have loved to seen that 5 times in the game, but actually,
But you see how well he does it. He's so good at his footwork. Not to steal your thunder, but so good with his footwork that he was able to he made Haaland do more of the work than he had to, in my opinion.
Yeah, but it's also I was saying to Posey, I think last night, that's also the most Virgil has worked, because he's only been dribbled past one this season, and that was definitely Haaland made him work more than anyone else, just in that one action, not all game, but in that one, it was like you can tell Virgil wasn't happy to be doing that. He wanted it in the end when it was he didn't want to be doing that, and Haaland was like, that's Haaland then in his pocket for the rest of the game. So Haaland disappearing against big defenses is not a new thing. Not a new thing.
Right. It's not. It's not. Oh, trust me. I know that too well. Anfield Cup. So anyway.
Yeah.
I won't let it go. I just won't let it go. Oh man.
Yeah. I'll give Virgil 95 because of, you judge your player on how quiet he was in a game, and Haaland was quiet yesterday, and because of Virgil and say Kwanzaa.
Good point.
Virgil yesterday, man of the match for me. Wow. I can't really say any more.
Yeah. Yeah, KJ says, did you see the VVD interview where he said he says he primarily watches what the player does primarily is what I'm paraphrasing what KJ says, but that's what he does. He's one of the best at I think he's just become such a professor, like such a like a teacher of the game in a sense, in that he's elevated his level from like just being a pupil of the game to being now a professor of the game, because he's really put it to where he's teaching Kwanzaa, he's teaching he's teaching Kanate the levels that you have to do to go to. And Kwanzaa even gave him credit in the interview. He says, like, because they were making the point about how well Kwanzaa showed up and how great it was to see him play in this level. But Kwanzaa's like, hey, I'm trying to be like this guy, like this guy shows me every day the levels that it takes and what the levels are to be the best. And like, he's like, so I'm just trying to emulate that and see if I can excel past that in my own way, own passion.
Yeah, if you take it back, JK, you can take it back to the German team, right? All those great German teams, throughout, like they always had like this player in there, a Beckenbauer, a Matthias, a Muller, a Klinsmann. There's always some guy that's at the peak. The same with the Dutch, the same with like that ultimate AC Milan team, right? You've got Franco Baresi in it. Do you think Paolo Maldini becomes as good as he is? He will become unbelievable. But do you think he becomes that good if he didn't watch Franco Baresi, one of the greatest of all time, for 8-9 years?
No, yeah.
It's unbeatable. That's why I always said, look, the one that cuts me deeper than everything with the Thiago thing is that I thought this season, before this season started, I thought this was going to be the season where Thiago, hopefully being fit, Bajcetic being fit, Bajcetic would have had a whole year playing Europa League, I thought, every game. Learn off Thiago, because I thought he'd always go at the end of the year. But yet, even a year learn off a player like Thiago. Kwanzaa and Kanate are in the position to spend 2 or 3 years learning off one of the best centre backs ever to play the game. That's that's 100 million quid worth of education there.
Bang on.
If you can't pick stuff up off him, man, you're in the wrong sport. You're in the wrong business. Like,
yeah, man.
Yeah.
And that's what some fans need to realize also, that Virgil, Alisson on the pitch, and even Salah on the pitch, top players, is what they do off the pitch as well, in the training ground, off the pitch, talking to Kwanzaa, Elliot, and Kelleher, for example, the three guys who have sort of took positions, and that's what the magic of these guys even staying for a couple more years will do for the club. It will. Thiago hasn't played all season, but he's been at the training ground, and what does he do in that time? He's talking to these guys.
He's and if you're smart, you're soaking up as much of that knowledge and as much as that football IQ as you can, so that you can incorporate it in your own game.
And that's why I said to some fans, they were moaning about Thiago all the time. I'm saying, you know what? Would you rather FSG keep that 200 grand a week and not get a guy who's going to be on the training pitch helping the midfield players with valuable knowledge? I'd rather have Thiago there and then saving that 200 grand a week for the owners,
Yeah, for sure.
The way I always looked at it as well, just quickly on that, was it was such a natural progression from Thiago to Bajcetic. Spanish, DM, culture, technical, ex-Barcelona. It was just all there. It was so, and they're definitely talking it, but it was just so like, oh, this is going to be so good if they can work it. The perfect guy to learn off. A guy who, Bajcetic, probably thinks, Thiago, that's my freaking hero, man.
Yeah.
It was just
icon.
Such a shame. Such a shame.
Yeah. So all right, so let's give. I'm down to give. I'm down to give Virgil a 95. I think that's fair.
Yeah.
How about for Joey G? What was your rating on Joey G? I think Joey G had a decent game too. Obviously, he had to be called on to play left back, right back. I mean, the guy moves around so much. I'm surprised he's not dizzy. Maybe that should be his nickname is Dizzy, Joey Dizzy Gomez, because I mean he's just on the merry-go-round when it comes to how many different.
Anyway.
Yeah, it's close. It's close.
I'm gonna call him Joe of all trades.
All
Nice.
trades. Yeah, that's a good one.
Okay.
That's a good one.
Nice.
That's a good
Joe
one.
of all trades. I like
That's the
that.
one.
Dustin
I
gives
like
him an 85. What are you guys giving, JK? What are you giving Joey G?
I'm gonna give him
80?
80, 85 because he did lose the ball a few times, but all in all, he switched around. I'm gonna give him 85.
Okay. How about
And
for
also
you,
Klopp. Quickly, just saying that Klopp was sort of hinting that he should be in the England setup for the Euros. You know.
No, keep him away from that England team.
I don't really want him to go.
Keep him as far away from England as possible.
Yeah.
When it comes to the English national team, at least.
But you know, quickly, who I've always said that Kane was the guy who actually injured him in that England training incident.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know.
I always feel that it was Kane, you know, because he was captain. Nothing was really made out of it. Who did it to Gomez? What happened? No one really knows, you know. So I don't really want Gomez to be playing for England again. Even Trent, I don't really want him to be playing for England. But
no, I don't want any of those. I don't want any of our players playing for the national team, to be honest with you. Especially when they're going to be used, if they're going to be utilized, like Egypt's trying to utilize their players, like trying to play them in friendlies on levels, like no, don't do that. I mean,
and Dustin, we are saying he absolutely deserves to play for England.
I'm not saying he doesn't deserve to play. He definitely deserves to be there. I'm saying it from a Liverpool slant of. Yeah, I'm saying. I think we're all saying it from a Liverpool perspective. We don't want to see him go to England and, have the possible circumstances occur, or just playing. He's played a lot for us this season already. He's played more than most of us expected him to play.
All these boys here, all these England boys, they'll tell you Southgate is famous for coming in and saying, "I won't pick people on favorites or reputation. I won't pick on name. I'll pick on form." And then he immediately named a squad, and he's basically just picked all the same players since. He just has favorites. He won't
exactly.
He has his players and he picks them. He doesn't like Gomez. Even if Gomez was to go, he wouldn't play. That's the thing. He wouldn't play. If Joe Gomez loves England and wants to play for England, then great, let him go. But yeah, this is Southgate. Southgate is still picking Jordan bloody Henderson, for God's sake.
Yeah.
Even when he was in Saudi, he was picking him. Yeah, it didn't matter. Only the best players playing for the best teams. No, man. 34-year-old Jordan Henderson out in Saudi Arabia is still getting picked for England.
No,
Harry Kane
right.
could be playing him on.
There's some shouts. There's some shouts for Harvey. For instance, there's some shouts for Harvey to possibly be, a consideration, for England, and it's not outrageous to hear that. In my opinion, I think Harvey's played really well, and he's played well for obviously the under 21s national team for them with Curtis. But I mean, realistically, it's a solid shout for Curtis. I mean, for Harvey, or even Curtis at one point, and obviously not now, but for him to get an opportunity to play on that level. But I'm thinking why do it?
With Dustin there, I'm with you on that. I just know it's important for Joe. Exactly. So I'm wondering, if those guys love England and want to go and want to play, and it's a really big thing for them, then cool, absolutely. I hope they get picked. But what we all know, again, are biases. So let's throw the biases aside. But even then, we know that even if Gomez did get picked, he probably wouldn't play him.
Yeah,
even
he
if
wouldn't, most likely.
He probably wouldn't even play Trent. He's not going to play Harvey.
Yeah.
He's not going to play Jones. He might name him in the squad. Which Liverpool player right now walks into the England squad? There's nobody. We don't have one, right? We don't have one. none of our players that are England players are in his favourites group, and he has a favourites group.
Yeah, he has a favorite. He definitely has a favorite group that he prefers.
Gomez
You
has
know,
never been on his radar. Trent
never.
has always been something he
hasn't
doesn't
been there.
want to have to deal with because he
Yeah.
wants his solid lads and all of that. He'll bring Trent to
Mhm.
keep the media happy. He'll bring Trent to keep the media happy, and that'll be it. And then he just won't play.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, all I want to say is just in that, you know what it is? It's the respect thing. It's like Virgil. He is the captain of Holland. He gets that respect. You understand? Where Liverpool players have not got that respect from Southgate at all. You know, the title winning season, Gomez, Henderson, and Trent should have all been starting for England. They never did.
He's an
You
England
know,
manager, man. His job is to ignore Liverpool players. We know this, right? I'm not getting conspiratorial, but JK, we know this, right? He's an England manager. If you're a Liverpool player, unless you're undroppable, like Michael Owen, Stevie G,
level.
we know what happens. We know what happens. They just they ignore that Liverpool player and pick the
The other clubs.
Yeah, yeah,
And that's what it is. That's what it is, really. It's that Liverpool, and that's why I don't really understand a lot of Liverpool fans who actually support England to a level they support Liverpool. You know, you got to look at it with your eyes open. In that title-winning season, Gomez, Trent, and Henderson should have been part of any England team. You know, but Southgate has always sort of been and not anti-Liverpool, anti-Liverpool players. You know, Trent had to fight against Trippier to play for England. That's how crazy it was. You know, and that's
No, I
when you
get
know
you. I
something's
get
not
you.
right.
I hear what you're saying.
and it just
Well,
comes
Blessing
from
in
it
disguise.
just does
It's a
come
blessing in
from
disguise. You know,
no,
they
it
ain't gonna
just
be
does
playing.
come from that one thing. Yeah, we they know we're not fully behind it, and yeah, look, we're booing the national anthem right now as a club. Like, don't worry, fan, I won't go on too long about this. Like, but we are actually getting for booing the national anthem. Even to the point where, like, last week, Nottingham Forest kicked off. You know, like I think it was like 2 minutes into the second half, and we were singing one of our songs. So their response to that was to sing the national anthem. You know, so that's become a thing that like Liverpool is anti. Like everyone's known this all bit, but now it's Liverpool is the anti-England club. So yeah, Gareth Southgate is the archetypal company man. I don't. Is that a thing in America? A company man?
Yeah.
No, it's just whatever the company policy is, Gareth will go along with that.
He toes the line. Yeah.
Yeah, toes absolutely. He will toe the line.
Yeah.
And if you're starting Harry Maguire, okay, that says everything. Like Harry Maguire is your main guy at the back. He's the main dog. Like there's no ifs or buts about even Calvin Phillips, for example. You know, like for me, the main England team with a fit Gomez and Trent. I mean, fit. I'm starting probably them in the back with I would say Stones, Gomez and Stones as centre backs. You know, Trent right back.
You know what? Yeah, I do not care what Southgate does with his lineups, other than just keep our players. If you're going to bring our players, keep them fit and healthy. And if anything, get them rest. If anything, you want to bring them for the vacation, cool. But I don't necessarily want to see them being out there putting their necks on the line, and ending up with what we saw Gomez end up with or something like that. It's hard. It's difficult enough for us to get these players back on the pitch. I don't need England and the national team doing their bit.
But just one more thing on that, Trevor. Or play a player like Trent and let him be the world star that he can be.
Exactly.
Don't bring a Trent and then just say, oh well, I can't play him at right back because I want to do this.
It's a waste of time. Yeah, it's just a waste of time.
Because he wants to do that, and it's like, oh, okay, so bring him on for a half an hour in a game where he's cold and he gets beaten by some lad, and then everyone go, oh look, see, told you he can't play right back.
Yeah.
Just stop fucking with the kid. Seriously, like how
Exactly,
old is
Brian.
Trent?
Yeah, man.
And he isn't already. Every other team in world football, Trent has 100 caps. How many caps does he have for England?
I don't
Exactly.
know. I can find out for you, but I don't know off the top of my head.
But just saying,
I'll
with a
find it
guy,
out while we talk. While we talk, I'll find it out for you. But
yeah, just the
Dom,
guy with his quality is not playing international football is ridiculous.
yeah,
It's just,
look,
it don't matter. It's England. It's just ridiculous.
blows your mind. It blows your mind. It just blows your mind.
And that says it all for me concerning England.
he's had no, that can't be right.
15,
No, yeah, I was gonna say he's had 23 appearances.
23. Yeah, that's about right, man. That's about right. That just shows you. Trent.
That seems like it'd be so low. I know. 23 appearances. He has 2 goals, 23 appearances. His debut was June 7th, 2018 was his debut. So he's had 6 years. In 6 years, he's played 23 appearances. That's insane.
That just tells you everything, man. That tells you everything. They want Kyle Walker. It was always Kyle Walker. It was always Kyle Walker. And then when he was fit, it was Reece James. And now latterly, even when JK is talking, and yeah, look, fair enough. He had a career renaissance. Trippier.
But,
you know, that's fine. Okay. If that's your guy, that's fine. Okay. But like for this kid with more trophies than all of those, apart from Walker, with more trophies than those people combined. Well, actually, Reece James. But yeah, look, you know the point I'm getting at.
Yes,
but with one of everything, with one of absolutely everything in the world, Club World Cup down to Charity Shield, he's won a lot.
Everything.
Yeah, no, I get it. But again, my last comment on this would be that the coach for the national team doesn't have the vision, doesn't have the ability, nor does he have the presence that Klopp has, so it's not like for like, as in I don't think Southgate is going to put him into winning positions and have the vision to say, I'm going to make this player, just as you said, put him on the stage and make him into the pinnacle of my team, as opposed to on England. It's just a matter of, like, I don't even know. I don't know, and I nor do I really care.
Yeah, but quickly, just last thing on this topic. At this very moment, name a better defender, English defender, than Joe Gomez. There isn't one. There isn't. Luke Shaw injured.
Well, let's talk about. Yeah. I was gonna say, like, let's get into this young man then, who doesn't play for England, fortunately, but most likely will be a call up for his Hungary team. He is the captain of his Hungary team. How'd you feel about Dom's performance yesterday? And I'd like to hear the chats. I'd like to see what the chat thinks too, as well, on this one, because I thought Dom had a solid game, but I didn't. Out of the 3, which is kind of crazy about it. Well, not necessarily crazy. McAllister's an amazing player himself, and so is Endo. But we're expecting the same levels and performances we're getting out of Dom and Endo to be the same out of Mac and Endo. We're almost expecting that out of Dom as well, but he's trying to find his way back into fitness. Possibly why he got subbed out. What were your feelings on Dom yesterday?
I'd give Dom a 60, and that's really only because I thought he was going to get 60 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't think he had anywhere near.
He got 60. He played 61 minutes just to give some clarity too.
I thought he was going off after an hour, and he went off after an hour because he wasn't match fit. Like, to go toe to toe with a Man City midfield at Anfield in a game like that for 45 minutes for a match fit player is like doing a double workload. So for a guy who had got half an hour in his legs after the best part of at least a month out, he was never going to be really a long-term idea. Like, that's why I was saying we need to have Elliott in a position to drop back, because Dom ain't lasting the game. and
Yeah.
it showed. I think it showed just because I said like that playing against that City midfield, you're not going to have the time to go and showboat, be that creative player. You're going to have about a millisecond on the ball. You
You
might
see
get
what we
the
saw
odd.
in Prague, for instance, that you're trying to get, like as in because
Yeah,
he showed a little,
exactly.
he showed some bits of brilliance in the Prague game, but you're
Yeah,
not going
you're
to
not
have
going
that
to get
chance or
that.
those opportunities really in this kind of game, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So his fitness showed when he dropped off, but even then he was kind of the one that didn't really get into the game. But again, that's because the fitness and the level of the team he's up against. I mean, that's like asking you to go back to work after 6 months and just immediately run the biggest show of your life. Yeah, I mean, you've got to be right on it immediately. So, okay, well, you're going to be burnt at the end of that. I haven't worked in a lot. You're done. You are done. He's had no time, and it was the worst game to come back into. So he couldn't show anything. He had that slightly lazy free kick at the end, which was our first shot on target in the first half.
Yeah, in the 48th minute. Yep. Yeah.
A dribbler, the goalkeeper just caught it basically.
Yeah. He's not.
Yeah,
you're not beating a keeper with that shot.
Not his best game, but I think huge amounts of reasons why for that. I was surprised. I wouldn't have been surprised if he didn't start because it's like, yeah, of course he's not starting. It's City and he's got half an hour. So we asked a lot of him and he did well.
Yeah.
But not his
37 touches, 18 of 27, so 67% was passing. He had one key pass, but was 0 for 1 for long balls, 1 shot on target, which is the one you spoke of, 2 shots off target, 2 ground duels, 2 ground duels. Only had 2 ground duels to win, but won both of them, and that's it. That's pretty much it. Was fouled twice. That's pretty much it.
Yeah, it sounds like it reads like what it looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just he'll get way better, but him with 10 games under his belt is a much different proposition yesterday.
Yeah. Get some runs of games in him. We might see what we saw earlier in the year from him. At least I think that we will.
He's the one that for me, I'll let Jacob go soon, but he's the one that for me, I'm probably most excited to see what a new manager does. Because he's someone we've kind of seen like half the unlocked or the locked version. If a new coach comes in, excuse me, and decides to play him at a number 10 hybrid type or left, wide, right in some kind of form, but he's someone who has a huge amount of potential, and we're seeing the hard working version of him. But for me, he's one who really excites me to see what a new manager will do with him. Because if we line up with some kind of 3-4-2-1 type thing, I mean, this guy could be ridiculous.
Yeah, he could unlock possibly something that, rather than relying so much on him doing that, I guess advanced Hendo role in his essence, which a lot of people like, or a lot of people reference him as doing. Yeah, we can see him doing that.
A lot of defensive work he's doing at the moment. So
yeah. How about you, JK? Then what did you rate him at?
Yeah, like what Brian was saying, considering the situation coming back from injury, the opposition and everything, I think he did okay considering everything. Never really did anything bad. What I like about Szoboszlai is he's very good at the one-touch stuff where a ball's coming to him and he won't hold on to it. He will just flick it on, kick it on straight away. And I like that. He tried it a lot yesterday. So I'll just give him a 70, bro, considering the opposition and his fitness. Yeah. Just to have him starting was actually me sort of considering like just over a week ago, he was missing, Salah was missing and Darwin was missing. So to get all them guys sort of hovering around the team again, very nice. It's good.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Okay, well then, what'd you give him again?
I'll give him a 70.
70? Okay.
60.
Dustin's grade of 85 pushed him up a little bit, but that 60 is pulling him down. All right, I say give him a 70. give him a 70. Low, just barely. Whoops. That's at 75, but we'll just barely get it in there for him. Oops, keep giving him 75 for some reason. He's gonna get a 70. I'll make sure.
It's true but what Brian was saying about I'm really looking forward to seeing his attacking side of his game. And that's what I was meaning yesterday. He was trying to do sort of moves and touches. That was his attacking side of his game. I think because of what Klopp has asked him and McAllister to do, the defensive work, that he's made them better midfielders, all-round midfielders now, like tracking, defending. So we just need to see the other side of Szoboszlai's game. We're seeing it with McAllister now. You can see his attacking passes, he's getting goals, assists, whatever. So I'm looking forward to Szoboszlai next season as well. And now all he needs is game time. And then he'll be ready for the finals, what other games we've got at the end of the season, you know?
I agree with that. Or I'm gonna give him a 70. Even it says 75. I'll make sure that it says 70. But let's move on to Wataru Endo. This guy has really definitely brought a lot of different people out of the woodwork to admit their amnesia. You know, because I know how it is for a lot of these players. You know, a lot of people come out with these bold and brash statements. They come out with like contentment and everything else for these players. They don't allow for them to actually find their game or even, you know, or even figure out their role for this club. I think it was just a matter of Endo getting the pace and getting the proper fitness level necessary for this game. I know that his commitment was always going to be there. So, you know, I never really had doubts on that. But I thought Endo played exceptionally well in this game. I think he actually outplayed Rodri, his counterpart Rodri in this game, to be honest with you. What was your rating on Endo, JK?
I'm going to give the guy also a 90.
90? Okay.
He got on his passing stats, he got a 92% accuracy.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I actually like his passing. He sort of passes into space. I think you was on about it last time and stuff. But all in all, he's a bargain. Just considering the level of games he has to play, he's playing like a title race game against Man City. It's not just like a FA Cup game against Southend or someone. It's like a big game, and he sort of steps up every time. And that's why another thing about patience in players, no one really knew a lot about Endo. I called my friends up who actually watch him play for Stuttgart, and they were telling me he'll give 100%. And as you've seen, he does that, you know. And what I also like is that he don't really make fouls like he did initially when he first came onto the scene and get yellow cards and stuff like that. And that for me shows the development in him as a player with us. Top class.
Yeah, top class for sure. Yeah. How about you, Brian?
Well, I don't know. Like, again, it's one of these things. If you've ever played football in England or Ireland or whatever, maybe it's not a thing in America. But if you've ever played someone who's described as all elbows, I don't know if that translates to America, but like, if you ever played against someone who's just all elbows, that's an English kind of description of someone like Endo, who is, if you look at him there, look how loose his sleeves are. Look at all the other players. He's got the skinniest little arms, right? They've all got big muscles, but I guarantee you he's probably got the best core strength out of everybody. And he's just one of those players that doesn't look really big, but he's all elbows. Anytime you go near him, he always sticks his arms out, and you can't get near him. He's horrible to get off the ball. He's horrible if he comes near you. You know, it's just like the archetypal kind of kid that you see him. He's 5'8", 5'9", going out on the pitch.
Yeah.
But then you try and play against him, and he's an absolute pain in the arse.
Yeah.
He's just a total pain in the arse. Like, look at him. Look at him. He has no muscle, right?
Yeah.
You look at all the other boys with their big forearms, and guarantee you he's the strongest little prick on the pitch, and try and get him off a ball, And like I said, you
Yeah.
try and get him off the ball. Basically, what he'll do is he'll stick his arm out and his elbow. Like he won't elbow you, but he's all elbow. You know what that means, JK, right?
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
Yeah. All, like,
But you know, also sometimes it's that center. It's like some of the shorter or smaller guys, the center of gravity. As long as they have control of their center of gravity, they can control their space so well. It doesn't matter if that guy.
He's needly. You know, even if you like, you can't push him off it, but at the same time, he's going to needle you. He's going to make it awkward for you and horrible for you. You know, it's like, I agree. He's going to have he's going to have that low center of gravity, but like, at the right time. Look, if he's moving in the wrong direction, you can just push him over easily because it doesn't matter how big someone is. If you check their momentum, you can just shoulder them and they're over. But he won't let you do that. He'll get in front of you. He'll get his balance right. He'll get everything right most of the time. And it's just he's going to be absolutely horrible to play against. And like I said to K-Mac, he broke up KDB's and Pep. He made them have a fight on date night. He made them have a fight on Kiss Cam in front of everybody. In front of everybody. And Pep is sitting there going, "Oh, come on, babe. Come on." He's like, "No, fuck it." He's like, "Come on, babe." Yeah, he's like, man. Come on."
The crowd like, cheering.
I'm like, I mean, that was so good, man. That's what he did to them. That's
hilarious.
That's too funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he's a bit of a chess player. I watched him yesterday when he's not got the ball. I was just watching him, and what he does, he goes into spaces where there's going to be danger.
Yeah.
And so he's a bit of a chess player, this guy, and it's good to have someone like that in the middle of the park who's a bit naughty as well. Sometimes I think we've been too nice sometimes, our team. So we need people like Darwin and Endo, a little bit street, you know.
Yeah, no, he doesn't mind going in for a challenge, and he understands the fact of he's gonna make a tough and hard challenge, but he's not going in for like deliberate red card or anything like that. But he's going in knowing that there's a chance, there's a coin flip on, I'll get a card for this, but it's worth taking, you know, and he knows that he'll be that guy. He'll definitely be that guy.
And the yellow card thing as well. One last thing on the yellow card thing we're talking about. Like, he's also, like, you know, we're talking about Suarez learning earlier on, you know, like what you kind of you can't do that you could do in other places. He's also learned what kind of challenges are yellow cards. He's also learned what challenges you can kind of get away with a little bit more. So that kind of, again, this, we talk about it a lot, you know, getting a yellow card. You can't always time it, you know, you can't always know. You can't always say it. But you can kind of, you know, negate it a little bit by saying, because he was a bit rash earlier on, sliding in a lot and this kind of stuff.
Right. Yeah.
But he has toned it down, and it is like, it's the classic thing. Like, this is a trait of the DMs now, the best ones. Take that yellow and then move on. But
move
they're
on.
all learning what refs like.
And do what Fab did. I'm sorry to say.
You can do this in Germany. You can't do it in England. You can do it in England. Right. You can't get away with it in France. You'll get away with it in Spain. You won't get away with it in it. You know, it's just learning those little kind of things. And okay, cool. I won't. You know, the guy is. He's a little master of that position. You want to say, call him the little samurai master. But I mean, what more do you want? What more do you want? In that 6 row?
Yeah, no, you're spot on. That's why I'm gonna say that, in my opinion, it deserves a 90 at least. At least a 90's being possibly even
90's everywhere.
You know, I think it definitely deserves a 90. However you want to look at it.
Yeah.
How about for the man that he's actually freeing up to do what all of us have really wanted to see happen? How about for Mac 10? This guy, you know, puts his honestly, the biggest dilemma, or not a dilemma because we didn't have to go through it, but the biggest dilemma that we were about to, in my mind, face, or hopefully have had to have faced, was if we'd gotten that penalty, does Mac 10 step up and take that penalty shot? Or does Salah walk over and take that penalty?
This reminds me of a certain prediction somebody made. This reminds me of a certain prediction somebody made. Because I predicted we would win 2-1 with a McAllister penalty and a Salah goal. Now I got the Salah bit wrong in the 2-1 bit, and you said to me, "Oh, so you think McAllister will take a penalty even if Salah's on the pitch?" And I said, "No, I think we'll get a penalty before Salah comes on, and Mac will take it."
Yep, which you did.
I told you, man.
People need to listen. People need to listen to our preview
Psychic
shows. Brian, JK, even myself sometimes, but Brian's been on fire lately with some of his predictions. To be honest with you.
Yeah, man. Now Brian, he knows his game, and that's why he will give comments because like he's thinking about it. He's got a football brain, and that's why he will come out with logic. You know. He wasn't going to say 5-1.
Yeah.
You know, 2-1 sounded about right. You know, we've got a penalty last minute. It would have been 2-1. And McAllister said with 2 penalties. Actually, that would have been interesting if the penalty was given. Who would have taken it? Salah, because he was on the pitch, or McAllister?
Oh, Salah, yeah. I think Salah takes them when he's on.
I think Salah. Yeah.
I said it before when Nunes or when Salah was out. I said, if we get a pen, I want Mac on him because he was 9 from 10 for Bournemouth in the last. You know, he's just a quality penalty taker. So I wanted him on it, and it wasn't because then Nunes missed one. Then I was like, "No, look, forget that. Just stick Mac on pen. He's cool."
Right.
And then so Salah comes back. You ain't sitting Salah down off penalties. You're just that guy has got records to break. Okay, that's the thing.
That's what he's thinking of. Yeah,
he's got numbers. He's looking at stuff. Yeah, he's won all the things. He's going. He's got records. Salah has got records to break. Basically, he's thinking, how close can I get to X player above me or whatever? I think he's pretty close. Someone in the chat will correct me if I'm wrong, but I think in like the all-time Liverpool scorers thing, maybe in just league or whatever, I think he's pretty close to someone.
No, you're right.
So he might, before he leaves, he might, even within a season, overtake one of our big players. And so if he can get a 10 or 12 more penalties in that, he's taking them.
Yeah.
And fair play. But if he misses another one, look, McAllister won't score all of them, but I said it for a reason. I want him on penalties because he's cold. Right? He's just cold. He's got ice in his veins when it comes to those kind of moments. Did it perfectly yesterday. There was a load of nonsense going on in the penalty box. So he just went and walked 50 yards away and made himself anonymous and strolled around. Someone guarded the penalty spot. Yeah, and then just before the penalty was to be taken, he reappears, comes back in. The guy is basically game intelligence made incarnate.
Yeah.
He will always just know what to do. He won't get flustered.
Yeah.
These guys are so young. We were just talking about Dom Szoboszlai. How old is Dom Szoboszlai? He's 23, man. He's the same age as Phil Second Foden.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah. No, you're right about that.
And carries himself like a 27-year-old player. McAllister looks and carries himself like a 27-year-old player. They look like they've been playing the game in England for 6-7 seasons. They're these are young players, 23, 24.
Yeah.
It's true. It's amazing the level that they have. They look like veterans. They look like,
Yeah, some of these guys look so much older than they actually are.
Dom Szoboszlai is only 3 years older than Conor Bradley.
Yeah.
Put that in perspective.
Yeah, I get it. I mean, we spoke about Cody. Cody's only 24 years old. People make it seem like he's like 26, 27, or 28 years old or something like that. He's 24. He looks a lot older than he actually is. But yeah.
But with I wanted to say the only reason why I reckon he's gone off his game is because of them pink boots he wears for the last 3-4 weeks.
Stop.
2 weeks, bro. I can't have footballers wearing pink
I
boots.
think I know.
Just
It's for
I
a
don't know
different
what it is.
reason. But the reason why they wear them is for a different reason.
It's
At least in America, it's in recognizing breast cancer is one of the things. It's reasons why they wear
also
them.
cricket.
But pink is now a very cool color, basically. Well, not cool.
But pink, a lot of these
It's a fashion
pastels
statement,
and these pastels and pinks and you
I
know,
love a good pink kit, though. I love a good pink kit, especially one from back in the day when pink wasn't cool. Like there was a few Italian ones back in the day.
Yeah,
But
the Italian ones. I was gonna say, was it Parma? Was it Parma?
Parma,
or
yeah.
like
Yeah, Parma.
Well, Parma were
Juventus
playing
had
all
one.
white, but I mean, I'm just thinking in terms of home kits. There was a couple of a Genoa and a Pesca or whatever. Yeah, but but I mean, just a pink kit done well back in the day when pink wasn't like a hipster color was like, oh, interesting, very nice, very very nice.
Yeah,
But
actually,
let's
yeah,
see.
he is. He's 6 years. So Mac is 25, and yeah, and
25.
yeah,
still
25, and Connor is 20. Is 19. Yeah,
Whoa.
I thought Connor was 20. No,
he might be. Let me double check.
I'm pretty sure Connor is 20.
You're right. You're right about that. He's 20. He turned 20 on. Oh, he's been 20. Wait. He's been 20 since. What's his birthday? Yeah, he's been 20 for a while. It's been 20 since July. So
yeah, see, this is the other thing. This is the thing I've been saying.
So scary, man. I'm sorry. That's still scary. He's born 2003. That's scary.
This is the one thing. Connor Bradley is actually older than people think he is.
Yeah.
Connor Bradley, a lot of people think Bradley is 18, 19. That's the thing. And that's the thing that really makes me confident in him. Because he's not 18. He's nearly 21. And he's had a year of gold. This guy is actually ready for first team football.
Yeah.
But he's like a lot of our players are younger than people think they are. But actually, Bradley is probably about 2 years older than a lot of people who don't follow. They all think they're all 18 or whatever. But Bradley is ready, man. Bradley is ready to go.
Yeah.
No, you're right. I'll put McAllister at a 95. I think that he got a lot. He got a lot of high scores. Everyone had him at a very high score. So 9.5, 95. However you're listening to us you're listening to us at work, if you're listening to us in the car, or if you're watching the show. Appreciate everyone for you guys hanging in there. I know that we went a little bit over on our time because got into a couple conversations.
It's what we do.
Yeah, it's what we do.
If you're coming here looking for, if you're coming here expecting a short, concise thing, look, you might get it every now and again, but more often than not, this is what you're going to get. You're going to get this long form. Oh man, this is what you're going to get. But it's all gold.
It's all gold.
Yeah, all
there you go. It's all gold.
Okay, let me just say something about the Diaz and Gapco thing quickly then. That what you said, 12. Them two guys for the last month or so had to lead our attack. We've won most of them games. So I'm gonna just if we lost them games,
save what you guys say when we go to when we hit, because Cody's gonna be on here. Diaz and Cody are coming up. We got two more guys. Say what you guys say, because I mentioned that earlier too. Yeah, but I agree with you on what your sentiment is. Harvey Elliott, how are we feeling about Mr. Ringlets? I don't know.
Yeah.
How are we feeling about Harvey? What was your Harvey had to play right wing. I wasn't over the moon with his performance at the right wing in the first half, but then again, got moved back to right mid. Really showed a little bit something more in the right mid for me, at least. But that's more of his more natural position anyway. Was 33 out of 42. Was rapid as always, with running around the pitch, doing his thing, trying to get things going on. It was 2 out of 4 for crosses, 1 out of 4 for long balls, 1 out of 4 for ground duels. Had 1 tackle, 1 interception, but played a full 90. I mean, the amount of minutes that this guy's put in the last 3, 4, if not 5 games is exceptional. You know,
Yeah, he's at prime time now. He's young. He's got bags of energy, and he stepped up. Him and Kanate in the last weeks.
yeah,
100%. And I even said that all Elliot needs to concentrate on is his in-game crossing. And you seen yesterday, even for Szoboszlai, that cross was just perfect to just get his head on it, and where he sort of went over the bar. So it's weird. He's just everything that I said that was wrong within his game. In the last few games, he just sorted it out. It was just his crossing that was wrong within the game. But other than that, man, you can't complain about that guy. He supports Liverpool.
I like how he'll take the ball from the right, and he'll look for those spaces, and he'll go and he'll drive into the middle and create either opportunity for him to take a shot, or obviously create space where other defenders have to either collapse onto him and they can possibly get off a pass or two to someone that can connect, if not make that next pass to the next player that is can get a shot off. I've noticed that a little bit more. He's taking on those kinds of runs a little bit. Something you saw Salah do a little bit more often than not. Trying to utilize that game what Salah does. Some high numbers for him. Dustin gave him a 95. KJ gave him a 9 or a 90. What was your rating for him? What was your rating for him, JK?
Yeah, quickly, and I'm going to give him a 90 as well because of the shift he put in. It was against the City defense as well. He just looked lively all game, always available, finding space, and like his passing. Do you know his passing rate stats? Because I think his passing has improved a lot as well in the last few games. He's getting better every game. I think sometimes game time just sorts a player out. And he's getting that game time. I think he's took that opportunity more than say Gapco has of getting that game time in the last 5 games.
Yeah, I mean, because we run these triangles on the sides, there's times when he'll be a right wing, there's times when he will be in the midfield, regardless. I mean, that's just how the fluidity of the team works. But and it's obviously someone that plays right wing and plays right mid, it's a natural progression for him as well. But I thought Harvey played, as Nolante said, he gave Harvey an 88. He said started slow but grew into the game and went in the mud. He dictated and pressed well, and he's right about that. I think that you saw the commitment to the fact of even if you're not going to be able to create opportunities or create chances for yourself or your teammates, at least play defense. That's the only thing I care about. Like do not slack on defense. How about for yourself, Brian? What was your rating on Elliot?
I think JK, did you have something to?
Oh, do you want to add
I just want to say he's got a bit of snap in him, Harvey Elliott. He's not like lazy, if you understand what I mean. His energy is very front going, and I realise in tackles and sort of situations he'll get in there. So I like that in him. They're gone, Brian, bro.
Yeah,
that's crazy too. Nolante has him. He said, I think Nolante is saying honestly he should start ahead of Szoboszlai right now. It's not a bad shout, to be honest with you. Until the boss can get his legs underneath him the proper way that he has, and while we're going to be able to get out of Dom consistently at a high level is 45 minutes, if not 60 minutes out of him or something like that. I wouldn't mind seeing Harvey start instead of Dom. To be honest with you, that's not a bad shout.
Yeah, Klopp gives Harvey big games to deal with.
But
he does it. I don't know why, but he does it, and it works.
Yeah. Go ahead, Brian. What were you going to rate Harvey at?
Yeah, I'd go around the 80 because you've got the typical Harvey performance. He's a midfielder been asked to play at right wing. I don't like to go down the road of people were always saying this, people were always saying that, but for a long time there was a lot of shit talk. Harvey Elliott isn't a right winger. Harvey Elliott isn't a right winger. And he would never start right wing for us. He's never started. I know I bang on about this all the time. He's played about 110 games for us. He's probably played 98, 95 of them in a midfield 3. So it's like, stop complaining about Harvey Elliott not being a right winger because we're not using him that way. Pop has never used him that way. Salah's out. it's not like he would have been playing there because Salah wasn't fit. You know, it's no. He
Right.
rang up Blackburn. Blackburn were using him as an attack midfielder, and he rang up Blackburn and said, "No, we want him to play midfield. That's why we sent him to you. If you don't want to play midfield, just send him back in January." And Tony Mowbray was there. He's like, "Oh, okay, cool. Like picture now." And then we had the other guy that was there. Was Clark went there. One of our other boys went there. We have a really good symbiosis with them. They know what we want, and we know what they want. And you know, they gave him the minutes in midfield. He's always been a central midfielder for us. And it's just when you're young and you're really, really skillful, and you can play with both feet, to get into a Premier League team like at Fulham, they're not going to put you in the engine room in big games, relegation games. They're going to want to get you on the pitch, but they'll stick on. You know, they'll play a 4-2-3-1 or something. Just go out and play on the right there, or play number 10, or play out on the left. They did with Carvalho. You're not going to stick him in the middle where games are won or lost. So people got this idea that maybe he was a tricky winger or number 10. Like, no, the guy was always going to be a number 8. JK has said it perfectly a few times now. He doesn't want to say he reminds him of Iniesta, but he's saying he plays like Iniesta. Now, obviously, he's not Iniesta. Iniesta is just next level.
Right.
Of course, Iniesta isn't, or Elliot isn't good as Iniesta.
But his mindset is like Iniesta.
You get it and give it. But you get it and give it. Look, sometimes it's just a job, right? And I'm saying you get it and you give it. That sounds really simple. But if your job in a Premier League midfield is to get it and give it, that's one of the most important jobs out there. It means you can receive the ball, turn, beat a man, release a player. Like that's a world-class football, basically.
It is.
Take the ball under pressure, turn, release, pass. Don't have to score goals. Iniesta was excellent. He dribbled past maybe 2 or 3 players and make them all look foolish. But his job is to get it and give it.
Yep.
Endo's job is to get it, you know, stop it and give it to a player like Elliot, who then can progress it to a player like Salah.
Exactly.
And a player like Salah can progress it into the middle of the goal. It's not that difficult.
Yeah.
And Elliot is brilliant under pressure. This is why I was talking about Kovacic earlier. Just a guy, you can give him the ball all day with 2 players on him, he'll turn out. No problem. Just give it to someone else. He's not going to drill, you know, score amazing goals, but you can give him a ball all day under pressure. And he'll take it. He'll call for it with 2 markers on. Yeah, he won't be shying away. So you just need those guys, and that's what Elliot does for us. So when he was trying to play out wide, he was trying to, like, he knew how to work, you know, make angles, make passes. But he's not going to dribble past people, you know, be flashy and be, you know, all fair. But he used his game intelligence to, try and make passes and angles, but played it more like a midfield type of role. And then his amazing energy and all that allows us to take off Szoboszlai and say, "Oh yeah, by the way, Harvey, you're not coming off. Now you are playing in midfield against Man City.
Playing midfield,
in a huge game, by the way. You know, you've run your arse. Okay, like this is a kid. This is a goddamn kid, and he's doing all of this. This is just off the charts. Again, this kind of stuff is just not normal, and we're doing it. I mean, how can you 800, 900? I don't know, whatever, 90. Give it 90 for everything he did on the pitch. It's just, I think it's phenomenal to have this kind of talent at that young age, that kind of reliability.
It's good. It's promising for the future, to say the least. So what were you going to give him?
I'd give him an 80. Look, 85. I can't give him any. I don't want to give him a low score, so 85. I suppose everyone would be up there with something like that.
That's cool. That's cool. I'll go with since KJ gave him a 9, Dustin gave him a 95, Nolante gave him an 88. I'll go with the 88.
I gave him a 90 as well.
Yeah. I'll go with an 88. So how about for now we're gonna get into this. We're gonna get into it. We're getting close. We're getting close. I see the next 2 players that are launched up, and we already spoke to the next 2 players at length. So we'll just kind of go quickly through the scores for them. But for Darwin played. Darwin got us our opportunity to equalize. he only had 2 shots in the game. He had one shot that was, I think one of the shots was on goal, but it was like not that great of it. It didn't really make him have to work or do anything super crazy. And then he had another shot that was off target. So, but he did win a penalty. That's the most important thing. And it was because of the one unique thing about the one thing that I was really disappointed is that he's been doing well with it as of late too. But I think that today he wanted to make a difference so badly that he wasn't able to control his going off sides. Albeit that is the work of City, also keeping their line tight and also, making sure that he does go off sides. But he was offsides quite a bit. I don't have the exact. I don't know if I have a stat on how many times he was. Oh yeah, I do. He was offside for 5 times. He was called offsides. One of which he didn't have to be offsides for too. He didn't have to be offsides for it, and that resulted in.
Yeah.
What's that?
No, that would have been a top goal if he wasn't.
Yeah,
offside
that resulted in a goal. That was the one that
Mhm.
that actually that was the one I think that Lucho put in, right? Isn't that the one that Lucho put in?
Yeah.
So, yeah, it didn't have to be off. He really just had to like time, and he had space. It wasn't like the guy. It wasn't like the man was marking him close. He had space. He didn't have to be that disappointing. But what would
he
you
walked
rate?
into the trap twice, dude. At least
Yeah.
twice. He walked right into it.
Yeah.
He didn't get caught offside. He didn't get played. Yeah, there was 2 of them where you're looking at going, come on, dude. I thought we'd work this out your game.
Yeah, I thought we talked about this already.
Yeah, and exactly.
We already had this talk.
Yeah, so
you let me down.
Yeah, right.
I like that he plays on the shoulder. Yeah, he plays on the shoulder. That's where I want him, is on the shoulder.
Right.
I think someone said to me last night, "Oh, he didn't play false 9 today." It's like, Darwin, false 9.
I've never really seen Darwin play false 9 for us.
No, he's never played false 9. I didn't play false 9 today. It's like, okay. I mean, I didn't want to challenge bro, because I was like, when has he ever played false 9 for us?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you're asking someone to play false 9, Darwin Núñez is not your man. I mean, maybe a Gakpo, maybe I know, but just Jesus Christ, not Darwin Núñez. He's a last shoulder defense. He's a last shoulder attacker. He wants, and that's why you will get caught offside. Of course, Pippo Inzaghi. Everyone that's older than or over the age of maybe 35 will remember Pippo Inzaghi in Italian football, one of the greatest finishers of all time, just a penalty box finisher, but born offside. Used to be offside like 17 times in 20 games. That's Darwin. You play on the shoulder. But a couple of them were really avoidable.
They were, and it was his man. It was his man that scored the goal too, technically.
And he got to do. Look, people are saying like that's, and I get. Normally, Ederson will just go feign to clear that, and then drop his shoulder, and then just Cruyff turn the guy. Like Darwin will end up in the Hordens. And Ederson will just be slowly passing the ball. But he made Ederson panic.
Oh yeah.
And nobody makes Ederson panic. Nobody.
Yeah, because he saw that who it was. And he knew that there was no way he was gonna probably. He knew. I think he knew once he's committed that he wasn't most likely getting to that ball before Darwin was going to get to it.
Yeah, I think 99 times out of 100, Ederson doesn't get flustered there against any other player. But he got flustered there, and he made. Yeah, normally that's not Ederson. Ederson, like we talked about earlier, just chop inside, a little feint, and okay, see you, Darwin, off you go.
Yeah,
he made the opposite decision yesterday, which Darwin forced him into doing it. But look, he went off with a whimper. He really did. His head down. I was really surprised to see him going off. But it was like, okay, boom. Wow, Darwin's off. And you see him, he didn't react at all. He immediately turned and ran. head down. And then cut to him 2 minutes later, he's sitting on the bench, and I don't know who it is, but there's someone behind him, like patting him on the shoulder and patting him on the shoulder. And you can see they're like, come on, don't worry. But he's just like looking at the ground going, no, I don't like it. He was really not happy at all.
What would you have rated him, man, yesterday? Considering all the things that we said, the offsides, he was part of the he was a part of the offsides, it was his man that scored, but he also got the penalty. He was obviously, causing chaos, if you want to keep using that word. I know that word's being overused way too much now. But
no, I'll give him 70. I'll give him 70.
A 70? Okay. JK, what would you rate him?
Yeah, same as not his best game. But I think we didn't know what happened to him in that challenge when Edison challenged him. Maybe Klopp thought, you know what, better take him off. Another reason, he's just coming back from injury as well. So
and the bang off the post. Don't remember the bang off the post, or don't forget the bang when he slid into the post. That was
that I felt
I thought he was going off when that happened.
I thought for a second when he hit that, when he hit the post, I was like, oh man, please just don't be.
And he was touching his back of his leg as well, wasn't he?
Yeah, man. I was like, but I know he wasn't doing that he wasn't doing that for the ladies. He was doing that out of pain.
No,
but I think yeah, but I think that game yesterday, no one wanted to go off. It was that type of game. Kevin De Bruyne was like having.
Oh yeah, I'm sure because that was in the first half. That was in the first half. I'm sure he probably was going to be like, even if he was hurt, he's probably be like, "Give me a shot. I'm going back out there." Like I'm sure that's probably what he was going to say, if he needed, if it was necessary. What was your rating on JK?
Also a 70. Not 70. I think getting caught offside because like you were saying, we've talked about this. His offside game was ruining his game, and he sort of sorted it out. But yesterday, like you were saying, Man City play a tight defense line, and that's why they sort of caught him out a few times.
Okay, I was gonna be nice and give him. I know I'll do. Because Milante gave him a 90. That really pushed the score up there. But I would have given him probably like an 85, maybe 80, simply for the fact that, like, you know what, like, if it wasn't for his effort and it wasn't for his getting to that ball before, we're not winning this game. We're looking at a different result today. So, but I'm going to keep him in that 70 range. I'll give him a 77. How about that? It's close, but it's close. I like sevens. Let's move.
Here we go.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. Right. Here we go. Lucho. What are we rating Lucho at, people? In the chat, this is your opportunity to get it out and get it done with. What are we rating Lucho at? Oh, man.
Dustin's strong on defense. Dustin's strong with the Lucho defense. He's opened the average straight away there.
Oh, I know. He's dropping in the ringers for scores for him. I'll give you the stats. Let's see. He had his XG was not so. All things considered, his XG was not high. People keep referencing these 3 goals. I understand these 3 opportunities that he had.
It's an eye job. It's an eye job on those chances. But let's hear the number. Let's hear the number.
His XG was 0.58. His XA was expected assist was 0.2.
Quick point, right? And this is one that I heard today and it stuck out to me. 0.58, you said?
It's 0.58, yes.
0.58, right. Madison had 5 shots on goal in his last game, right? Who did they play? Villa, right? They beat Villa 4-0. Madison had 5 shots, like 5 actual shots on goal, not like, and his XG was 0.58.
Oh, so really?
5 shots. So that just shows you, again,
He only had 2 shots. He only had 2 shots from 5 shots. I got you.
Yeah.
From 5 shots
So
with
from
Madison.
5
yes.
shots, and it was still only 0.58 xG. So xG is a bit, so it, like even though he had 3 shots, 0.5, that's still high. Because xG is, but again, xG needs to be applied in. So that it
I think
doesn't
the reason
surprise
why
me
it's
that
so
he
high
go-
like that, I think, I was gonna say the reason why I think it's so high is because you're right. Those 2 shots should have been goals.
Oh, that's what we're going to get down to. So yeah, let's rip the band-aid off. What are his stats? Let's go through his numbers for the entire game.
Yeah. Okay, so he had 2 shots off target. For his 2 shots, the one that he dribbled to the right and they missed badly on, and then that was in the 63rd minute, and then the one that he won, and he one shot he missed right, 1 shot he missed left. The one he missed left was in the first. It was in the first half. He had 4 out of 6 dribble attempts. So, a lot of people are cognitive of the one where he had like players draped on his back and he was still able to like somehow keep the ball and get it away and be able to create something out of it. He had 1 big chance missed, 65 touches. That's exceptionally high considering normally we see Salah in that 65, 75 touches range when it comes to touches. So they were obviously concentrating the amount. Go ahead.
What were big chances missed? What are they calculating?
He said big chances missed was 1. He had 1 big chance missed.
So 1 big chance and 1 missed, or 2 big chances and 1?
No, 1 big chance missed. That's it. He had 2 shots, 1 big chance missed. That's what the statistics are saying. And then he had 65 touches. He was 33 of 37 for his passing, so he was 89% for his passing. He had 3 key passes, so he has some key. Like even though everyone's focused on his shots, he did create some opportunities for others from his runs, from his opportunities that he created from his runs himself. He's 1 out of 2 for his crosses, 2 out of 2 for long balls, 6 out of 13 for ground duels. So he was involved defensively. Didn't win any of his aerial duels. He was 0 for 4 for his aerial duels. Had 1 interception, 2 tackles. Those were his numbers, pretty much.
Yeah, JK, what do you want to go? Where do you want to? I'll give it to you, man.
Okay, I'm gonna say for Diaz, I'm gonna give him a 90.
Oh wow, everyone's showing Diaz love. You're not the only one. Dustin and KJ both have 90s on it. Go ahead.
He was the guy yesterday. That's probably the best I've seen him in a Liverpool shirt. He had 1 mission: get the ball, run, take the danger away from our team. He did that all throughout the game, and then he did that mad run where I think Rodri was trying to get him down again. Rodri was on a yellow card, and he had a little tug on him, but he still got past him and Kyle Walker. That showed me the desire of Diaz, and having his dad in the stands.
Can't question his heart.
Mm-hmm.
Can't question his heart.
Yeah, and I think his dad being in the stands sort of helps him, maybe. Like he knows his dad's there. He's got to play good. That type of thing.
Okay.
I think that makes a difference as well. But all in all, I just wished he scored in whatever minute it was. I think that would have been, for me, the best ever Luis Diaz game for Liverpool.
No, I get it.
Yeah.
And it's funny too because like as much as people say his finishing isn't there, like sometimes you do see it. Sometimes like you don't end up with the golden boot.
This about yesterday. That's not. This is the thing. We need to not get slippery on this. His finishing was not there yesterday.
Yeah. No, I'm not saying his finishing. I'm not trying to commend his finishing yesterday. Obviously, he didn't do anything with his finishing. I'm just saying that we've seen it before. I saw his finish against, for instance, in the FA Cup when he scored that goal. He scored the no look goal.
But what's the point of what you're saying? Is what I mean. Are you saying he can do it, so we shouldn't slag him off for not doing it?
No, I'm not saying that at all.
Or are you saying
no?
The fact that he's shown us that he can do it before means that it means that he really should have done that. Yes, I mean,
Yeah, no, I'm saying that I would like to see that level of finishing be more consistent. That's what I'm saying.
yeah,
Like
this
there's,
has been it
I'm
from day
trying to
one.
get, like
Literally,
there's some people
you
that
watch
just
my
don't
first
have that
video on
ability.
Diaz.
No, I was
So
gonna
you
say
watch
there's some
my
people that
first
just don't.
conversation with you on Diaz. It's a brilliant player, works really hard, needs to tighten up in the end product. This
Yeah,
has been it from day one. It's literally been it. It's gotten spun out in all these different directions, but we've all been saying the same thing. If you actually boil it down, me, you, JK, people that love him, the people that don't like him, we've all been saying the same thing from day one. He's brilliant. He works really hard. If he could improve his end product a bit, it would be what a player.
I think it's
And
more
we're
of the
still talking about the same thing.
consistency of the end product. That's what I'm trying to get across, Brian.
But
Yeah,
he
but again,
scored.
he has the end. That's what we said. That's what we mean by end product.
Right.
Is consistently delivering
Yeah,
end product.
he
And
scored at.
yesterday,
Yeah,
I don't know, JK. I don't look, man.
Mhm.
It's strange because someone said it to me yesterday. He's a Burnley fan, and he's not even a massive football fan.
Mhm.
He's one of the straightest talking football fans you'll meet. He'll just say
Mhm.
what he sees, and he says that guy is probably the most frustrating player in the Premier League.
mm-hmm.
He
Mhm.
does everything, and then just a little bit. Just I mean, if it's just like tearing your hair out kind of player, and it's just always been like that.
It's
And
like,
so
you know,
that's why
Brian.
I didn't want
Mhm.
him yesterday on the end of these big chances. I mean, we
Yeah,
can't, like I said at JK, if his name was Salah, I'd be saying this. If his name was Jota, I'd be saying this. If his name was freaking Torres, I'd be saying this. You had to bury at least one of those chances. And
mm-hmm.
we're in a title race with Manchester City. You think this happens often? You gotta fucking bury one of those chances, man. I'm not crucifying you for it. I'm not saying you're an awful player. I'm not saying sell you. But I'm just saying, on the basis of the 90 minutes that we watched yesterday, you let us down. You did. You let us down. I
Mhm.
don't. Have you ever heard me say that before? Because I
No,
don't
no.
take it personally, but he let us down. I don't. I'm sorry. Like, I don't give a fuck if his dad is in the stand. We had it. We're in a title race.
Yeah,
You know, you just take one of those chances.
chances.
Come
I
on,
get it. I
man.
get it. I get it. I get
Just
it.
come on. We won't get these
Mm,
opportunities every week. Gary Neville said it. And he put it perfectly, and he put it the way players are actually thinking about it. Because he's saying, look, there's 30 points to play for. Yes, correct. Are you going to lose the title today or win the title today? No, correct. But how many other opportunities will you get as a Liverpool team to beat Man City and take
mm-hmm.
3 points off? No more. This is it. This is your only chance today. So in a big game, when you get those big chances, you got to do it, man. You just have to do it. And this is, I'm not saying we lost that news. I'm not crucifying Diaz. I'm just saying if it was Mo Salah that missed them, I'm doing the same for him. They all get the same for you.
Mm-hmm.
All of them. Those were unforgivable in terms of the amount of chances. One of them, yeah, okay. But I mean, just look, it's frustrating. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's not a personal thing. It's not an agenda. It's not. It's just I
Well, what?
know.
So then, what are you giving them, Brian? Then what are you giving them?
I
Because
said
I
it.
know
I said
your score
60. I said
60.
60.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But you know what Diaz is? It's like this. You know when you got to make a wedding cake, he'll make the cake, get it in the car, go to the venue, but and when he gets to the table, he sort of falls over and drops the cake on the floor. And that's why I see Diaz as. For me personally,
I
the
think.
growth he's done in the last month, come on,
Yeah.
he stepped up. He just needs that final little piece to his game, and he
The
would be
point
one
is,
of the best players in the
JK,
league. Mm-hmm.
JK, yesterday was not the day to leave your shooting boots at home. We
Yeah,
all know he can do it. It's just of all the days to leave your shooting boots at home, yesterday. That's all it is. Okay,
I get
that's
you.
all it is. It's not about what he's going to do in the future, what he's done in the past. It's just yesterday. Ask him. Ask Lucho if he thinks he should have taken one of them.
Yeah,
He's
he
doing,
knows.
oh yeah, he knows.
No, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
It's not a trial. It's not send them down. It's just like, I mean,
I think the
everybody on
problem.
the planet. Lucho Skeeto winning the league. Trust him. Let him cook. Dawson, this is the point. It's not about trusting him. We're talking about yesterday. We're just talking about yesterday. And should he have scored one of those chances yesterday? Yes, he should have. If you don't think that, okay. If you don't think that,
one of them. Yeah, I already said that. I thought that, I'm surprised he doesn't, in that opportunity, he's got the man on his right, he's got the goalkeeper coming towards him, a simple tap to the left, especially with his pace and ability to control the ball. He could go around him and just as a simple tap in my opinion, that's what he could have and should have done. He didn't. He tried to take it on and he misses the shot. Like as he tries to do some like kind of dinkish style shot or something, I don't know, curved shot that's going to curve in. He takes the more difficult shot than he needs to, in my opinion.
He was falling over at the same time.
Falling over. Yeah, like that kind. That's just not off balance. That's not the shot to take.
You know what I'm saying? But quickly, he scored in his last 3 home games. He scored. Diaz.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to say though. Like, I think the biggest thing that some of the people that have been trying to defend, I guess, him a little bit somewhat is because he's been getting criticized all year. Like Lucho hasn't been to the level that anyone has wanted him to be, or none of his performances have been the just as he said against the Cardiff debut that he had for us, like as in people have this interpretation, and I think what Chris said is that people have this interpretation that Diaz is going to be the replacement for Mane. So that means obviously we're going to get an left side inside forward that's going to score at the same caliber as a Mane. And I've never looked at Diaz as being that at all. What I have looked at him as being at is more of a more traditional left wing, despite you don't get, subtracting some of the assist concept that you come with that comes with left wingers, and saying, okay, you're going to get what's that?
It's not a concept. Assist is not a concept. Is it okay? Like, I mean, I can see you're trying to like say we should expect a lower number. Like getting assists isn't a concept. It's just something that's good.
No, I say the concept is when you say the concept of this, Brian, I'll bring clarity to it. I say reason I'm saying concept is because most people, when you think of left wingers, you don't necessarily think of them as being able to deliver crosses, being able to deliver possible assists, as opposed to, even though Mane technically plays left wing, I never considered him as a left wing. That's the same as we don't consider Salah as a right winger. We consider him as more like left inside forward, a right inside forward. That's what I'm trying to conceptualize. And I don't look at Diaz as being a left inside forward. I look at him as more of a left winger. So what I was trying to get across is people have this conception that you're going to either get the goal production that you got out of Mane from the left inside forward position, or if he's going to play left wing and he's going to be that more traditional left winger, you're at least going to get a high number of assists out of him, as opposed to, okay, you're not getting the goals out of him. At least you're going to get more assists because he's going to be delivering more crosses to that striker in the middle. That's what I'm saying by conception. That's what I'm referencing.
Yeah. So, but what should a forward in a Liverpool front three be doing?
What should a forward do?
Whether he's not Mane, like Lewis, if he plays we play a 4-3-3. He plays for Liverpool. He plays in a front three. What is it we're expecting?
I think what we're expecting is the ability for him, at least for Diaz.
Not hard work. Not hard work. It's not hard work.
I'm not gonna like utilize the reasoning that a lot of people utilize for Nunez in the beginning of the year. I'm going to say that when it comes to Lucho, I think that we're looking at getting a creative play. He is, in my opinion, the most creative.
Just in a quick answer, what would you expect from a forward injury? Because I'll give you my version.
I'm looking for, and because I'm going to say, I would say creativity, but then someone's going to be like, oh, well, he's not creating assists. And I'm like, I'm not necessarily saying creativity in the sense of he's going to give us a bag load of assists, more so creativity with his ball dribbling and ability to take on defenders with his dribbling or utilizing his pace too. Albeit his pace has most likely been affected by two really bad knee injuries. But I'm saying that what I was expecting to get out of Diaz was what we saw in the beginning of what we had, which was a player that could take on players with his dribbling and could create by forcing teams to double, if not foul him or double team him, as the only way that you're going to stop him from getting into creating different channels or space for other players. That's what
I would just say as a quick answer, what I would say will be goal contribution. That's what I would say. At the end of the day, that's what you're going to get judged on. If you play in the front three for Liverpool, like all the things that creating a space by working hard and by dribbling, that's not a skill unique to Luis Diaz. That's not something that we couldn't get from another player who might also give you better goal contribution.
Like who then?
No, I'm not going into the name a player game. What I'm saying is, if we think that Luis Diaz is the only player on the planet that's good enough to perform his role, I don't know. What I'm saying is what I would expect from. I'm not saying I expect him to replace Mane, but I think that you do all the other stuff. But when you play in a front three for Liverpool, I would expect someone to contribute goals and assists at the end of the day, because they have their other roles to do, your other work to do. That's just what I expect from someone like that. Not nailing a number to the mass, but that's just, I think, what you will be eventually judged on. Not by the masses. That's what you'll be judged on as a forward. Yeah, he's not a Mane. Mane wasn't a left winger. Diaz isn't an inside forward. He's probably more of an old school type winger, but he's more of a defensive winger as far as I'm concerned. He's a defensive winger, which is a player who can kind of run the line and work hard for it. But again, look, there's a guy out there in Romania or Bulgaria or Spain or Colombia or Argentina who's going to be the next something. So, I think if you gave me someone with the work rate of Diaz and the tactical ability of Diaz, which is teachable and learnable, with a better end product and a bit more finesse in the final third, I don't think we're asking for the next Maradona. I just think he's improvable, and unless, like, if he comes around next season and scores 28 goals, brilliant, let's go. But I'm just a bit sore with him after yesterday. Okay.
Yeah. No problem.
He messed up, and now I'm having to pay to get his car towed, and and his girlfriend is ringing me up, going, "Why did he do that last night?" I'm just a bit pissed with my buddy over here. Right? I'm not defending.
I'm checking out his stats right now. So that's
that's what I've done. 12. Considering he's played 38 games, he's got 11 goals, 5 assists in all competitions. So that's like nearly every 2 and a bit games he's doing something.
Yeah,
and that's done under the radar as well. Like, he hasn't been there all season. He had that stress.
A goal contribution every 2.5 games. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because he's got 11 goals and 5 assists.
So that's a goal contribution every 2.5 games.
A little bit less, actually. 16 goals.
What that is, that's not good. I'm sorry. I'm not saying it's awful, but it's...
No, he's got 6 goals in the Premier League.
2.5 games. That's not amazing.
It's not amazing, but considering his stress he had for 2-3 months.
Yeah, I know. And his injuries and all that, so we can't say anything bad about him.
No, come on, bro. I've not been Diaz's I've not been Diaz's best fan. I've never really sort of said, yeah, I want him to start games. I'd rather have Jota starting or Darwin instead of him.
Though? You know what's funny about it is that we're all discussing because he does have, like, I'm looking at some of his stats. He's played 27 games, had 6 goals so far with 3. He's at 6 goals and 3. And this is just in the Prem. 6 goals in the Prem, 3 assists in the Prem so far, right?
4.
So what's and he started a lot of games. To be honest
And
with you.
K-Mac was right. And K-Mac said it around. He's right. Like, if you looked at his numbers, he's never been. He wasn't some guy that in Portugal did mad numbers for 2
Exactly. No, he didn't. Didn't.
Like, he's never been, and that's why I was always saying, it's not like I didn't know who he was. I was just saying, like, this is the guy. This is who he is. Because his numbers were always kind of like 6 and 7 and 8 and 9 and kind of. He never had some insane like season in Portugal. Oh, that's why they paid mad money for him. It's just like, no, he's just a really, really hard-working, skillful winger. And like I said earlier on, if he had the ability to finish those kind of chances, he'd cost you 200 million and he'd be playing for Real Madrid or something.
Right.
Well, it's just,
I don't. You know what's funny about though is that as much as you're saying that, if we go by the rumors, he just might be playing for a Barcelona or a PSG.
Yeah, I mean, a prime Barca. Yeah, but look, I wouldn't believe a lot of those rumors. They popped up a while ago. Look, I'm saying like Barcelona. That he's exactly the kind of team or club that
look, if we can get
something like Diaz could go to, but I don't see why they would give us the money we want and the wages he would want. PSG are going down this new route of bringing in kids, getting rid of the superstars. Who was the other club in that? And PSG, Barcelona, and someone else.
He said PSG, Barcelona, and the other one wasn't.
It wasn't named. Yeah,
wasn't named. Yeah.
I don't know, man. I don't really see where that rumor is coming from. Other than
if we can get what this value is right now, the reported player value for him is, and this is dollar bills. Okay, keep in mind this is dollar bills, but right now his reported value is at $88 million. $88 million is basically his player value. That's what his market value is right now. I mean, we can get I'll be the first to say we get 80 million. If we can get 85 million for Diaz, okay, you know what? Cool. Do what you need to do. But there's not many other left wingers that we could say could come replace him that could create, because his focus when you look at,
don't know until they join. That's what I'm saying. You don't know until someone joins.
Right. No, and I get that. I get that. I was just going to go though to say one of his strengths, and I don't want to go too long because I mean we still got to talk about Cody Gakpo, so I don't want to go too long for that.
But I mean, Brian's hurt though.
Yeah, right. No, I know. But with Diaz, his strengths, if you look at the scouting report, are pressing. Basically his press is.
Well, can I quickly interject? Right? Can I quickly interject? Right? There was a position that I never knew existed before until I started playing Football Manager, the newest one that they brought out after having played it for ages. And you could pick a winger in a 4-3-3, and his definition was defensive winger. Right? Danny Welbeck was the classic thing. So that was when they brought in the kind of pressing version of, like you were saying, a winger who isn't actually in the team to score goals, create chances, but actually work hard, I think. And he is the ultimate defensive winger. It's a thing that was, it's like, how can you be defensive winger? It's like, he is the ultimate defensive winger. That's him. Yeah, every time I think of Diaz, I just think that's him.
I think that's what I've been making this one of my major defenses for Diaz this year has been, we've seen we're seeing Okay, I'm sorry. I just got a message on here. We're seeing with Diaz has been an increase in intensity, increase in commitment to his defensive measures, his defensive means. We all know that he's high energy and everything else. And again, all the things going on in his life, and then the knee injuries, that's all well and good. And that's, push that to the side as being for what it is. But what I'm focused on more so is that this year I've seen him have a bigger role in the press. And also, I've always said that once players get familiar with their other members on that front line, one of the unique thing about our front line was, out of the three, I mean, Salah was probably the least impressive when it came to the press, technically. But that's just because there was such a high level that Mane and Salah played on that high press. And one of his strengths is that he has high pressing, passing, long balls. That's what on his scouting report, those are his strengths. He has no weaknesses.
That's what I wanted to say earlier on when people were comparing to Mane. Was it about the goals and stuff? I was saying, but the main thing for me was Mane triggered the press. Mane was the main guy when we pressed. You just said they're perfect. Salah kind of half got involved, but when we pressed, Mane triggered it more times than anybody. You look back on it, the amount of times Mane is rushing the keeper, rushing the centre back, and then Bobby, and everyone's following it. That was one of Mane's biggest strengths for us, was knowing when to trigger, when to run, and when to go first. He was key to that. And that's the thing that Diaz maybe Klopp taught, because of his work rate and his ability to do that, was one of the things. Because he's not the same as Mane. It's like no, he's not. But in some ways, we need him to be, because Mane was probably the best in the league for 2 years at triggering the press.
At doing that. Yes.
Oh, he was unbelievable.
Yes,
he was absolutely unbelievable. It was always him running first. Then Bobby
was really a lot of Bobby's chances got from that too. A lot of the constant pressure, the ability to take the ball away, and then also be able to distribute or take on a shot himself with his dribbling and everything else. I mean, I think that's what we wanted to see out of him. But I'll let you land your point too.
Yeah, no, again, I think that's exactly it. He saw that in him. And yeah, of course, it can't be Mane. Mane scores a freaking hat-trick on his debut against Arsenal or something stupid like that, right?
Right.
Diaz isn't a Mane. We knew he could do all those things. And even Klopp will tell you, look, we bought him. He scored a hat-trick against us. He saw what he could do. Can you translate it? Yeah, of course. No, he can't.
You can't.
Get another Mane. But it's so important. But again, this is the thing. The more I think about it, Diaz might be quite vulnerable under a new manager. So maybe this is why these rumors are popping up, because the hard-working winger that again, like we say, doesn't contribute and a huge amount of goals or assists, might not be to the next manager's tactical needs. So maybe he's someone. So yeah, like you said, I don't think we're getting that 80. I mean, if we can get Edwards back in the building, we might get close. But yeah, if someone comes in and goes 60 million for a 27-year-old Diaz, you've got to start talking Turkey at some point. You got to move players on. You got to bring money in. There's someone like that. Like the other one.
No, I get that. There's going to be some look with the possible appointment of Edwards, with the possible appointment of the new sporting director. There's going to be some difficult decisions or hard decisions to make. Whether Diaz is one of those people that we move on from because the right offer or the right transfer package is out there, then hey,
let's not forget again. Sorry to interject, but let's not forget these boys from South America. What's the dream? Barcelona.
Yeah, to play in Spain. Sure.
For one of those big two. So if he gets his,
I would just like to make it where we
Diaz in the new camp. Come on, he's been like
No, and I get that. I get that.
finished.
I just want to
awards
make it.
for-
I want to make it where I would like to see. I would like to see Liverpool get to a place where they're a destination. They're a preferred destination for these South American players. I like to see it where they're
100%,
not,
but that will
they're
never.
not doing what you're not going to do what Suarez did to us, or they're not going to do
No,
what
that'll
you know,
never
like
happen. That'll
you know
never
what I
happen.
mean. Like
That will no, man. That will never happen. The South American.
I just think
connection.
if it could
No,
happen
the
if
South
we're
American
winning
connection will
Champions
always
Leagues.
be.
If we're winning Champions Leagues, I think I personally think it could. I'm not saying that you're wrong or right. I'm just saying, in
I'm
my
not saying
opinion,
no. I'm not saying it's wrong or right, but let's talk about this properly. That will never happen because the connection for the Spanish speaking and Portuguese speaking South American, their heroes, their idols, have always gone to. They will always be the place they were. It's never been Man United.
You're saying, but that's but there was a time when some of those same players were going to Italy, you know. And
no, I'm not saying they didn't. No. Let's not get it twisted. Look,
yeah,
the top destination for South American players will always be Real or Barca.
Sure.
No one's saying they didn't join other teams. What was saying? They will always be. JK will back me up on this. It's just that for them is the pinnacle. You know, for an English player or a German player or a French player, it might be something else. But for the Spanish speaking and the Portuguese speaking, to go to,
I mean, they don't speak. They don't speak. This because for the Brazilian player, you're speaking. I know you're speaking
no,
for.
I'm just saying for those. I don't want to say. I didn't just want to say for the Spanish speaking player. I want to say, you know,
because I'm saying because people from Brazil don't speak Spanish. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. For the Portuguese speaking player, the Brazilian, and then the rest of South American Spanish. I just didn't want to say the Spanish speaking player. Like that's their lineage. That's where they want to go, man.
Yeah.
Like this is. I know. I'm not going to even attempt to go into this because what you're saying is in 50 years' time, maybe it will become more of a thing to go to Liverpool, but it just.
It's got to start somewhere. That's my point.
Yeah,
That's
but
it might
could
start
only
somewhere,
happen
but
if
it just isn't, man. Players from South America don't want to live in England for a start.
Well, I say that point a lot, and people don't recognize that. I understand.
But this is their dream club.
There's people in England that don't want to live in England because of the weather and everything.
For South American players, their dream clubs are Barcelona and Real Madrid. Right? That's just the fact.
No.
I'm sorry, but those are just the fact. I don't want to go okay, man. But that's winning their Oscars. That's when you've made it, is by playing for them. They just don't have that.
That's all well and good. I'm trying to get across. The only perspective I'm saying is I would just like to get us to a level where not only the success makes you say if you want to win, you go to Real Madrid, have a nice home and sit on the beach or
it's never been about winning. No.
And sip your sangria. I'm saying
no, it's not about winning. It's about who's your dream club. Well, it's who's your dream club.
Yeah, I get it.
That's the thing, man. You have to understand that. Surely you must understand.
I get what you're saying. I disagree in my perspective. But I mean, we're allowed to have.
How can you disagree that a dream club? It's not. That's not a disagreeable point. The top clubs for the South American players are Barcelona and Real Madrid.
I didn't say that they're not. I just said I'm not.
Yeah, no, but I don't disagree with that. That's literally those are the facts of the scenario.
I said I disagree that we can't get to a level.
No, I never said we can't do that. No, I never said we can't do that.
That's my only argument. That's what I.
Yeah, no, I never said we can't do that. But you have to surely be able to admit that right now, and for the last 30, 40 years of European football, the Brazilians want to play for Real Madrid or Barcelona because that's where their idols play. That's where they go. That's just how it works. They don't.
Right.
They admit and they respect all the other clubs, but for them, back home, it's like, oh, but you never played for Barcelona. Like that's when you've reached your pinnacle.
Right. But I'm trying to get across that if we made a point where
I know that. I know you're saying we can become that club.
No. I was just going to say, if we could get to a, this is just, I guess maybe even you can call it a football romanticism or something. But what I was just trying to get across is that, like, if we could get to a level where we're winning, if we start winning Champions Leagues at the rate and order of a Real Madrid, and I get the reasons why Real Madrid win so many Champions Leagues, because they have such exceptional talent in their midst more consistently than we do, at more consistent with the world-class talent at least. If we could start winning Champions Leagues, or we could start winning, if we could start winning champions more often, I think then and we could become a destination place for some of these players. We could be the same way as, like, look, no one was bending over backwards to go to Manchester City. You know, not many people were bending over backwards.
But this is not the point.
But
the winning
has brought.
We're talking about culturally over 100 years. The South Americans consider the Spanish club big club. Basically, that's in a nutshell. 100 years of football.
Why do they consider it? Because their heroes have gone to that club. Yeah,
exactly. Right. So it might change in 100 years.
But if we get more heroes, the new heroes.
How many times
can we start getting more of the new heroes involved in Liverpool?
If we win 5 more Champions League, right? Mm-hmm. How many times, like a Real Madrid or something like that? Like, basically, what you're talking about is going from a Spanish-speaking country with hot weather, going to live in a Spanish-speaking country with hot weather. It's all like you're talking about 100 years of cultural reasons why South Americans go to Spain and not England. This isn't a kind of a quick. And I don't even want to get into this, because this is like, it's obvious.
You know what it is as well.
Mm-hmm. I think it's very obvious. 100 years time, it might change, but first of all, it's literally as simple as, sorry, JK, you go. Sorry, JK.
No, I just wanted to quickly say that you got to understand as well, the players are married, and more likely the partner is also from sunny South America, and she wants to live in Madrid or Barcelona. It's just like, come on, when you're going to leave Liverpool, it's cold here. I'd rather go there. You know, that's nowadays football. It plays a big part in decision making, where you're going to play and stuff. And I understand where 12's coming from. The only way I can see that happening is when a guy from Chile, for example, comes over and the fans love him, and he's like, you know what, I'm going to end up staying here. Then the next Chile superstar comes. He says, I want to go to Liverpool. I don't want to go to Madrid. That's the only way I can see that sort of happening. But as
you
Brian
also said, you have to remember, they don't watch English football.
Yeah, true.
But they don't watch English football.
Yeah, but
I can't believe we're having to. I cannot actually believe we're having to debate whether it's true or not that South American players.
No, it's in the DNA.
Prefer to go to the big, like, just go to South America.
I think you're having a debate by yourself. I never said that they are that they prefer Liverpool over.
But you get what I'm saying. Like, this is just a past, man. If you ask any Brazilian. If you ask any Brazilian or Argentinian team, what's the top destination for a South American player, they'll say either Real Madrid or Barcelona. That's it.
Right.
Those are
what I'm trying to get across. What I'm trying to get across, Brian, is this: there's reasons why, you know, having Ali be a part of this club and being an influential person on this club, obviously having a very influential part in Brazil. It might have had some influence in the young Brazilian player that we had that we just brought in. I'm sure that the young Brazilian was like, I get to play with let me land my point. That he gets to play with his idol. He gets to play with these new idols that are growing up. I get that. Sure, you might want to play at some of these places that these older idols that some of these players currently have grown up idolizing. But if we start, if we can just make some bit of an effort, not necessarily effort, but if we do our part, we can create possibly that environment that says, you want to win cups or you want to win trophies, you want to go for glory. The same way City is doing it in a sense, because I don't think anyone was saying, I want to go to Manchester City. but they're winning titles. They're winning trophies. That's not everyone is so focused on playing where one of their idols played or playing where
No, that's not
it's
what I'm
sunny.
saying. No, you're
Some
missing the
people
point. No,
have
you're
the
missing the
initiative
point of what I'm
in
saying.
their careers to win trophies
No,
and
no,
titles.
you're missing the point.
And that's
No,
and
you're
I'm
missing
saying,
the point. What I'm saying. What I'm saying is, if you ask a Brazilian player or a South American player, what are the two biggest teams that you could
I'm
go and
not,
play for?
I have
They
not
would say
disputed that.
Barcelona or Real Madrid.
I have not disputed
That's
that.
what I'm saying. That's
I have
what
not
I'm saying. It's
disputed.
for the
Yeah.
South American players. It's all. That's why Suarez left us. That's why Ronaldo left Man United.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it will never be the
That's
same.
why David Beckham. That's why David Beckham left.
Well,
Look,
that's what I don't
that's why
understand.
like
But,
there
no,
are
but it will
clubs
always
that
be
are
for
on
those
other
guys.
levels. And David Beckham didn't speak Spanish. Michael
No,
Owen
but
didn't speak
Beckham is.
Spanish.
Yeah,
My
but
point is,
no,
I get
that's what I'm
Real
saying.
Madrid is at a level. It's not a matter of whether it's Spanish speaker or not. Real Madrid is at a level
Yes.
where they're winning
Also,
trophies.
yeah, two things. Yeah, but two things can be the same. Two things can be true. What you're saying is true, and what I'm saying is also true. That for South American players, I still can't believe I'm having to try and explain this. For 100 years, their biggest destination is Barcelona or Real Madrid. Whether you want to believe that or accept it or not, whether we can change it in the future.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think we can. Maybe we can change
I'm
it.
not disputing what you're saying, Brian, but
Yeah.
I get what
So
you're
I just don't understand the pushback. I don't understand the pushback at all. Like it's
I'm not
just
disputing what you're saying. I'm just making a case to try to elevate our stature, to elevate
no, we
the
will
allure.
never get them. These
If that's
people
what
don't want
that's
to
your
live in
opinion,
Liverpool.
that's your choice. That's what you believe.
It's
That's
not
cool.
opinion. Have you ever lived in Liverpool? South Americans, they don't take it. They don't want to live in Northern. They don't want to live in Northern England. Right? That's a massive pushback from the start. That's a real problem. That is a real problem because you're talking about people's families and all that. Like Baron's family. There was another.
I understand what you're saying, but
Di Maria's like it's a real cultural shock. It's much easier for them to land in Southern Europe, in Spain, and for their families. All these things, it's way easier. Like Baron, like Di Maria's family were broken into twice within 3 months of living, and his wife was just like, "I'm gone, man. I'm out." Like she moved the family back. Like they go and they live. Like it's such a cultural shock. Like it's much easier to have.
I don't have an issue with those things. I get what you're saying. I want to just get through these last three players, but I get what you're saying. I'm just saying that I was just trying to get across that I don't disagree that it's an allure. I've tried to make that point about transfers and why sometimes players don't choose Liverpool over other destinations such as Real Madrid or Barcelona. You know, I have no issue or problem saying that. I understand the fact of that some people much rather live in Madrid than Liverpool. I get that, but let's just get these last three players.
I just knocked the nail on the head with Diaz. The only reason why I believe he hasn't got that many assists and goals is because he's the go-to guy when we're under pressure. Kick the ball upfield. Hopefully he'll get it and run. That is the tactic Klopp uses for him. So that's why I don't get on his back as much, because I realised yesterday in the Man City game, when we were under a bit of pressure and then he got the ball, I sort of chilled out. If you understand my point, Brian, as well. That's what Diaz does. He takes he makes the fans chill out when he's got the ball, because the opposition haven't got it. That's how I'm gonna leave that one topic like that.
Yeah, you leave that on the. Yeah, I know. We still gotta talk about Cody Hackbo. Oh my goodness, this is gonna be like a 5-hour segment. You're gonna have to drink some 5-hour energy drink to get through the review today. We're all hyped up. I know we're all feeling this way or that way. I respect your opinion, Brian, and if anything, I agree with a lot of what you're saying. But let's go into Cody Hackbo. Yeah, let's go into Cody Hackbo. Substitutes, and that's what we were on. All right, guys. This is the. We'll make it quick. We already talked about Cody. I don't want to because Cody. Yeah, no, that's a whole nother, as they say, a whole nother can of worms. Is that they say, right?
Probably had more touches than Haaland.
Cody did.
Yeah.
He probably,
That's-
I don't know, what did he, I don't know, you can check his stats. What did he have?
Yeah, I'll double check that for you.
I mean, yeah, look, Mr. Invisible again.
hmm
Very few minutes to do anything, but again, Jesus, this guy, I reckon as much as he knows he's going to be involved, I reckon he almost in a kind of a backwards, not a backwards, in a little backroom part of his mind, just can't wait for this season to end. Because he knows he's going to be a bit part guy, you know, in and out, playing where other people can't, getting a lot of stick, not on top form, not comfortable. Like, he could end up with what, 3, 4, whatever trophies. And he may play a part of it, but I honestly tell you, this guy is probably just looking forward to a new start and a new manager because it just hasn't worked for him yet. And I actually feel depressed watching him sometimes. He just looks so lost.
Cody did not have a shot yesterday, but it wasn't like Haaland had that many more. Cody had 0. Haaland had 1. So yeah, it wasn't much. Yeah, Cody got to play 14 minutes yesterday. Had 0 dribble attempts, 0 shots. 3 out of 6 for his passing. That's pretty much it. Everything else is pretty much zeros.
Struggling. At the moment, he's struggling.
0 for 1 for ground duels. Had possession lost 5 times. Had 8 touches. So he only touched the ball 8 times. But again, he only played for 14 minutes. But that's still
yeah, of course, yeah. It's barely rateable. Barely rateable.
Yeah. I'll actually, you know what? Yeah, I'll move on to. Let's move on to Robbo. How about we use Robbo and Salah? We'll go on because they actually got into 61st minute. They actually had time to play. Obviously, we saw Salah actually. I think Salah had Salah had a couple of shots. Yeah, he had 3 shots, 1 on target, 2 off target. I think he even had a pass that should have been he had 1 big chance created. Yep. 3 out of 4 for long balls. So yeah, so I'm going to talk about Robbo too. Robbo had 29 minutes played, had expected assist of X.21. He had 1 clearance, 1 tackle, 33 touches, was 82% for his passing, 3 key passes, and 1 big chance created. I don't know if that's possibly from the corner as well. One of them was from a corner kick, I think. His corner kicks were a little bit lacking. I don't know what's up with his corner kicks. They haven't been as maybe it's because he's not in the flow of the game, I guess, or something. I mean, there was one that he just skied over everyone. He tried to go to the far post, but it was just ridiculously, to no one, to the point where is basically to the 2 City players. What were you rating on what was your rating on Robbo, Brian?
Yeah, like you said, he's a bit kind of like those corners, I'm surprised he takes that many corners, considering, I think we have better technicians. But it was the obvious sub for me was to bring Bradley off, bring Robbo on, switch Joe Gomez over, and make it work that way. That was the back 4 I kind of would have started with, because I was fully sure Kanata was out, so I knew Kwanzaa was starting. So I was thinking Gomez right, Robbo left, and then BVD with Kwanzaa in the middle. I just liked it, I thought that was nice and solid for me. So he didn't get the start, but
I was surprised he didn't get the start. I think you had him
a new
starting,
Robbo,
right?
isn't it?
Starting.
It's a new
You had him starting.
Robbo doing. Yeah, it's a new Robbo. Yeah, I did. I had him in there. I had him, but it's a new Robbo, not as attacking as he used to be.
Yeah.
So the only chances that he's really kind of getting great are these corners.
Yeah.
You know, that's all because popping up in bits and pieces, but we're inverting from the right and all that. So it's not his game, man. You know, Robbo's game is bombing down the left.
Normally,
Up and down
yeah.
That's his
Getting
thing,
up and
man.
down the
Up and
left,
down.
getting up and down the left.
Crossing, trying
Yeah.
to create chaos.
Yeah.
But that's not the Andrew Robertson that we see these days playing for Liverpool. So it's really hard
It's not.
to rate Robbo.
It's not.
You know, it's like, well, what do you do? Because it's not his game. It's really
Yeah.
hard. Again, he's another one I wouldn't be surprised if, like I say, I'm going to get slaughtered for this stuff. But, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if he gets sold into something. And I don't mean get sold, get, you know, kicked out, gets got
Mhm,
rid of,
mhm,
you know,
mhm.
but just new manager, new ideas, new thing. You know, he's an out and out left back. And I've said it before, a lot of players, yeah, as they get older, they transition into different areas in the pitch. They take
Mhm,
up new
mhm,
roles, and you
mhm,
can see them. Robbo is
mhm.
one of those guys who I can never ever see being anything other than just a left back. So he
Mm.
might need to go down. Like I don't see him becoming a holding midfielder or a
Oh, I get what you're
left-sided
saying.
centre
Yeah.
back.
Yeah.
You know, I
Yeah.
don't see him transit into a new role in the. So if he's going to be a bombing up and down the left back type, he might have to drop down a bit, you know,
Mhm.
to still fulfill that role. Because I mean, there was talk there a while ago about Bayern Munich taking out. I thought that was fanciful. The guy's almost 30.
Mhm.
Yeah, I don't really see him becoming. He's not going to become the next Joshua Kimmich or anything. Does anyone see that? You know, transit becomes the next. Oh, all of a sudden he's an elite DM. No, I don't see that happen. So, yeah, I think he could be another vulnerable player, but it's I find it hard to rate Robbo because he's not playing his genuine position.
Okay. So what number would you give him though?
Oh, did I
Yeah.
say? Oh, I said 70. Oh, I said just start give him get a random 70 because yeah,
70? Okay, I got you. Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna give him 70 as well, and
70.
I'll give him 10 out of 10 for that cross he did for Darwin, where from the left side, and then Darwin got his foot to it, but the goalie was sort of out of his area, well, out of his from the line, and he sort of saved it. And that's what,
Mm.
for me, I'm missing from our fullbacks. Cross the
Mm.
ball. Like that was our game back in the days. I think Klopp's gone away from crossing the ball. That's why Diaz is always getting the ball coming in and trying to do a 1-2 or and stuff like that. I think crossing the ball is old school, but it works.
Mhm.
It
Mhm.
works.
Mhm.
I wish Klopp sort of goes back to that now until the end of the season. That yesterday, that cross when it came in, it was just beautiful. It was just
Mhm.
like, come on, that's what attackers want, you know.
We
Yeah.
had the two
Yeah,
best
totally.
fullbacks in the world, man. And why? Because they attacked, got wide, got down the line. Trent's reputation is built on not being inverted. It's
Yeah.
playing like an attacking right back for us.
Mm-hmm.
Robbo the
Exactly.
same.
Yep.
Well, yeah, that's Pep Linder. As far as I'm concerned, that's Pep Linder's knockoff. It's like more control, you know, less madness. But I don't know. I kind of, I'm simple. Like I prefer the older stuff. I thought Trent, as good as he looks now, kind of looked a little bit better when he was playing as a right back and getting like 18 assists in the season. Madness.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I don't know, man. I don't know
Yeah.
if it takes a like everyone's looking at Bayer Leverkusen now, right, and looking at Alonso and looking at
Mhm.
he plays 3-4-2-1 and Frimpong and Grimaldo are absolute like he's just turned Frimpong and Grimaldo into the next Trent and Robbo, basically.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
They've got nonsense numbers. Grimaldo has got ridiculous numbers. Frimpong has ridiculous numbers, and they're attacking fullback in a kind of a wide system. So, like, to me, that's just like, maybe not Robbo, a new Robbo, maybe, but to me, that just screams Trent. You know, why is,
yeah.
you know,
I
so
see
you
what
can
you're
see
saying.
something like that happen.
Mhm.
It doesn't necessarily come in and go, the next guy, oh, he's going to invert Trent. Why not? Like, what's Trent's problem with being one of the best attacking right backs in the world, with some of the best assist numbers in the world, some of the best goal contributions in the world, from attacking right back role? Does he have to do it from midfield?
Yeah.
I mean, I'd be pretty happy doing it, you know, in a title winning team as an attacking right back, with even less defensive responsibility, because you've got 3 in behind you.
We'll see. I guess we'll see. I'm cool giving him a 70. How do you feel about Mohamed Salah then, since we're speaking on ratings? And I want to bring up Football Talk Podcast comment too, as well. I'll bring it up after Mohamed Salah, because I wanted to give a shout out to Ozzy, and also be able to make sure that everyone hears his comment, which is pretty. I actually kind of don't agree completely, but go ahead. What was your rating on Mohamed Salah?
JK?
Happy when he came on, but wasn't really involved in the game, I would say. Had a few chances to shoot. I don't know, I was probably expecting a bit more from him, but just to see him back on the pitch and smiling and getting involved in the game again is just like a good thing going forward, you know. And him not playing for Egypt over the international break, another blessing in disguise. So
that's brilliant news, yeah.
Yeah. So for me, Salah just being on the pitch yesterday was amazing. So all good. But I'll give him a 7. Just for
70?
being back from injury yet.
How about for you, Brian?
I'd be with a 60 on him. He didn't do a lot.
Yeah.
He didn't play a lot of time. I can't really
You
get
see
more.
the rust. I think you can see the rust on him a little bit. Like,
but that pass was good to Diaz. Quality.
Yeah. That pass was good. Was a good pass. But you know, he did have his shots. He did get a couple attempts at goal. The one that he did, he actually got 2 cracks at it. He got the first shot, I think it was blocked, and bounced back to him in a great place, and he tried to volley it with his left, and then that one went wide. That would have been a great goal if he was able to. Maybe he does connect with that a little bit better if he is in a little bit of a better form. But yeah, I can understand. I can understand that. So you guys both gave him like 7s. I don't know if the chat rated him, so I'm gonna put him at 70. Is that too high, you think, or what did you guys say? 65. Both go 65.
Yeah. 60, yeah.
I'll give him a 65 then with you guys. I'll go with your ratings. So, I wanted to bring up this comment real quick before we end with Klopp and get our man of the match. Ozzy says, "Big up to 12th man, Brian and JK. Hope you're all well." He says he's still disappointed with the result. Big opportunity missed to carry momentum and lead from the top. Now it's out of our hands. I don't. Only portion of why I say I don't agree with that kind of completely is because it's still in our hands. We still have a way to make this get it back. In that we have to win outright. And I know that we are 1 point behind Arsenal, and I get that, you know, if they win all their games, then yes, it is out of our hands. I just don't think Arsenal is going to go and win the rest of their games. I could be proven wrong. I could be clipped up because I said that comment, but you know, I think that the sheer fact that Arsenal has to go against the juggernaut that is City in their next Premier League game and they have to go to Etihad, the place that they, normally not many teams get results at. If they go and prove me wrong by what I'm saying, more power to them, and it definitely mean that they deserve the title. But I just think that I think we will see all three of these teams drop points here or there in the last run. I don't think obviously all three of these teams can't win the rest of their games, considering two of the teams have to face off again against each other. So yeah, I think we're going to see all three of those teams drop some points. So, congratulations too, by the way. He says he's just hit the sub on his second account with 300 subs. Congratulations, man.
Bless, bro.
Big up. And if you haven't subscribed to Football Talk Podcast, definitely you need to. Ozzy's a cool cat. He also knows his football, and he's still working on his FIFA game. But I know he's gonna. I know I've got. He means for us. He means for us. Oh,
yeah,
my
he's
fault.
put your on his technique as a user tree. Yeah.
Oh, word. My bad. I thought he meant for his stuff. My bad. He's probably well past 300. But even so, let's get him further up the
no burners. No burners. We only want true subscribers. No burners.
We only want true subscribers only, right?
No burners.
Yeah, he says he'll be back with some more FC 24. Yeah, he definitely he keeps it real too. I mean, he plays it online. It's not taped, so whatever you're seeing is legit. So he wins some, he loses some, but he's always out there giving his all. That's big up to Ozzy. What did you have? What were you guys rate for Jurgen? What would you say for Jurgen then? What were your determination of his performance yesterday?
Look.
Well, my fault. I mean,
he won't have enjoyed it. He won't have enjoyed much of it. He won't really enjoyed any of it, I suppose, until the end. All of it at the same time. Last game against Pep. I don't know, man. Mad game. How do you manage
a lot of attention, a lot of
emotions? Yeah. A really big game from almost every angle. Title race, 3 points, Jurgen Klopp's farewell tour. I can't keep going. I can't help but going back to the crowd yesterday. The crowd yesterday was phenomenal. It was almost old school. When they had the ball and the cop was booing, and then that constant boo hiss thing that they do. I haven't heard that in years, man. Honestly, I haven't heard that in years, and that used to happen all the time. When the opposition has the ball, the cop just erupts in this kind of boo hiss. Noise. And it doesn't
they were
up
for the game yesterday.
I haven't heard that. I don't know, JK. I haven't heard that in years, man. That's proper. That crowd was proper yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
So they're all there for Jurgen Klopp, man. They all know that it's only a few more maybe big moments left.
Yeah.
And
there's only, I think,
it could have been.
There's only a handful of home games left, actually. You know what?
There's a handful of big games, mate. Like, if we drop a few points here and there, then we could be in a nothing title. If we get knocked out of the cup, we could have no
3, 4. There's only 5 home games left.
Yeah, I mean, that's a legacy. Come on, we could be five home games away from celebrating a title.
Yeah, and they're only out of all 5 of those games. Brighton is not a game to overlook. I know no team is a game to overlook in the Premier League. I mean, any team can show up, but out of those 5 games, I would say the biggest opponent left would be Spurs. This is at home, at least. At Anfield, Spurs is the only home game that we have left, because we have Wolves, Spurs, Palace, Sheffield United, and Brighton.
Yeah,
that's in reverse order.
Yeah, it's all good.
Yeah.
Those are good games, man. Those are all should win games.
All should win games, yep. All should win. So yes. So what are you giving the
And
Kaiser?
revenge over Spurs as well.
Yeah.
Revenge over
We need that revenge game for sure. That game's gonna be hyped up simply because of what happened. Certainly.
Yeah, 4-0, 4-1. Everyone's happy. Kaiser 9 out of 10.
Okay. What were you, JK? What's your rating for the Kaiser?
I wasn't really happy with Darwin coming off.
Okay.
But I'm going to give him about 80 out of 10, 80 out of 100. I think tactics wise, we sort of ran the show most of the game, so he did okay.
Okay. Who would you guys have as your man of the match then?
That's a tough one.
For me, only one guy. Actually, there's three, but Virgil for me.
Virgil? Okay.
Yeah. Top.
Yeah, I can understand this too. I mean, you know what's funny about it too? So like football talk or Ozzy, I'm just saying football talk podcast. Make sure that people know his own channel too. I'll give props up for that. I keep wanting to say Ozzy, but
is it definitely Ozzy or is it Henry? I'm not sure. Is it Henry as well? Henry, I know Henry talks on their football podcast as well. Is Henry or Ozzy?
It's Ozzy.
No, that's Ozzy.
Yeah. It's Ozzy. I was gonna say
Ozzy.
So he put Nunez should have stayed on the pitch. Hackbo had zero impact. And
he did. No, he definitely did. He definitely did nothing. I had this conversation with JK yesterday that I thought so people say, he came off too early, and I was saying, he may have done, but the problem for me was that the guy that came on for Nunez may as well have just been a plastic bag. I mean, for all the good that the guy
you know what I was sorry, not to cut over you. I was just gonna say real quick though, you're spot on about I wouldn't have gone as far as to say that's a plastic bag, but I would have said for me yesterday, it was a disappointment to see, because this is something that I saw when I looked at the lineup, and because we only used three subs yesterday, and normally, especially with Klopp's, thank you for doing that, JK, too, by the way. Normally, Klopp has really been using all five of his subs in almost all of his games for the most part, and especially in a game where you're going to expend so much energy, you would have thought that he probably would have, utilized using all five subs in this game. But when you looked at that lineup,
showed you what was on the bench.
Exactly where I was going with it. Yep.
Yeah. Sorry, exactly. He wasn't going to ask those young kids.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. He already subbed out. When he subbed out, he kind of limited what he could do with his left back position when you have your almost default starter and Robbo and his default backup in Simicast on the bench. Big up to Mark A. Big up Mark A. And then you have Nalo, right? I hope I'm pronouncing that correct.
Oh, Nialo,
yeah. Amara Nalo, who we haven't seen really play at all. You have James McConnell, who's like, obviously that's not going to be the impact player offensively that you're looking to bring off the bench. Not saying he can't contribute. I'm just saying that's not the name. Bobby Clark, once again, another youth player. And then you have Kumas, another youth player, So you had on the bench of unused subs, Adrian, Nalo, Simicast, McConnell, Clark, and Kumas. So
we literally brought on everything we had. Everything we had, we brought it on.
Yeah. Pretty much anything and anything we had on the bench that would have made a difference, we put it on there. And I think that it says something that he kept Nunez out there for as long as he did, and considering that he only gave Cody 14 minutes, 12 minutes, 14 minutes of game time to even try to make a difference. So, I would never have seen it be reversed where he's going to utilize Darwin as that, last minute hey, let's get Cody off for Dar. You know what I mean? Like as in.
Oh
So
yeah,
he
yeah.
didn't-
Darwin gets half an hour. He doesn't get 14 minutes.
Exactly.
Yeah, he doesn't. Yeah, if he's coming on, he gets a good chunk of the game. Because especially now, if you're looking at, because Klopp has been really good on that, looking at going, okay, I can bring a guy on 62 minutes, and it's a kind of a big game. We're talking 6, 7, 8, maybe. What did we get yesterday? 8, 9 minutes. So.
Yeah, we had Robbo, and he probably would have came in with Robbo and Salah at the 60. If we're looking at that, if hypothetically, if Darwin hadn't started and he wasn't able to get a full, really good run in, but we could utilize him as a sub, then chances are then he was going to get subbed in with Salah. If he was at the same fitness rate as Salah is, because even at 61 minutes, that's still like pressing it. But he was trying to get him in.
You're almost getting 40 minutes of football. We always get really frustrated when a manager might bring a guy on for, the last 10. Like, what can you do? You know what? Klopp has really mastered this idea of bringing on people in this early, even at half time. Because it's like just to make it fresh and the players are okay with it. But to bring on someone like Darwin Núñez, it's like it used to be so frustrating when you see these people come on, 87 minutes, and he's bringing on someone. But now it's like, no, if you bear into account all the added minutes, you can bring on someone on the 60th minute and basically get a half an hour of football out.
Yeah.
So it's. I think he has played the subs game as well as any manager this season. That's why he went for it. He pushed for 5 subs.
Yeah. I mean, the part and point though that the noticeable name, and I'm not saying that he would have made that. Well, maybe would have made a difference. Maybe would have seen him as a 4th sub. But I noticed that Dan's was not on this list.
Yeah.
Now I'm not sure if he's still battling back from the concussion, or if it's just saying out of those choices, he looked at possibly Kumas as being more reliable than having Dan's on the bench. But it was very, very interesting to me, at least, that he wasn't on that. He wasn't on the bench, and someone with his energy and his knack for goal. It would have been nice yesterday for it to see him get that, hey, here's your opportunity to be a one of the youth player heroes or something like that. It would have been interesting. I don't know why he didn't play or why he wasn't even on the line, why he wasn't on the team sheet, but that would have been interesting to see. So, all right, let me get this straight though. So let me get the votes in here for it. It is VVD got a man of the match nod from Football Talk Podcast. Dustin gave Lucho his man of the match. Nigel gave Kelleher his man of the match. Who would you give your man of the match again to, Brian? Who'd you say?
I'm struggling, man. JK, who's your man of the match?
Yeah, who's your man of the match? JK?
I had 3 guys, but I'm going to give it to Virgil because of the way he handled Haaland. Yeah.
Okay. How about
who are your other 2?
That was Diaz.
Diaz
and Endo. Yeah.
Okay. I would have gone either. I would have said I wouldn't have included Diaz in the contenders for man of the match. I would have said my 3 candidates would have been either Mac, VVD, or Endo. Those would
I'll go Endo. Yeah, I'll go Endo. Yeah.
The only reason I give it Diaz because of the energy shown. I think that the chances he missed took the shine off his game. If he scored that goal yesterday, I think everyone would be saying he's the best player at the moment.
Are you giving it Diaz or VVD?
He said VVD.
I'm going to give it VVD, yeah, man.
Oh, I thought you were just saying you're giving it Diaz. All right, okay, so VVD. Yeah, I'm Endo.
You're Endo? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. shoot, because this is going to still be. I was going to give it as much as VVD is my guy, he's my captain, and everything else. I was going to give it to McAllister as my personal opinion.
Oh, we got 3. Okay, well we got.
But Mac, but that makes Mac and VVD have a tie.
Chat.
Yeah, I'm about to say the chat. I'll leave it up to the chat. Between Mac and VVD, who do you think is more deserving of it? I'll leave it to the chat to decide. Since I'm a man of the people.
Even if you've already voted you've already voted for a man of the match, give your vote to break the tie between VVD and Mac. Is it?
Yeah, VVD or Mac are the two candidates.
Even if you've already voted for someone else, give a different vote to break the tie between VVD.
I know nobody wants to take. No, Brian, no one wants to take that. No one wants to take that lead.
There's VVD. Nigel,
okay, there's VVD. Okay.
I was going to say
Nigel said originally. He said Nigel originally said I stand by Kelleher.
He said Kelleher.
Yeah.
And that's why with this, I want to tell him I offered Diaz to the table. I can't do no more.
Yeah, right.
But there you go. That's VVD then.
Yeah, VVD.
So, and then
now he's going Mac. Now he's trying to be difficult.
No, it's your first.
It's too late now, man. You already said VVD.
The polls are closed.
The polls are closed. Man, the match, DVD. I there's a strong shout though. I will say honorable mentions for Endo, honorable mention for Kelleher, honorable mention even for and especially for I think Mac, who we needed him to step up and take that really great taken penalty. I mean, Ederson picked the side he was going to. He just put it in a place that he just couldn't reach.
He could have 2 keepers. He put it high enough. You can dive the right way all day.
Yeah.
If you just
quick question.
Height.
Yeah.
A quick question. Before he took the penalty, did you know he would score or what? I knew he would score. I just have faith in him. Yeah.
Yes. 100%.
Yeah.
100%.
I think he has confidence that makes me believe in him.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't really. I didn't. Yeah, I think more so. The only thing I'm thinking about is when I saw that when I was sitting there screaming for along with everyone else at the pub or the boozer. I was sitting there thinking to myself, I'm like, now if we get this penalty, that's the only thing I was thinking of. I was thinking of like, if we get this penalty, is Mac going to do some real gangster and say, I got this? That's what I was hoping.
That would have been real interesting. I think because Mac was on the pitch since the start, he would have thought, no, Mo's fresh. I think that might have swayed it a bit. He might have, he that's late in the game, man. That's real late in the game. And Mo's fresh. Like McAllister's legs might be a bit tired, whatever. But if you ask me, if you were to do a tournament tomorrow at what do they call it now? Kirby, right?
Skill competition.
Yeah, penalty competition. McAllister versus Salah. My 50 quid is on Mac. 10 penalty. 10 penalties.
Wow.
Say no, not 10. That's too much. 5 pens. My money would be on Mac.
You know what? You know what's funny about it is this. Dustin's comment is actually spot on. You know why I actually was confident is because Klopp, as of late, especially with Salah, he turns his back and just watches the crowd and looks for their reaction.
He didn't turn his back.
He didn't turn his back on McAllister.
That's the first thing I thought when I saw that. That is exactly the first thing I thought too when I saw that. He's not turning his back.
Yeah.
He always turns his back on Mo Salah.
Yeah.
because he knows this is do you think that means something? Because I thought that meant something as well. And so I was like, hang on, why is he not
I
bringing
thought it
back?
meant that. Not to say he doesn't believe in Mo. I think of it as the same way as this. I think of it as the same, like as you know how we were talking about some of the criticisms that we hear in the chats and everything else, and how I was dealing with the Codys and this and that and da 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 da. Even with the Lucho and everything. The reason why I think he does that is because I think Jurgen perspective, or at least my perspective of the game and how I support the club as well, is similar to the way that Jurgen supports the club on the sideline. And that is, he saw Lucho miss some great opportunities. He didn't bemoan. He didn't like do like the Simeone and be like, oh my God, and or throw his hands up in the air, or just be like, oh, how could you miss that? Just he doesn't show that kind of disappointment.
Well,
He automatically
just like a few times for other players. In fairness, he has but then he'll immediately realize what he's done and then start applauding them.
Exactly.
But
more times than not. And I think that's the reason why he turns. That's why he turns his back. I think that's why he turns.
But I think I think if what I was thinking is like if he by turning and watching it this time, he was saying to the fans like, no, I'm confident. Do you know what I mean? Like maybe like if Salah saw him, he go, oh, that's just Klopp. That's just what he always does.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't want McAllister to turn around and maybe see him with his back. He would want McAllister to turn around and see him. No, I back you.
Yeah, I got confidence in him.
Yeah, exactly. I think that was part of that. Maybe to say, no. In this big game, I don't want McAllister, if you have any doubt, to turn around at the last second and see, even Klopp can't watch. If he turns around and sees Klopp watching, and he's like, okay, the boss never watches, but he's going, why wouldn't I watch? You're obviously going to bury it. Nice. I like that. I think that's the way I read it. Because Klopp realized Mo will understand. It's just my thing. I don't watch penalties. Whereas Mac would be like, no, the boss is backing me here. He's watching. He's watching the bench. He thinks I'm going to score. Maybe I'm overthinking or whatever. But that's the way I read it.
That's the way I read it too, Brian. That's the way I read it. I read it as like, I saw that he was watching it. And I mean, like, and it's an important goal. It's something that, like, we've seen some important penalty kicks, and I remember he did do that for Salah one time, I remember. And when he did it, he also, he reacted as thinking the goal had been scored because the crowd had kind of initially,
that one. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Made this kind of like this kind of like the enthusiasm of sounding like we had made the shot, and he kind of turned around and was just like, whoa, what's going on? He's, like, I can't trust the crowd to give me. But I think it's more so like if he turns his back and he just reacts the way the crowd reacts, it gives him that much more of a second to, it's that 1 second of delay so that he can just be like, cool. If he misses it,
and nobody likes watching penalties.
Yeah.
Like nobody likes watching a penalty. It's horrible. Like, we all love closing your eyes and hearing the noise, and then going, yes. That's the way I always use watch pens anyway. It's kind of half watch them, but more listen to it. You kind of avert your eyes just a little bit, and then as soon as you hear the crowd, and then you're like, oh yeah. But I can understand Klopp just turn your back. But actually, the more I think about the whole turning your back thing,
it's disrespectful.
Better not to do it.
Hey, you know what's funny about it is that I've seen people at the pub do it, so it's all good.
Go
Oh,
sit in the car.
Some people turn their back
I've
for the whole
seen
game.
people do this. They do it there, and maybe they're trying to like emulate Klopp, but like I've
Oh no,
seen
man.
people.
So I know people who literally would be like in the pub for the 2 hours to the build up, and then as soon as the game would start, they'd actually just go and sit in the toilet or
Oh
go and sit in
wow.
the car because they actually wouldn't
Wow.
be able to watch the game.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I love
like you know the
pens.
way
I
he
love
turns his
penalties.
back on a
Watching them.
penalty, they turn their
Yeah.
back on the whole game because they
Yeah,
just
that's the whole
can't handle
thing.
the
Mad.
stress.
And that,
Yeah.
They just can't handle the stress of it. They just
Well,
want you to come in and say, "Don't worry, it's over. We won 2-0," and then they'll come out and party again. But they actually can't watch the
yeah.
game
Yeah.
itself because it's just
Yeah.
too stressful for them.
Yeah, it is. It is. I remember for not this game, but I think it was the game before this. I was at the Boozer, and I remember I was the one when we played with when Dan's and Kumas scored. So that was what game was that? Southampton, right? Yeah. So I guess in the Southampton game, I remember I was sitting at the bar, and my friend Chad, he's a good guy, loyal red. He's at every game at the Boozer for these games, and he went to the bathroom, and we ended up scoring. And he came out. He came out of the bathroom. And he heard everyone like cheering, going crazy. And he's like, "Oh, finally!" He's like, "Cool. I guess that's me popping my cherry of going to the bathroom and then having us scored." Because some people are very superstitious as to, like, they don't want to go to the bathroom. They don't even want to go to the bathroom because they don't want to be like be the missing a score or missing that be the reason why we don't score. So now he's like, "Oh, I can finally go to the bathroom and not worry about us not scoring." I'm like, wow, that's some superstition, but yeah, it's kind of funny. But yeah, hey, big up to VVD on our man of the match. I know we're closed in on 5 hours. Wow. What we do for our people, right? What we do for our Reds is we definitely we don't mind giving all these jewels as we can, as many jewels as possible.
We'll talk shit for absolute hours.
Yep. Tomorrow we're gonna do like a tomorrow we're gonna have a show tomorrow, and I will be doing a little bit of a it's just gonna be an introspection of what we have left, what City has, and what Arsenal has left on the schedule. Kind of get a good concept of where and who we think are going to be the games we should circle, who we could even think of as being the games City and Arsenal games we should tune in, or at least keep an eye on. Ultimately, again, it's all about us just winning out these games. Do it. The best that we can do is just win the games that we have in front of us and just keep it moving. We've got a bunch of really good games coming up in general, because I know that we do have now, because we've moved the Everton game. We have is that on the, I think it's the 17th. It's right now. It's on the 17th. I want to say. Does anyone know when the for Everton, the Everton match? It got postponed and moved because of our FA Cup.
Yeah, I don't think that's been. There's no. There ain't no way on 17th of March.
No, the 17th of March is they know it's been postponed. You're right, because that's our FA Cup
they
game.
haven't landed that one yet.
I think originally it was supposed to be the 17th. But
if we win the next, if we win in the FA Cup, there's potential that it could be
postponed again.
The way it's looking like landing is the last game of the season will be Wolves at home.
I hope it's not
Everton away. For it to become the second last game of the season.
Oh my gosh, let's not have that.
The most likely, if we win in the FA Cup.
You know how freaking ridiculous that will be. I'd rather win the title at Anfield, in front of the Kop, all that, have that, that pageantry go and everything else, and have Anfield root us on to victory, then have to go to Everton.
You know what else would but you know what else would be brilliant? Winning the title at Goodison Park.
Yeah.
If it ends up being the second last game of the season.
Yeah.
And so
it would be the second. Do you think it's going to be?
It won't be the last game. No, it'll be the second last game.
Okay.
Now,
okay.
That's
okay.
that's
I thought
kind of looking at the pictures. It's the most likely because there's only so many slots, right?
Yeah. No, it's like May 11th. May 11th is.
Yeah, you
is
can
Villa.
look at all of them. Yeah, all of the slots. You can look them up. You can see what they are. There's no mystery. Like we don't know when it will be played, but we do know what days it can be played on.
Mm-hmm.
So we know that,
Gotcha.
and judging by the way the bookies basically are looking at, they'd say the most likely game for that, or the most likely day for that game will be that one.
Mm.
So we could be looking.
How about even better, Brian? How about even better? How about Arsenal does us a huge favor? Huge favor, and Everton does us a huge favor, and they go into Arsenal and they beat Arsenal at home. That would be great. They beat them, or they get a tie because they play Everton. Yeah. Their last game was against Everton.
Yeah, if you can end up in.
I have the schedules in front of me right now. If you want me to look, what?
Yeah, where that game lands for us, that Everton game, at the moment it's undetermined. But
right, it's to be.
Yeah, statistically, it's looking most likely to be the second last game. So before the Wolves game.
Okay. So May 11th, we play Villa. Yeah. May 11th we play Villa. And then May 11th we play Villa. On the 19th we play the Wolves.
Yeah.
So it would have to be
if we're not still in a title race when we're playing Villa and Wolves, I'd be really surprised. This is not a title race anybody's winning by, hey, look, maybe Arsenal go and do a mad, right? And the next thing you know, we're saying, I forgot about Arsenal. But we're not winning this with 3 games to go. So if Everton is the second last game, it may well play a part.
Yeah, still could play a part. It'll be interesting though, because you know why? Because it'll be it'll play a part. If they try to do that, then that would mean Arsenal plays United at Old Trafford, or like I like to say, geriatric Trafford. Geriatric means old, by the way. Old, like that. Geriatric means like older person. If you're a geriatric person, that means that you're an older person. So, excuse me. Because I remember I saw Rod's. I think you were on the telecast too with him. He was trying to figure out what that meant. So yeah, United. They have United on the 11th, and then they have Everton on the 19th. City have Fulham away, and then they have West Ham at home, and then we have Villa, and then we have Wolves. But if it ends up being, that means that Everton would have 2 games, like typecast, and Arsenal. And it doesn't. Maybe it doesn't also, because like that's gonna be interesting too, because both Arsenal and Man City have games to be figured out too. They still got to.
The FA Cup, man.
Yeah, they still got to face. Man City still got to face Brighton, and Arsenal still has to face Chelsea.
Yeah, if you get a winner or a draw, or win or draw, if you win or lose, because the games are going to be moved around. So if City go Champions League, that won't make a difference. But anyone that's still in the FA Cup right now, that's in a title race, then get ready, because some games might get moved around.
Yeah, it's gonna be moved around for sure.
We're going to end up in this stupid, ridiculous thing where we had Play Sunday, play Thursday, play Saturday, play Sunday, play Thursday.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
That's gonna happen.
That's what's going to happen. I guess that's what got to happen. Hopefully, we're back to being a fully fit squad, or not fully fit, but as close as fully fit as we can be with the players that we need to get us over the line. And I'm not going to say the same. I'm not going to say the same niceties for the other teams. But all the same, it is what it is. Let's do this, as Nigel says. Let's do this for my Reds for sure. All right, so let's just say. You want to say any parting words, JK?
Yeah, just everything cool, bro. Enjoy the title run. You know, I think.
Yeah.
We're gonna win this, 100%.
Yeah, for sure. Ryan, do you want to say any parting words before we land?
Oh yeah, no, just good night, everyone. Because it's
let him off for this.
No, wonderful time because there's someone at my front door. So everyone, enjoy your evening, the rest of your weekend. Have a brilliant time. Weekend? What am I saying? Week.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, just good time because there's someone at my front door. So good night, everybody.
Yeah,
Take
no
care.
worries. Yeah,
Bye-bye.
you're gonna take off. Yeah, big up, Brian. Thank you. I know Brian's going to log off right here to take care of his front door. JK, thank you as well for joining us today for this epic ride. I mean, heck, we were in the plane so long we could have gone to Brazil, maybe maybe influence Brazil or some of our Argentinians to see the beauties of Liverpool that we see the beauties of Liverpool having. But all the same, all big up to Brian. Big up to you, JK. Big up to all the people. Big up to all the people in the chat that stuck it out for an epic ride here. All the same, we're gonna do tomorrow. We're gonna make a breakdown 7 p.m. UK time. Hopefully, you guys will be there with us. If not, check us on the replay. Please do leave comments, share, do all that stuff. At your leisure. But all the same, just continue to be proper Reds in my mind, and that is support each other, continue to take care of yourself so you can support others, and especially your loved ones in your lives, because we are all definitely in this together. So we will see you soon, and until tomorrow, take care.